Hey, everybody. Andrew and the guys here, Nashville Severe Weather. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County, and it is currently 12:13, and we are everybody hold up your coffee cups if you're drinking coffee. Here we go. Wow. Look at this. We're 4 for 4 drinking coffee at 12:13 in the morning. My coffee mug from Norman Binkley Elementary School. Appreciate those guys when they had me out to speak at their school. Severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County here on this line of storms that is back to the west. It's still just a little bit from getting into Davidson County, but it will be here before too long. We were just
Andrew, I don't see that we're up.
Have you tweeted the?
I have not tweeted any link because I don't see it up here yet.
All right.
That might be a me problem.
I got the
By the way,
notification on my phone.
The winds aren't here yet, y'all. But we need.
Yeah, we're up and going.
Okay, I just gotta find the link. Stand by.
Just tweet the channel link on YouTube.
Yep.
Or whatever you think. Yes, we were taking bets on. Well, we weren't taking bets, but we were just talking about how long we might be on. We might be on for a while, y'all. So this warning coming in is the storm's not even here yet. It's coming into Cheatham County now. And then, of course, you look back down to the southwest here, and it's just a lot of storms. So we'll be all right. We'll get through it. But it's going to be a late night. A lot of lightning with this storm. I've been watching the lightning on our Gallatin camera, looking back to the west and southwest, and it is zapping. A lot of lightning out there with this storm coming in. So let's dive in a little bit. Couple things to note with this storm is there are some strong winds with it, apparently. The Weather Service is seeing these winds on the radar here. These winds are pretty strong. And let's look at some of these values here. The radar is pinging winds in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range. They're in Robertson County. Again, not sure exactly how those are translating to the surface, but it's worth saying that there could be some really strong severe winds in there coming into Cheatham County as well. So kind of a line of wind. And then also we have the situation where we have some hail in there. So you see down here in these purples, frequently today, those purples have indicated some hail. And that's just kind of been a trend today. And so radar indicating that there could be some 1 inch, some quarter size hail as a part of that as well. So that's another part of this situation. Let's see here. All right. So this severe thunderstorm warning, which is basically in effect for I-40 to the north, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for about 43 minutes. This is going to be until 1 a.m., I think. Is that right? Yep, 1 a.m. And for 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So I know it's late, but one thing that's going to be pretty important is if you're able to send in any reports with this storm as it comes through. A lot of wind with it. Maybe some hail. And so if you experience some of those things, it would be helpful when we're looking at these velocities here and we're seeing velocities up in this, upper 60s, upper 70 mile per hour range, these dark blues. We're always kind of curious how much of that is actually reaching the surface. And so it would be helpful to know how much of it is reaching the surface. And that's where your reports come in handy, using hashtag TSpotter on X or DMing us on Instagram. All of that would be would be helpful. So we have the whole crew here. Graham is over there handling Instagram for us. Elon is monitoring replies, which is super helpful. David is handling everything else.
TBNA's working tonight, which is
Yes,
great.
I know. Saw that earlier. That's exciting. TBNA radar. We have missed you. So yeah, let's bring that up. So this is the FAA radar in Nolensville that sometimes needs a swift kick in the pants to get going, and it actually is working tonight. So this is good, and it's giving us some of this higher resolution data up here in Cheatham County. Pretty gusty, it says.
So if you're waking up and wondering what's happening, we got a severe thunderstorm warning, and if you're wondering where are the tornado warnings, well, there's 2 active warnings right now. Andrew, if you want to go over to the first one, there just east of Jackson, that's a really good warning. There's a pretty convincing signature that there's a tornado ongoing there. I don't necessarily see classic debris with it, but there's certainly rotation
Radar's
there.
awfully high up there. It's going to be tough to get a debris signature.
Yeah, very tough. So we wouldn't really be able to confirm it. But that one was issued by the Memphis office because it's not across the Tennessee River, and that's when the Nashville office picks up. And then if you go even further to the southwest of that, you have that one there, and that one's concerning as well. In fact, that's one of the purple warnings, which is an indication that the Weather Service feels like there was a confirmed tornado. That one was at 12:18. It was 2 minutes ago. Located near Pocahontas, or 11 miles west of the Big Hill Pond State Park, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So this line, the point of us telling you that, even though these storms are far away and there's no reason to think that they will stay tornadic as they come closer, this line remains dangerous. And what I'm doing exclusively is looking for any evidence of tornado in the storms that are coming close to us. The feature I only see over in Cheatham County coming towards Ashland City is a crazy amount of lightning. I
Yeah,
mean,
sure
the
is.
the number of positive strikes, which are those strikes that start up really high up in the cloud and come all the way down. They're the ones that kind of shake the house. They're that loud. I mean, I don't remember seeing this many positive strikes. So if you've got a pet that takes medication for this, now's the time to give your pup that medication, because this is going to be one of those house shakers. My dog's going to be at my feet here in an hour or two, I'm sure.
Yeah, I might have a hole in my door here shortly if y'all
Yeah,
see something come
like a
in.
Kool-Aid man
It's not.
size hole.
It's not a home invasion here. It's actually my my dog. That's exactly what's going to happen.
So,
Hey, Will,
Hey guys.
we've wrestled Will, so yeah, a lot of lightning with this one. You can see here, we pulled up the lightning data here. It's very hard to see, but you see all these little dots, and there's a lot of other dots in there you probably can't see. They're even tough for me to see on our radar, but just tons and tons of lightning inside this red square, which is where our lightning data is confined to, and just tons of strikes lit up there. So, yeah, still a potent storm. We were talking just a little bit earlier that the ingredients, the storm ingredients, largely remain in place. We had talked, there were some questions about. There were some questions about whether the supercells earlier this evening would have sort of taken away the atmospheric juice that these storms needed when they arrived in the line. I mean, may have helped a little bit, but I really don't think this was because of the supercells that they're not producing lots of tornadoes now. I think this thing's bringing its own energy, and it's just it's in a little bit of a different form now. It's in a lot of lightning, still a threat of hail, And back to the southwest of us, we clearly see the threat remains for tornadoes, and we'll have to see how that translates to us over the next couple of hours. We'll see what these are in the Memphis National Weather Service office area. And we'll see once they cross the Tennessee River, they get into the Nashville forecast area. A different set of people, different set of eyes will be looking, and largely a different radar. We'll be looking at these storms as they cross the Tennessee River, and decisions will be made then based on our area.
So let's reset the new watch. If you remember, there was a tornado watch issued early tonight, and it extended till midnight. And if you went to bed, there's a new tornado watch that's effective until 6 a.m. and it's for this line that's coming in, and it's a pretty big area. It goes up from northwest Alabama, up into northern Mississippi, and into up through Middle Tennessee and into eastern central Kentucky. And it says SPC says there'll be in that large area, somewhere in that large area, they think a few tornadoes are likely, and a couple of intense tornadoes may be likely. Unfortunately, that might be those storms that are to our southwest, the kind of things that they're referring to. But we also could get some straight line wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour in this area that we're in. And then we also are looking at large hail, which could be 1.5 inches. We already saw some large hail earlier in Middle Tennessee this evening. And this line could definitely bring a lot of large hail. So all that, I know a lot of y'all are asking, a lot of the hazards are there for us. And, you know, the concern is that we'll get a tornado, especially here, before this line clears out. Now, the other thing I need to say, and I'll hand it back to Andrew, some of the model data has this line coming over Nashville, Davidson County, and part of Williamson County, and then just stopping. And if that happens, we're not only going to have to sit here and kind of wait for it to wring itself out of the severe weather ingredients, which might take a while, but flooding will become a big concern. I was looking at some of the model data before we came online, and it looked like we could get 2, 3, 4 inches very quickly. Not everybody in Davidson and Williamson counties would, but a small area of our counties could see that much water. So when you're waking up tomorrow, we might be dealing with flooding. So all hazards are here, and we'll just get through it together. Andrew?
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. We've had long nights before. This is going to be right up there on our long night list. But one second. Okay.
Was that your dog?
No, that was
Child?
a midnight cup of coffee doing weird things to me. If you really want to know.
Ooh, nice. A biologic.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
It's already gone off the rails. It usually happens at the end. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning.
It's after
along
midnight,
and north
guys.
of. I know, but
we have to keep our composure.
Everybody's asking how this is moving. It's moving very slowly.
It is. Let me put this in motion here real quick.
Yeah. And it's kind of like an escalator. The stairs are moving, but the escalator itself stays in the same spot. And that's kind of the best analogy for this. Eventually, the escalator, we think, will move over some part of Nashville and some part of Williamson County and then just stop. But the stairs will keep running. The Weather Service calls it training, where it's like you lay down tracks, and the idea is that the water is coming on the train tracks in the cars that are running on the tracks and causing flooding. But before that happens, we got to worry about tornadoes. And there's been another warning issued there downstream. They're right up to the river with the pretty pronounced circulation aloft at 8,000 feet, which is a pretty good indicator that it would make sense. The environment is still conducive for tornadoes, and that's why our tornado watches run until 6 a.m. A lot of you are asking, will it be bad here? Will it be bad there? We're not sure, but now another tornado warning has just been issued that runs up to Centerville, just south of Waverly, Andrew. It's not yet populated on your map there.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and move this on into the Nashville forecast area, which again starts at the Tennessee River. So they're sort of taking a handoff from Memphis, and they're going ahead and putting the going ahead and issuing the warning, tornado warning there for southwest of us, down to Hickman, Humphreys, and Decatur, counties. And new tornado warning down there. So this is something for us to watch here in our two counties, because naturally we're downstream of this. And it looks like some of these warnings are about to clear, some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That'll simplify our map just a little bit. So they'll be gone here in the next 20 seconds or so. We'll see several of these disappear. So that'll be good, and just kind of clear things up a little bit. But what we've got right now is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Davidson County, and that expires in 30 minutes. So that goes away here at about 1 o'clock. And then down to our southwest, really the next storm we have to worry about is this one down here crossing the Tennessee River now, moving into Decatur County. Perry County, and then eventually Hickman County, and Humphreys, and then Dixon, and then us. So we'll see how it holds together. Let's see if we had to put some ETAs on it. If we just had to, let's maybe guess 125 for Fairview, maybe 150 for downtown Nashville. So there's just some, just some rough ideas.
Leave that up
there.
for a second, please, Andrew.
Yeah, sure. There you go.
I'm drawing, and it's late, and my art isn't as good as it usually is.
At 12:30.
Yeah. Okay.
New tornado warning up in Kentucky too. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's just we still have a pretty volatile atmosphere out there.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
Got it? Sure. Yeah, so about 125 for Fairview, about 150, I think we said, for downtown Nashville. So again, we got a little time. We got some time, and the storm has a lot of time to, behave itself. So we'll see if that changes at all. It looks like they're extending the warning. Memphis is back there on this storm near Selmer, and they're going to bring it right on up to the Tennessee River with a big old tornado warning down there. So, a lot to watch. All right, let's do a little reminder here. Since we've got tornado warnings to our southwest, let's do a couple of reminders about what we ought to do to handle this situation. One is you may have family that's asleep, and you're sort of up watching this thing. Have a plan for them and can get them to a safe place. Hang on one second. Hey, David, would you mind taking it just a second? I've got to go let one of our animals in that I didn't realize was outside.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. What we
or
were
somebody,
doing,
I don't care who.
No, I've got it. We were just looking at doing an ETA list for this tornado warns storm that is pretty far away from us.
Savannah?
Yeah, well, no, not the one in Savannah, the one that's east of Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
and I'm putting them up on our socials. We're on, as most of y'all know, we're on Twitter and Blue Sky and Threads, and Graham is doing Instagram. But there's the storm that you see in the purple boxes. Y'all might be wondering what the difference is in the boxes. The yellow box is for large hail and strong straight line winds that are not tornado. The red one is for tornadoes, and then the purple ones. Oh, did we lose sound? Okay, we're cutting out for some reason. All right,
I hear you.
Andrew back.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me.
Well, the chat is saying that we have audio issues.
Yeah,
Okay, some people sound just fine. Anyway, the purple ones are there's some confidence that there is a tornado occurring either by a spotter or by the radar confirming with a debris signature that a tornado is for sure occurring. All of those different tornado boxes should be respected because radar can only tell us some things, but sometimes it does give us a definitive clue, and that's when the Weather Service will turn it purple for us. But that storm that's purple down there has a long way to go before it can get to us, and hopefully it'll nerf before it does. So that's the explanation for all of the many colors. They should be standardized, but they're not. Yeah, if y'all refresh, if you're having sound issues, go ahead and refresh it. That should help.
If you're having sound problems, I feel bad for you, son.
Yeah, that's right. Andrew's got he's got a lot of animals at his place, and some of the animals have natural predators that like to come up to his property.
It's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, natural predators. So, yeah. Did you get the furry critter in, Andrew?
Yes, this was our cat. Our poor cat was standing at the window hollering at me, and out of the goodness of my heart, decided to let her in. So, yeah, nothing much change here. Not really a fan of all that going on southwest of us.
No, I'm not either. I'm just glad it's not moving 70 miles an hour at us.
Yeah.
There's a new mesoscale precipitation discussion talking about how much rain they're concerned we're going to get. Looks at the Weather Prediction Center, which does rainfall, different from the Storm Prediction Center. Says that they're looking at a consensus of the latest high-res models at an additional 2 to 5 inches of rainfall appears likely across portions of North Mississippi into West and Middle Tennessee. And a lot of those areas to our west have already gotten a lot of heavy rain, so that is not welcome news.
Yeah.
We think this might develop into a flood threat after we get done with the severe threat.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll have to be watched. We've talked about that for quite a while. That's something we're going to have to see how it evolves. Severe thunderstorm warning off to our covers basically I-40 to the north till 1 a.m. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible up there. Still seeing some indications of hail up there and strong winds. So that warning continues, and that, if we had to throw some ETAs on there, might look something like this. Jolton here pretty soon. The next few minutes. Baker's here pretty soon as well. Goodlettsville about 12:45. The Good Pasture Christian School area, they're around Due West Avenue, about 12:50. Madison about the same. So, yeah, strong winds coming through up there in northern Davidson County.
Looks like the lightning activity's diminished a little bit and has gone a little bit north of Davidson County, which is good.
Yeah, let me show you this though. This is interesting. Again, we're talking about these strikes. Some of these strikes have been hitting way out ahead of the storm. Look here, If somebody around Leapers Fork might confirm for us that this actually did indeed happen. This is a cloud to ground strike right out near Leapers Fork in the past 5 minutes. And that'd be pretty wild. I mean, outside of any rain, just a random lightning strike in your backyard. So that could have happened. Lightning data is pretty sure about it. But we've been seeing that. We've seen that happen all night. We've had random lightning strikes that have hit out. I mean, the storms were back here in Stewart and Montgomery County. We had strikes hitting out here close to town. So pretty remarkable. A lot of energy with this thing. So the tops of these storms, the anvils of these storms, literally the tops of them are sort of blowing off this direction. So you have a lot of charged particles, a lot of charged energy that are literally have been above our heads for hours, and you get these another lightning strike just down in Williamson County. Another one right there. David, you heard any thunder down there?
Yeah. Though my ear that works heard it.
Yeah.
The other one does not work and will not hear it.
Well, yeah. So it looks like those lightning strikes are for real down there in Williamson County. It wouldn't. I've been watching the Gallatin camera, and there have been strikes hitting way, 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 way outside the rain. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I noticed that in England they say bolt from the blue, and we say out the blue.
I've heard that term.
I've heard that the idea is that it could be like blue skies over your head, and a thunderstorm anvil from 30 miles away can hit. That's one of the few things that's not like the classic old wives' tales or whatever Grandpa used to call them. That stuff happens. So we're getting some questions about the boxes, Andrew. What the boxes mean? We got yellow ones and red ones and purple ones. We can go back over that again.
Yeah, let's look at it. So the one we've got here locally, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This yellow box, yellow polygon, it says severe thunderstorm warning. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, so about quarter-size hail. The red boxes are tornado warnings. These are radar-indicated rotation tornado warnings. So hasn't been confirmation on the ground, hasn't been debris lofted into the sky to where radar can pick that up. This is radar-indicated rotation. Those are those red polygons. The one that's not flashing here, the purple one that's not flashing, is a tornado warning where it has been reported. So storm spotters have confirmed the tornado, or the tornado is confirmed of some sort. Now, this purple one that's flashing here, that's a little bit different. This is a tornado that has been observed, and let's read that one. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Selmer, moving northeast at 50. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Weather spotters report a tornado there. So they've confirmed that it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado is what they are saying there. They have reason to believe that this tornado is especially dangerous down there near Selmer. All right, so that's right there. So, again, that warning there goes. So the different polygons, it just helps us at a glance to be able to just look at the map, and our eyes immediately go to the warnings that are confirmed and the ones, that stand out as maybe more serious in that moment. That's basically what they're for. And they kind of give us a good idea. Without having to read a bunch of text, we can sort of, based on a color code, we can know what we're dealing with out there. Still very curious to know what the Nashville National Weather Service is going to do with these things as they move into their area. So, of course, we've got one storm that is moving in. Let's go over to a different radar software here so we can look at velocities a little better. And yeah, still some pretty good rotation back there around Humphreys County, right there along I-40, right on I-40, really. But again, radar beam's kind of high up there. We're looking at like 7,000 feet. So we're way off the ground there. 7,000 feet showing that rotation there. So we're really kind of looking in the mid-levels of the storm. Not really going to get a great view of it that way, but it is what it is. And some rotation there for sure. There in Humphreys County. So there's that tornado warning there. So as that gets closer, we'll get a little bit better idea of how the storm's behaving. As the radar beam gets a little lower, we'll get to see lower levels of that storm as it gets closer to Dixon County. That will help a lot. And they'll make decisions accordingly on what to do with that warning.
I see a lot of people complaining about the audio in chat, and it seems like maybe a restart is fixing it for people, but
Really?
yeah, it's saying our audio's cutting out, and I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, or just leaving it and coming back is fixing it. We don't see it on our end, so this is the first I've heard of it, but everybody says that it's not affecting everybody, Andrew. Just a few people, and we're sorry that that's happening, but we think that will fix it if you just refresh or restart.
Yeah, that's as I'm looking into it too. Yeah, it's working good on our end, and some people are saying it's YouTube and not us. So that's helpful to know. So just restart YouTube, see if that's any better. Severe thunderstorm warning continues up here in northern Davidson County. Let's look at velocities there. What do we say? Looks like there could be some strong velocities back in the rain back here around, let's see, Highway 49 that goes from Charlotte up to Ashland City. Yeah. Coming into Cheatham County, could be another area of strong wind there. Those have tended to disappear as they get closer to the radar. We'll see if that one does. But it could be strong over there in Cheatham County. Maybe affect areas like Joelton here in a little bit.
There's a new mesoscale discussion that has come up about and it looks like it's referring to those two cells that are tornado warned to our southwest.
Yeah, right here. Here it is.
I'll read this to you. This is from Storm Prediction Center a few minutes ago. It says that two intense supercells with confirmed tornado debris signatures are ongoing across portions of that area. It's occurring with low-level jet that's intense, storm relative helicity that's intense, with effective significant tornado parameter years 2 to 4, which is a pretty big number. It says these supercells within the current environment, coupled with radar trends, suggest a strong tornado risk will persist downstream for the next 1 to 2 hours. So that's an alarming forecast for those two cells down that way. That's
big TDS on that Selmer storm.
Yeah. So what it's referring to is not that one that's closest to us. It's not referring to that red boxed one that Andrew's going to. It's referring to the purple box one near Selmer, and then the other purple box one in northern Mississippi near Holly Springs. Those are large destructive tornadoes that are ongoing. That is a classic horrible supercell.
Sure
So
is. Look at that.
if you've got friends
Delicious.
in let's go downstream of that one. If you have friends in friends and family in Adamsville, Andrew, let's zoom in a little bit on that thing. In Adamsville, I can't really read that. What is that? Milledgeville. Yeah,
let me
up in that
let me get
area.
our different graphics here so we can look at it
Yeah,
a little better.
let's do that. That's a really big storm. Andrew's turning on the Memphis weather radar, the Memphis radar, to show it. But that is a classic hook supercell.
Yeah, that's a debris. That's the debris signal. That's a debris ball, is what that is.
Yeah, it's a. What it means is the radar can detect when things are sucked up aloft and are different from each other. And so when everything is the same, it says, hey, this is all the same. It's all rain. Rain will fall flat like pancakes. When it's debris, when it's trees, leaves, whatever, insulation, it will, on a correlation coefficient, turn blue. And that's what that's done there. This is, of course, Andrew doesn't have it on correlation coefficient there, but that's the hook part where the debris ball is. And that storm looks like it's moving towards Adamsville. These are the things we're worried about tonight. This is an ongoing, continuing tornado outbreak. It produced massive tornadoes in eastern Arkansas earlier today and this evening, and even up into Kentucky and in Illinois, Indiana. But this is a scary situation for those folks down there. It's pretty far away from us, and there's no guarantee it's going to get to us. But that line is still yet to kind of lean in. And so that's why if you're kind of dozing back, just please make sure you have a way to get a warning so that wakes you back up.
Gracious, that went right through the middle of Selmer.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my goodness, that went right through the middle of town.
That's a sickening view, y'all.
This was, all right. So there's Selmer. There's the, remember, this is a debris ball right here. Now watch it right when it goes through Selmer, right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's stronger right after it crosses through town. That went right through town. Man,
yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it did so at 12:45 a.m.
And so the reason we're focusing on a storm that is, real far away from us, especially for you guys in the chat, is because that is a storm that is, Andrew, if you'll zoom out, that is a storm that is got its eyes set on Williamson County. So concerning that a storm capable of producing a tornado would get anywhere near us, obviously super concerned about that, right? And so that's why we're focusing attention on storms that are outside our area. Just a glimpse to what the future might hold.
I went up the radar on that one. It looked like the debris lofted to 24.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, so debris lofted, meaning that as that tornado goes through the area and picks up sticks, twigs, shingles, whatever it encountered, it is bringing it way high up into the air, signifying that it is a very powerful storm.
So, yeah, if it were to continue, it looked like it would make it. It could make it into Williamson County. That is speculation at this point. There's certain we're 100 miles away from it right now, but these can be long track supercells. Now, the wild card here is if the line itself stalls, we might be okay. So I don't have a pit in my stomach right now, like, oh my God, it's coming to Williams County. But that's why we're up and talking about it. And certainly, we don't hide data from you guys. So, I mean, this is just this will be an historic tornado outbreak. Just in terms of the weather community as a whole.
Overall, yeah, not specifically
overall.
for
not necessarily for us, but for
us,
what it's done to the Mid-South so far, it's already going to qualify.
All
But that lightning is still going on
It
locally
is. I
here.
heard it at my house, man. We have strike out here. Let's see. That's east of Cool Springs. That's
Yeah, I see it.
that's just that's so strange.
Yeah, SPC just put out a graphic that says the corridor of strong tornado potential will persist over the next 1 to 2 hours. They aren't extending that specifically into Williamson County at the time.
Yeah.
So that's encouraging, and we certainly don't want to overstate this threat to us. This isn't about us. This is about the people who are in Selmer, and who are, near Adamsville, north of Savannah, up in that part of southwestern Tennessee. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut up and put this up on our socials here. Stand by.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a rough situation. I hate to see that down there. We'll be probably hearing about that one here around sunrise. So this severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern Davidson County for another 6 minutes or so. Weather Service is saying the velocity with that storm moving through Portland has weakened some, but still could be getting severe wind gusts with it. Another warning being drawn up. So they're drawing up a new warning here that does not include Davidson County. So they'll allow the Davidson County portion of this warning to expire in 5 minutes. And once it goes away, the meat of that storm is going to be pushing through Sumner County and it's going to be moving through up there.
And so our next real imposing storm on the doorstep for Davidson and Williamson County is back west of Dixon, a tornado-warned storm that's just entering an area between Dixon and Centerville. Andrew, I guess the expectation is that if that holds together, that tornado warning could be hopped into our counties.
Yep. Yeah, it could, and we'll just have to see how that evolves. Let's go down and look at that. We haven't looked at that one in a while. Let's look at that storm specifically. What they initially issued the warning on was this part of the rotation around Bold Spring now in Humphreys County. So yeah, that would eventually have its eyes on Davidson County, but hard to tell. It doesn't look like it's particularly strengthening. There's another area of rotation down there on the radar right around in Perry County that's actually in the southwestern part of that tornado warning right now. If you actually go over here and look on this radar, you can kind of see the swirl in the radar data there. That's an area of rotation we're going to have to watch. It's within the tornado warning right now, but we'll have to see whether they sort of break off and make that a new tornado warning, or if it's even worthy of that at this point. We'll have to see. But definitely an area of rotation that is holding together a little bit. So you got one here near Bold Spring. You got one down here headed toward Lobelville, headed right toward Lobelville actually. And looks like they are issuing a tornado warning on that. So a new tornado warning coming out now for part of Dixon, Hickman, and Humphreys. So they are going to go ahead and issue a new warning that's the northern circulation. So they just issued a new warning for the northern circulation there. And that is right here. You can see the new warning that's been drawn up here. And we'll keep an eye on that because that would be aimed sort of at Nashville, sort of north of 40. So if that holds together, it'll be, again, Davidson County is not under a tornado warning right now, but we're just saying if that holds together, it would be around our area, Belmead around 1:53, Oak Hill around 2 o'clock, downtown Nashville around 2 o'clock, and be coming into Davidson County around 1:45. So just something to watch. Got a little time. But again, we were talking about earlier, hey, what do you need to be doing now? It's possible, like if you're in my situation, my whole family's asleep right now. They're in the house asleep. I'm the only one awake, and but I kind of have a plan in place where if I need to go wake them up, my daughter actually already has her bed made in the bathtub. If y'all saw it, she has her pillow, or her blanket, and her helmet sitting right there in the bathtub. So we're ready to go. If I need to wake them up, I can wake them up real quick, as I had to do Sunday night, and we have that plan. So if you're in that situation, have your plan ready. And if this moves on in here and doesn't cool off, and it keeps on heading this way, be ready to move your family or yourself or whoever you're taking care of tonight. And that's about it. We're just gonna wait. So just have your plan ready. So it looks like this southwestern tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. We'll see if it goes away. Yeah, so the only tornado warning in effect currently is this one they just issued.
Haven't seen any hail reports yet with this storm, but we usually don't get hail reports in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
That said, there could be some small hail with it. It looks like the bigger hailers are further off to our southwest.
So this this tornado warning down there in Humphreys County is for this rotation right there.
Yep.
Right there. And it's moving northeast. There's another area of rotation down here near Lobelville that we're having to watch. There's no tornado warning with it at the moment, but we're going to have to watch that, see if it wraps up. The atmosphere's not done yet.
It might need one because you see the inflow starting to wrap into it from Linden. That might be the next one.
Yeah.
So the moral of the story is, if you're in Davidson, Williamson counties, that we may end up with a tornado warning here pretty soon. So not soon, but in the next hour or half hour or so.
Which goes right along with what Andrew said. Right now's the time to make those preparations in your house. This isn't the time to get everybody woken up and moved, but it's the time to know where you're going to move them and make sure you're ready when they get there.
Yeah, and it's really a luxury to have that time available. We sometimes don't. We get these what we call QLCS tornadoes, where it's a solid line of storms, and we have a tornado that develops in about 2.5 minutes, and then it disappears. And this is not one of those. We sort of, as we said the other night, these storms, they sort of sit and marinate for a while, and you can kind of see them getting their act together. And you got a little time to think about them this far, back to the west, and eventually they may produce a tornado eventually. And this is kind of that situation. And so we got a little time to think about it, but once it's time to act, you got to do it quickly. It's just we're able to see them back to the west and get an idea for what they might do once they get here. So that's as we said the other night, I hate to use the word, but the advantage of this type of system is we see it coming. But there are a lot of reasons why I don't like it, for sure. Obviously. Yeah, I think you're right, David. That's starting to wrap some inflow in there. That one might,
Yeah, it's got some work to do, but
yeah.
it's also kind of on that beam path that sometimes blows out false signatures too. So we just have to watch it and see. I mean, the Weather Service knows all about it. They know what they're doing, obviously. Just got to give it some time.
So if that area of rotation that currently has the tornado warning with it back in Humphreys County, if it kind of continues, and again, that's been the big if tonight, is all this going to continue, or is it going to sort of stall out, fizzle out eventually? If it continues at the same speed, it would put it into Davidson County at about 145, and possibly into the downtown area about 2. And areas up in same for areas up in northern Davidson County. So that's again if it holds together.
Andrew, go to your 4-panel. Are we seeing an NROT spike there just west of Dixon?
Mm-hmm. I see one. It's small, but it's there.
Tornado. The radar's got a good look at it too.
Yeah, it's still, it's about 5,000 feet up, but there's a
Yeah.
little bit of an en route spike.
It's
Like
not tight. but,
No, it's not. It's still broad rotation there. That's broad rotation, but there is some hail in there. I can see some hail on the correlation coefficient. So I think coming
So,
into Dixon
yeah.
County, there's some hail with it.
I remember being at a National Weather Association conference, and one of the things that one of the lessons of one of the talks was when your beam is kind of shooting into the mid ranges of the storm, one of the things you always have to consider is your environment,
Yeah.
the things that's going on. And in this environment that has been producing tornadoes for hundreds of miles now, that's that. If you're not sure which way to go, whether to hit the warning or not, ask yourself, am I in a tornado friendly environment? And I think this is a case study in that, which is, well, what else would make sense here other than tornado? So I don't. Yeah, it's just hard to know. Fortunately, it's unclear. The ones we worry about are the ones we look at and go, "That's definitely a tornado." And
Yeah,
here's
the one in
debris.
Selmer a little bit ago was
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
textbook, no doubt about it. Selmer was hit with a tornado. You know that when you see the radar.
yeah.
This is not that, but it is rotating. We know that.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll just kind of have to see how that rotation is pretty broad at the moment.
Also, I'm looking at the some of the satellite water vapor imagery and some of the other imagery, and I mean those you can see the updrafts kind of blossom up, and I mean the tops of those clouds still look pretty cold, which is a pretty clear indication that these things are healthy and still maintaining strength. I've seen a lot of stuff on socials and on the chat here. Is Davidson County okay? Are we out of the? Can Franklin go to bed? The answer is no. The threat really hasn't even started yet for Williamson or Davidson counties, and in fact, we have a tornado warning right on our doorstep. So we're not. This event is beginning; it's not ending.
New tornado warning from the Nashville National Weather Service office. That's going to be down there for Lewis, Hickman, Wayne, and Perry counties, and that's going to be for that storm that, everything we can tell, did significant damage in Selmer. I haven't seen any reports. I'm just going based on what we saw on radar. It looked like it was a significant hit to Selmer, Tennessee, and that storm is now close enough to the Tennessee River where the Nashville office went ahead and picked up from the Memphis office and issued a tornado warning down there. So you can kind of see how they do that. They sort of join the two regions together and kind of make one looking tornado warning there. So this will be let me go back over to reflectivity. This is that supercell here, and it'll cross the Tennessee River here and move into Lewis, Perry, Wayne, and Hickman eventually.
That's not what you want to see.
No.
I mean, that could be a long track supercell. We talked about this half hour ago. That's the kind of storm that can keep a tornado on the ground for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything out ahead of it that's going to take its inflow away. The only question I have is how far is it going to go? Because we're almost all data indicates these things are going to stall out somewhere. And just the question is where. Does it stall out over us? Does it come through us and then stall, which would be awful. So we've got to, unfortunately, this is the worst time for your REM sleep to get interrupted. But I'm just watching it on satellite right now, and it's pretty robust updraft, and that's not what you want to see. Typically at this time of night, the storms lose their power. The heating is gone. All the atmosphere has been soaked up by earlier storms, and that just hasn't happened in this part of our state, and that's what I'm concerned about. But that tornado warning up near Dixon, approaching Dixon, still looks a little broad. But again, like we talked about before, it appears to me, Andrew and Will, like it's the beam's still shooting pretty high into it, and it could be doing lots of weird things. You got a couple of those areas of red, right, where the red or the wind is moving away from the radar. So and then you got that little sharp delineation there, but I don't see any debris in there at all. And again, I wouldn't expect to see any debris even if there was a tornado, because the beam is still pretty high. So but that purple box is concerning down there as it gets a little bit closer to Wilco.
Yeah, still seeing actually there's, I mean, gracious. There is, I mean, I'm looking at the Nashville. This is the Nashville radar down here.
I'm looking at it too. I mean,
that's a debris signature.
It's debris.
Yep.
Debris signature at 12,000 feet. I remember that's coming off the Nashville radar. That is still a confirmed tornado.
Looks like it's heading between, what is it? I don't know how to say that. Saltillo, and Sardis. Looks like that's where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, that still looks like a big tornado to me.
That's a long track supercell tornado. They call it, the Weather Service in Memphis has called it a particularly dangerous situation, which of course it is. If you've got friends in Saltillo, that tornado's there right now, between there and Sardis, right along State Highway 104. And it's heading kind of in the general direction of Linden, I would say. And we really need this thing to lift, because that is bad news.
Yeah.
Looks to be some decent inflow on that storm that just kind of went through Lobelville,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call, Graham.
Yeah, so all these storms lining up to our west, the anticipation there, the expectation is they're going to stay together as they cross our borders into our counties, which would stretch from the very northern parts of Davidson County, certainly down to 840, and then back behind that, a significant storm that is poised to enter southwestern Williamson County. So all things we need to keep an eye on. Starting to see some hail markers show up on that storm south of Dixon. Looks like the rotation is kind of broadened out there a little bit, Andrew.
Yeah. It seems almost like we've sort of gone back to the old supercell model here.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to get into a line situation there, which I would have preferred, but this it seems like we're starting to get back into our individual cells, which is kind of like what we had earlier yesterday, I guess I should say. And these individual supercells are the ones that cause problems, particularly with long track tornadoes, and that's not what we want to see. So yeah, that's something for us to watch. We've got some time. This is not anything that's on top of us yet, but it's close enough that we want to keep an eye on it.
The timing I'm looking at for that supercell that we've been talking about, the one inside the purple box there, is going to be not to the border of the Williams County, Hickman County line until about 2:30 a.m.
Yeesh.
So that's plenty of time for this thing to hopefully nerf or peter or whatever kind of phrase you want to use for this thing to stop doing what it's doing. Because if it gets here, it's going to be a problem. So let's hope that does not happen.
Glad I had some coffee.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm awake now. In the chat, should we wake our kids? Should we move them? Great question. The answer is no. If we do get a tornado warning for either one of our counties, absolutely, we'll let you know. But right now, just something we're monitoring. Be prepared to move them, but it's not time to pull the trigger on that yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so we mentioned this. I feel like I'm sort of repeating Sunday night, but I guess we should. One of the most important things you can do over the next little bit is to figure out where you are. And I know that sounds completely basic and routine.
You're so basic.
But figure out where you are. If you don't know where you are on a map, yeah, that's all right. But tonight you want to find out. So we're going to help you figure out where you are on a map. So open your Google Maps or whatever you got on your phone, whatever you want to open, and just hit the GPS button and figure out where you are. Figure out what communities are around you. So, like if you're in Davidson and Williamson counties, are you near Bellevue or Grassland or Brentwood or West Haven? I don't know. Just pick out where you are. And so, because this exact thing happened on Sunday night, all right? So we sort of talked about, hey, figure out where you are. Well, then we got a tornado warning on Sunday evening for Western Williamson County. And so we were calling out places just left and right, just trying to call out locations. And I know that can be just difficult to take in if you don't know where you are. And so one of the most important things you can do over the next few minutes is to figure out where you are. And that way so that when a polygon is issued, see these squares and rectangles and weird shapes, this is how warnings are going to come out for us, all right? So if these storms hold together, these polygons are going to look very similar up here. Hopefully they don't. But if they do, you're going to want to know whether you're inside it or whether you're outside it. If you're outside it, it makes all the difference. If you're inside it, then you definitely want to take action. So that's how all this works, and you just need to know where you are in order to figure out whether you're inside or outside it, all right? So just take a moment, do that. Even if you need to hop off of here, go do that, and then come back. But just whatever you do, figure out where you are. And because that could come in very, very handy over the next few hours. Flash flood warnings starting to line up as well, guys. Talking about the narrative of the rain. Look at all these green flash flood warnings up there. So flash flood warnings lining up as this rain moves in and moves through. Those flash flood warnings are starting to line up as well.
Yeah, I was just going through the last 30 minutes of radar data on this storm that's tornado warned just to our west now. Definitely is broadened out, and if you go up the storm, I mean, there's definitely a lot of energy up there, but it just doesn't look as tight as it was before, and it could be doing what the storms did on Sunday night, which was cycle, which means it would. The idea is at the bottom of the, like if you're pedaling at the bottom of the pedal, that's when the tornado hits, and so it would just go in. I don't know. That's probably not the best analogy, but the idea is it comes and it goes. It drops, it lifts, it drops, it lifts. But Will was right. That we were getting a good look at it on radar, and I was hoping it would get into TBNA's range here. And it looks like it has, but there's some what's called range folding and other issues in here, which is common for that radar. But point is, I don't see much alarming for that storm just yet, but it is not at all comforting. And if that tornado warning is to get extended, it would likely include, Riverwalk, Bells Bend, Jolton, that area. But the Weather Service will have to make a decision here pretty soon, as that storm kind of right now is over Dixon, as to whether or not they want to continue the tornado warning coming into Nashville, Cheatham County into Nashville. But man, that storm down to its southwest, the one that we're worried about, just continues to rock and roll.
Got a NROT spike on the storm that's not warned, that we've been watching as well, west of Nunnally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what that is that it's that range. It's that weird thing that the radar does there, Graham.
Yeah.
And that's the other
also
thing that
an
makes it
area-
hard.
That's also
Yeah.
that's an area of inflow out there as well. That's not
Yeah.
in the precip as much.
But there definitely is an NROT spike there.
yeah,
But it looks like it's hit the.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It has to. This is a whole lot of radar nerd meteorology, but sometimes the radar beam hits some of the buildings downtown and does some weird bouncing stuff, and can sometimes trick the radar into saying something's there that isn't. But man, the rest of that structure around there looks pretty. I mean, these things are definitely spinning. The question is, are they producing tornado? And just as we say that, if you look just a little bit further over from where that spike was, Graham, just what you were saying, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like the radar just tried to resolve it. Even kind of looks like a little BWER or bounded weak echo region on the hook side of that thing. But
so I'll tell you, let me get your opinion on this, guys.
it's crazy.
It looks to me like this storm down here that's about to cross the Tennessee River, and my weather radio is going off. Looks like we got ourselves another warning here. We'll catch it in a second. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll catch it in a second.
Yeah.
But this down here, this is that storm down in crossing the Tennessee River. All right, here's the velocity signature there.
Mm-hmm.
But the CC drop is way back there. I'll tell you what I think that's a 3-body scatter spike. That's what I think that is.
Are you looking at it on
that
OHS?
that CC doesn't line up with the velocities.
Try it on Memphis.
Well, we got a new warning, guys.
Yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for that Selcom. It looks
Yeah.
like they're going to replace the tornado with a severe thunderstorm warning.
That's a good call.
I'm just curious about this thing down here.
So, new
Yeah,
severe
that's-
thunderstorm warning covers western Davidson County and far western Williamson County.
Yep, and that's for straight line winds.
Yeah.
The tornado warning that was in Dixon, Hickman, and Humphreys counties has expired because the rotation, as we were talking about before, has broadened. So if you woke up and you saw, hey, there's a tornado warning that looks like might come into Nashville, that storm is not warned anymore for tornado. The only currently tornado warned storm that we're concerned about is the one that's, and Andrew's radar hasn't updated yet, but it will here in a second, are the purple ones that are to our southwest.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing debris being lofted like I was earlier.
I'm not either.
That's the drop in the CC there was actually it's related to a hail signature. So like that, this right here east of Sardis. That's well,
Yeah.
let me go back here. Yeah, that east of Sardis is not debris. That's a 3-body scatter spike is what it's called. But
But man, I don't know. That thing could still be tornadoing underneath it.
100%.
Yeah.
It's in a bad spot for the radar, too.
Yeah.
Well, it would have to be lofting debris to over 10,000 feet to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you could even turn on Huntsville, but that's probably going to give you just as messy a
Just as
presentation.
far, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Hardin County and Decatur County are some of the that's a tough spot for radar coverage for sure. So we're not going to get a whole lot out of that. But let's go back to this severe thunderstorm warning in Davidson and Williamson. So yeah, this is in effect until 2 a.m. And this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And let's go look at some velocities just to see what's going on here. It's a pretty classic supercell structure, actually. Does have a little bit of rotation down there, right around Burns, coming into White Bluff, just a little bit. It's not tight. It's kind of broad. So severe thunderstorm warning is going to include areas like downtown Nashville all the way up to Joelton and all the way over toward Goodlettsville and then down toward Fairview, Bellevue. And that's going to be for straight line winds, 60 mile per hour, and quarter size hail. So what we're going to watch is we're going to watch this storm carefully to see if it decides to wrap up again. So we would not want that. But if it does do that, then we're going to have to. In other words, what we've been talking about is having everything prepared where you are. So just in case this thing were to wrap up again, it wouldn't surprise me if it did. So just kind of have everything ready to go in case you need to move to your safe place. But for now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson and Williamson counties. And that would put the storm around downtown Nashville at about 2 a.m. And still the western sides of Davidson County about 145, the strongest part of it.
It's headed straight for Jolton. Always Jolton.
Always Joel.
No, Davidson County is not good to go to sleep. Nobody is good to go to sleep, right? So if you're wondering, is it coming towards me? Are we okay to go to sleep? Yes, all of this is coming towards our two counties in some place, in some way or another. And no, if you're up because you're worried about the storms, you're going to be up for another hour, right? At least before all this stuff comes through.
Yeah, stay up with it. Now, it doesn't mean you have to wake everybody up in your house right now, but it's it's kind of like having a designated driver, right? Have somebody that can get good information here, and if you're listening to us, that person is probably you. So just kind of be ready in case you need to move. Just in case.
No, your crawl space is not a safe place to shelter.
And the reason for that is your house is probably not securely attached to the foundation. And studies have shown in tornado outbreaks that what happens is the house shifts and then collapses inside the crawl space. I went to a talk at the National Weather Association on that topic, and there was lots of horrible stories of people who, had they just stayed in their house in their interior room, would have survived, but they were killed because they went to the crawl space.
Yeah.
So everybody's house is built differently. What we're talking about as a crawl space is basically underneath your floor, where your house sits with a foundation, kind of
Yeah.
sits on a
That's
triangle
a
or
good way to
a
get
rectangle.
good way to get squished.
Yeah.
Look at all that lightning, Andrew, on that storm coming out of Dixon.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't particularly like the look of those storms. Just glancing at them, they're definitely supercell structures, and I just don't trust them. You know, so no tornado warnings on them currently. We're gonna keep an eye on them and see if they do wrap up. But they're definitely rotating. I can see that. We can see that with radar. They're rotating, but they are not rotating tight enough, strong enough to produce a tornado at this point. But that will serve to keep hail sizes up. Decent hail falling with this storm, and really both of them, Hitman County and Dixon County. Some decent hail cores with those, especially the one over northern Hitman County. Actually, that's a very, very decent hail core. Might not be bigger than quarters, but it might be a lot of it in that storm in northern Hitman County. So all of that's moving our direction, but especially that particular one here has a pretty decent, actually looks like it's getting a little stronger. So, these storms will pulse. They'll get a little stronger. They'll slack off a little bit, and they'll get stronger again. And then it's just kind of the nature of the way they work.
So what you want to do is you want to get to the lowest level. If we get a tornado warning, you want to get to the lowest level interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you've got a garage, make sure the garage door is closed. Garage doors are usually the first thing to come off in a big storm like that. Put your shoes on and find a helmet if you can and put that on. If you feel like a goober when you do it, but it really is valuable. It takes 5 seconds to put it on, and it might save you. So again, that all assumes we get a tornado warning. I don't know that we will. I hope that we do not. But Andrew's right. We've got. I mean, these are all. This isn't a line anymore, guys. This is a line of supercells,
Right,
that has developed. And I was just looking at some of the Storm Prediction Center's what they call their mesoscale data, which is a kind of an estimate of what the atmosphere is doing. And it's a cool little tool. And we've got plenty of storm fuel. We have plenty of twist in the atmosphere. There's plenty of upper level support for rotating updrafts to cause tornadoes. We're under a tornado watch till 6 a.m. These are the storm. This is the main event that's incoming here, and it's going to be here. If you just woken up, it's going to be here for at least the next couple of hours. I wish that wasn't true, but it is. So even I was tweeting about this several hours ago now about the LCL levels. Those have even come down a little bit, which is not a good sign.
Can you mention what that is? We had a lot of questions about what LCL.
Yeah, LCLs. It stands for lowest condensation level. It's basically the point at which the cloud starts. So if I've got my ground here and the cloud starts up here, that's a high LCL level. And it's now, for a tornado to happen, I got to have an updraft to go all that way up. But if my LCL levels are lower, then the tornado doesn't have to work as hard to form, to connect its base to the ground. That is a very basic way to explain it. And the studies show in what environments do tornadoes form versus not. And one of them has to do with how high the cloud base is. Is the LCL level high or is it low? The good news is the LCL levels aren't very low, which is great. If they were lower, I'd be a little bit more concerned, but they have come down and they are within the range of uh, not likely, but tornado supportive environment here. So even the LCL levels are cooperating with a potential tornadic storm development. And I've just storm tracked that supercell out in the purple box just over Will's head on your screen. And that would put it into Williamson County right around 2:30. And I'm talking about the tornadic part of that storm. The actual part of the storm would come in about 2:15.
Andrew, if you switch to Memphis, go downstream of that.
Yeah, that's another big bad north of Holly Springs.
Yeah.
It's a tornado emergency down there.
Yeah.
It's a tornado emergency for Grand Junction, Tennessee. If you've got family in Grand Junction, Tennessee, wake them up.
Or Bolivar, Selmer again. Looks like it's
Bolivar. I got
Bolivar,
corrected on
yeah.
that one time.
Oh.
Yeah,
what did I say? Bolivar?
you said Bolivar.
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 That's why I don't live in West Tennessee.
That has a pretty
I've been
BDS on it.
Yeah, that thing's a nasty little bugger.
I mean, this is
And so the reason we're covering these storms so far out of the area we typically cover is because, eventually it looks like these storms are to some extent staying together or at least cycling up and down and heading our way. Marty
this
wants
is-
to...
this is also an historic event. It's rare that we get an atmosphere like this, with everything coming together for tornadic storms. So that's why we're talking about it. God knows we'd all rather be sleeping. Yeah. So anyway, as these storms get a little bit closer to us, we'll be able to see them better on the radar and have a better idea of what's actually happening on the ground. The problem with that big supercell down it's kind of near Linden is our radar's hitting it at 8,700 feet up. So the closer it gets to us, the lower we'll be able to see what's going on, and the more information we'll have about whether or not there's really a tornado there. If so, how big and how strong is it? But from all indications here in this environment, it's very likely an ongoing tornado. It's just in a little bit of a low coverage area on the radar network that we've got.
So it looks like severe thunderstorm coming out of Dixon, now moving into Kingston Springs, just north of Fairview. Behind or beyond that, rather, the northern parts of Bellevue, Bells Bend, and then on into town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like the main hill core is kind of holding together there. What have I done? There we go. Southern Dixon County, right there in those purples. That's kind of been a really good indication today of where the hail core is. In fact, I can switch over here to our CC. This is also what we use to detect debris in a tornadic storm, just because of the principle of how this radar product works. But definitely a hail core there, hail likely reaching the ground. South of Dixon, right there on the Dixon-Hickman County line, right there in those purples and reds. Probably could be quarter size, probably smaller than quarter size at this point, but possibly a lot of hail, quite a bit of it.
Yep.
Still not seeing much in the way of tight rotation. Again, no tornado warning on these storms.
Yeah, I was just looking at
Nashville.
TBNA, Andrew. It looks like it's kind of bowing near Fairview, from Fairview to Kingston Springs.
Yeah.
And the winds are blowing 45 miles an hour, which is great news. That's not very strong. So that's usually when the supercell when it kind of bows out, it's an indication that the winds behind it are kind of pushing the storm and punching it out, and so it's doing a little bit more of a straight line wind thing rather than a tornado thing.
Right in there.
So yeah, right there, right where Andrew drew, that's what I'm talking about. Looks like that winds are kind of just blowing in from Dixon and just punching that thing out. That looks like a straight line wind event to me, going into Fairview, Pasquo, eventually into Kingston Springs, Belmead, Riverwalk, those areas. So that's good sign.
Sometimes when that happens, you got to watch this little spot on the north side of that.
Yep.
But no indication yet that that's tightening up. But sometimes when it punches out, we call it the rear flank downdraft. When that comes punching through here, you got to watch for it to tighten up right there. But not seeing any indication of that.
Yeah, that's right. But it's looking a little bit less supercellular at that part of the storm. Now, if you go back towards Wrigley, south of Dixon, you're getting that more supercellular classic structure.
Yeah.
So, and that storm's getting closer to us over by Hohenwald. I don't like it.
Yeah, so NWS says on that storm in Linden, it is still maintaining its strength, showing a tornado debris signature.
Mm-hmm. Which is impressive. I'm getting...
Well, that thing's been dangerous for, 60 miles?
I mean, at least that far. I mean, it's just... There's nothing in its way.
Yeah.
It's got forcing. It's got lift. It's got
all the STP
flow.
It's got all the the only thing I could see happening is, maybe it gets here and we have a higher shear environment and it gets sheared off, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah. Our effective shear is pretty high, but the helicities are kind of perfect for it. We really need this thing to stall out. Which means the idea is that whatever's forcing it forward to just kind of peter out. But this is such a wild environment.
Still have 77 degrees at my house outside at
wild,
at 1:40 in the morning.
That is wild.
70
is mid-August lows.
Yeah. Looks like a new tornado warning coming out for Lewis, Hickman, Perry.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
Yeah, there it is right there. If you guys are having sound issues again, it's fine on our end. May try to refresh your YouTube. We heard that YouTube was having an issue there. If you refresh the stream, it should work for you. We're going off of what people have told us. We haven't encountered it, but give that a shot.
Yeah, we're just sitting here studying. We're not we're not falling asleep. We're sitting here watching this thing.
Could you imagine if they were on, in the chat saying, "Hey guys, wake up, wake up"? We were all just kind of nodded off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The chat saying, hey, these things aren't going rapidly east. No, they are not. They're moving very slowly. In fact, the new tornado warning that was issued just a little bit closer to Williamson County now is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. The tornado itself is moving northeast, not northwest, northeast at 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and track that at 241.41. Stand by here. 241. We have all sorts of cool tracking tools, so that would put this circulation. Let me be cool with the software. That would stick it near Fairview at about 12. I'm sorry, not 12. 240. 240. That's where it would take it. So, and then Andrew's got, he says, it says, Fairview, 244 on Andrews. Spring Hill would be 249, and that would be if it were to turn right a little bit. Close to 3 a.m. Bellevue. Andrew, leave that up there. I'm going to go ahead and shot that and stick it up there. I remember one of the first tornado warnings I did, or me and Will did, frankly, 15 years ago or so, was one like this. And it didn't quite make it. But it was pretty scary, and I don't want to see that happen again, and I'm concerned it's happening. So let's make this the story here. This is the supercell we're watching, and if you think it's just going into Williamson County, it's not. If it makes it all the way to Wilco, it can make it into Nashville. It absolutely can make it into Nashville. So let's be cool. I'm going to stick this up here on X and Twitter and all that good stuff. But it's a particularly dangerous situation. And that is a designation that is reserved for especially dangerous tornadoes, where the confidence is pretty high a tornado is occurring. That said, we are not yet warned for it, and we may not be warned for it. But in case we are, here's the timing that you see on the screen there for Andrew. Andrew, I've got that image. I think you should leave it up, but if you want to change it, you can.
Okay.
Feels like we might be getting a better look at that rotation on that storm now.
Yeah, it's still hooked up. It seems as though these storms to the west of Davidson County are riding some type of boundary. They're taking a very similar path to the severe thunderstorms we had earlier today, kind of holding west a little bit.
Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning for that's going to be Lewis, Hickman, Humphreys, Wayne, and Perry.
That's going to be on the one in Bolivar.
I think it's the one back in. No, that's the storm. It's for the storm that's currently in Parsons.
Oh, okay.
Crosses the Tennessee River.
Okay.
Getting some texts of
The storm was
the situation down in Selmer. A lot going on down there. Like
if you're just joining us, this is the supercell that hit, and we're very sure went right through the middle of town in Selmer, Tennessee, in southwest Tennessee. Lofted debris about 25,000 feet up in the air. and it's awful. And this long track supercells happen. This is one of them, and we just need this thing to nerf out before it gets to. We need it to nerf out now. I don't care where it goes, but for our area in Williamson County, we need it to nerf here pretty soon. And Graham's right. I mean, this thing is, as it gets closer to us, we see more about it. I mean, the NROT spike is there, guys. The gate-to-gate shear is there. If you look at it on GR, that's, I don't see a tornado debris, but that's tornado, guys. That's a tornado.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And that's stronger than we've seen it. And so what's happened is we've only been shooting up at the top of the storm where the rotation's naturally going to be a little bit broader. And as it's getting closer, we're getting a better look at it.
1.7 on NROT.
Yeah, it looks very tight. Anything over than 1 is a concerning score for NROT, the normalized rotation. It's a radar algorithm that says if I have a tornado and I go up, is it all rotating in alliance with each other, which would indicate some sort of tornado? That's what that's telling us, and that's a good score for tornado. So if you know anybody in Linden, that storm has just come through Linden, and it looks like it's going to move probably right through Centerville. If it stays on this path, it's going to come in close to or near Centerville, and then if it gets through Centerville, it looks like it can make it into Fairview. So let's stay awake if you're in Williamson County. And let's be sure that if you're in Western Williamson County, you've got your shoes, you know where you're going, you know where you're going to put your kids and your pets. Because this isn't going to be, I hope not, knock on wood, but this doesn't look like a 2.1 mile long, 100-yard wide tornado that knocks a few trees down. These are strong, destructive tornadoes. Looks like it's even trying to develop a bounded weak echo region too.
So we're watching that storm for sure. We're also keep in mind we got a couple of storms coming into Davidson County now.
Mm-hmm.
Some strong wind gusts possible with those. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for another 9-10 minutes or so. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if warnings just keep getting issued. It's up in Davidson County for these storms that are going to be coming through for a little while. So this polygon will either go away. Let me go to the radar that I'm looking at. This polygon will either go away or be reissued here for Western Davidson County. We'll have to see what happens with that. So that is that's the current situation in Davidson County. What we're watching is this down here coming into Hickman County here in a few minutes. A rather strong storm.
Yeah, that Linden storm is building a vault, it looks like. So if you go up and tilt, a pretty clear definable BWER.
Yeah. So BWER is a bounded weak echo region. It's usually the area of the reflectivity that wraps around the center of the tornado.
Yeah, so here's some ETAs if this thing holds together. And so looks like Spring Hill around 3 a.m. Franklin around 3:10. It'd be around Nolansville around 3:26, 3:25. So we got some time. In those.
Andrew, head check this for me. Just west of Charlotte Pike Walmart. Piece of what looks like, I don't know, 45, 50 mile an hour winds there. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that's for a severe thunderstorm that is moving into western Davidson County Um, it looks like there is some breakthrough for that suspended upper level high wind to get down to the surface level. Radar is only 1,400 feet above the ground right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely some strong winds possible right there around I-40 in Charlotte for sure. Up there around what's that, River Road, I believe.
Yeah. So getting into a populated area. So that's a good time to talk about reports, right? Which is one of the main things that I cover here. So if you see, I know it's late, it's dark out, probably won't see until the morning. But if you do see damage from wind gusts, shingles off, tree limbs down, trees down, power lines down, let us know using hashtag TSpotter. Those reports that we get in go directly to the Weather Service, helps make better warnings downstream. And we're, looks like the last scan, that wind has backed off a little, but if that part of the storm can get wind down to the surface, other parts of the storm might be able to as it continues to work its way eastward. And it's coming into a pretty populated area now.
Yeah, so some strong wind gusts possible up there in Davidson County for sure. That's a concern up there. And let's let this new velocity scan come around. And of course, we're watching that southwest of us. We'll go down there in just a second, take a look at that. Circulation coming into Hickman County. We'll go down there and look at that in just a second. But yeah, some strong wind gusts possible up there around I-40 and Charlotte River Road area for sure. Let's go down and look at this. And that severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, expires in 5 minutes. So we'll see if that disappears. Be nice if it did. We'd like to simplify this map just a little bit. Got here's that circulation down here. This is pretty strong circulation. This is coming into Hickman County, southwestern Hickman County, and definitely something to watch. So as we've been talking about, if you live in Williamson County, you're currently in Williamson County, we've been talking about these plans that we want you to have. So over the next couple of hours, we potentially have a supercell storm coming through Williamson County. If it doesn't fall apart, we could have this supercell come through here. This particular storm, this very same storm, has caused extensive damage in Selmer. Wow. And so we're concerned about it because of what it has done and what it has the power to continue to do if it stays wrapped up. So if you're in Williamson County, we want you to have a plan to quickly get to the lowest level of where you are, your home or wherever you are, lowest level, interior closet or bathroom, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And as we said Sunday, we can do what ifs all day long, but just, you have what you have. And so, just take that advice at face value and use what you have to find a place that if this arrives, which is still a full county away, but if it arrives and it's still rotating to the point to where there could be a tornado in that thing, then you're going to want to move to that safe place and stay there till this thing passes. So this has been a dangerous night, and we don't want to be caught off guard here by the time it gets here. We've had plenty of time to watch this thing move into our area of Middle Tennessee.
NROT down to 2.1.
That's not good. Yeah. This tornado's on the ground. We're getting a good look at it, and we're concerned about it getting into Fairview here. Looks like if we go 45 minutes from now, it's around, I call it 2:35, 2:40 a.m. But
what about a CC drop? I'm not seeing that.
I don't see it, but I also don't know that we'd necessarily see it here.
Yeah, it's also in the shadows.
Well,
I mean, we should if it's
we
lofting it very high.
the radar beam's only at 6,000 feet, so we
Yeah.
should. If there's much of a tornado there, we should be able to see.
I mean, there is
SCC
some
drop.
SECC in there, guys.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we just don't know. The point is, we're going to have a better idea once this gets past Centerville, what's going on. But I think when that happens, we're going to see they're going to have to extend the tornado warning into western Williamson County at least. And that's going to wake everybody up, and we're going to need to get everybody in a safe space. So we just need this thing to fall apart is what we need. Because we're starting to run out of track here. A lot of texts about Vanderbilt. I know Vanderbilt runs they're very concerned about your safety. There's not been a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service there yet, but there may very well be soon. So I think they're trying to wake y'all up to make sure that you're not woken up in the middle of the night. I'm going to mute. I got a text from Hickman County over here. Stand by.
mm-hmm.
So recap: if we do get a tornado warning into the western part of Williamson County, that's when we move to a sheltering posture, right? That's why we've told you guys make sure you have a safe place ready to go in the event that you need to shelter. It's possible that tornado warning could be extended into southwestern parts of Williamson County. Once that tornado warning covers you, that's your cue to go ahead and get into shelter.
So no warnings in effect right now. We can note that for a brief moment here. No warnings in effect for Davidson or Williamson, but we're still watching this thing obviously back to our southwest. So let me turn on our reflectivity here. Storms ongoing. Well, look how brief that time was. New warning coming out for Davidson and Williamson. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for these storms that are ongoing in our two counties currently. So that'll pop up here on our radar in just a second.
So yeah, I see. I see what they're talking about here. There are some sections, Andrew, on velocity scans where we're seeing some 50 knot winds move through kind of that Bellevue, Belmead area. So this is a good warning. This makes a lot of sense.
The Williamson County is about to get a tornado warning, everybody. This is going to be western Williamson County. It's going to be for this tornadic supercell that is near Centerville. So the current warning is severe thunderstorm up in Nashville. It's going to be for straight line winds and hail. But we're about to get a tornado warning here for western Williamson County. It's about to be issued here shortly. I don't know how far it'll go, but if we do the trajectory, it's going to include Fairview. It'll probably include Leapers Fork, Boston, that area. I think they're going to be cautious with waking everybody up, but if they have to, they will. This is a long track tornadic supercell, and this is the real deal. So let's wait till this thing comes out, but it should be up here shortly, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get this up on social media. Andrew?
Yeah, so we'll wait for that to come out here in just a few minutes. I know y'all are. I still see audio issues in here. I don't know why there are audio issues, but if you could, y'all just keep putting in the chat, tell people to refresh the stream. That's all I know to say. Nothing we can do about it here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for those two storms, those two supercells up in Davidson and over into Cheatham County. We're waiting for a tornado warning to come out for this storm through Hickman County. Will probably include parts of Williamson County as well. And let's switch over to different software here. Let's kind of drill down and look at this storm. This is currently over. Hickman County, and there is the new tornado
Considerable
warning
tag.
coming out. And let's see, pretty decent velocities there.
Good use of the considerable tag there.
Yeah, so they're saying here that this is for southwestern Williamson County until 2:45, and a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Centerville, moving northeast at 45. This is a particularly dangerous situation. They're calling this a radar-confirmed tornado. Tornado will be near Centerville at 2:05. So they're saying here that a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornadoes on the ground, protect your life. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And that is for this storm now that is in southwestern or headed for southwestern Williamson County. And so let's take a look at this on radar here. We're going to have a lot of people joining us here. And so let's take a look at it. So here's our velocity data. Blues are going toward the radar, reds are going away. And we're looking for any evidence of debris there. And might be a little bit. So this little area right there is in the area of inflow. So we'll be watching to see if any little areas of debris pop up in there. But this is headed right for Centerville, just right for it. So right for Centerville, and we'll eventually be moving into southwestern Williamson County. So let's talk about kind of who's in and who's out of this warning, who's in and out of this severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, tornado warning. Leapers Fork, Boston, Thompson Station, Spring Hill, the Pinewood Road exit area, Pinewood Road, Natchez Trace, Garrison Springs, Smarden, Fairview. You guys are all included in this warning. And but places like Franklin, you're not included yet, but you might be eventually. So pay attention to it. The Natchez Trace Bridge area, Bellevue, Pasco, Brentwood. You guys, again, Nolensville, you guys are not included yet, but pay attention to this because you might be eventually. So that's what we're looking at right now. And that's for the storm down there just southwest of Centerville, moving into Centerville now. And that's going to be coming through there. And it's going to be very interesting to see. Now, we hate to, just kind of sit back and watch what's going to happen somewhere down there, but we kind of want to hear what happens in Centerville because it's going to go right through there. And we're going to be able to get a good idea of what's on the ground, what's not on the ground, what causes damage, what doesn't cause damage. Ideally, the best case scenario would be that this thing goes right through the middle of Centerville and there's no damage. That would be fantastic. In fact, we would love to know that. So that's the best case scenario here, is that we have no damage in Centerville. In fact, that rotation may have broadened just a smidge on that last scan, but we're gonna have to watch that as it comes through and see exactly what happens with that storm. But here's our tornado warning. You see the polygon here. It's the purple polygon that covers Fairview, Garrison Springs, Spring Hill, Smarden, and the Pinewood Road area, Greenbrier, those rural areas in southwestern Williamson County. Those are the ones that are currently covered by this tornado warning for the storm coming into Centerville right now. So let's just kind of, if you're in that area, if you're in that polygon, go ahead and get into the center part of where you live. There are some mobile homes down there, and if you were in a mobile manufactured home and you're inside that polygon, you've got depending on how far away it is, you've got just enough time. You've got to get to a safe place. And a mobile manufactured home is not a safe place. It's just not. I'll debate that all day long. It's just not a safe place. So if you are able to get to a safe place quickly and you're in a mobile manufactured home, please do it and get there quickly. If you're in a mobile manufactured home and you're not inside the warning yet, but you're downstream of it, go ahead and get to that safe place. So hopefully you have a plan if you're in that situation and a place where you would go if an event like this occurred, and we want you to go ahead and do that plan. So let's see. Let's back out just a little bit. Some of you are asking about specific places that that may not be included here. So you can kind of see based on this map who's included and who's not. So you got like McKay's Mill, Cool Springs, Nolensville, College Grove, Brentwood, Natchez Trace Bridge area. You're not included yet in this warning. You still got a little time. So you're not included in this one quite yet. Let's see here.
Andrew, I just wanted to add that if this thing holds together, and we're praying that it does not, and it stays on its current path, it's going to go very close to Franklin, but it looks like it would get into Cottonwood, Grassland, Fieldstone Farms, then up into like over by Holly Tree Farms and Fountainhead, up by Granny White, and then eventually into Brentwood. That's those areas are not tornado warned right now. But if this continues on, and this thing may turn, and that may not be the case, but it looks like it's it looks like it's hitting Centerville right now. We're efforting to get some information from them about what's going on. It does not look like it's turning into Spring Hill right now, but you need to be up in case it does, because this is a large and destructive tornado that's on the ground. It's a confirmed tornado by radar, and this has a history of producing a tornado all the way back into Selmer and even further into North Mississippi. This is a long track tornadic supercell that has been producing a tornado, if not continuously, it's been cycling through. And when it was back in southwest Tennessee, it was lofting debris 25,000 feet. This is a serious situation. It's absolutely serious. So you need to take it very seriously, especially if you're in Craigfield, Greenbrier, Fairview, Fernvale, Kingfield, Leapers Fork, Garrison Springs, Boston, Beechwood, over by the Natchez Trace Bridge. You're not warned yet, but you're very close to it. Fernvale is in the path of this storm. Let's get up. Let's get the kids up. Let's get their helmets on. Let's get their shoes on. And let's stick them in the closet. This thing will be by you in about 35 to 45 minutes if you're in Southwest Williamson County. You don't have to be up all night. Don't go to bed on this thing. This is a tornado that's on the ground. It's probably a strong tornado. We don't know. We are praying that this thing stalls out. It hasn't stalled yet. So let's be ready. Andrew?
Tornado warning continues here for another 30 minutes. This is for southwestern Williamson County. Again, as David mentioned, Kingfield, Fairview, Craigfield, Boston, Garrison Springs. These in Fairview here, these fairly rural areas of southwestern Williamson County, but it's of course heading into Franklin after that, and then eventually Brentwood, Oak Hill, maybe Nolensville to the east. So we're watching it carefully. We're also looking for signs of debris being lofted in there. We're watching that as well. Certainly a hail possibility with this storm. Still a strong storm. We're looking at hail sizes at least quarter size with this as well. So sort of an all-in-one storm where there are a lot of things possible out of this storm. And so Fairview, Leapers Fork, Boston, Garrison Springs, and eventually Franklin. So you guys heads up. Uh, 1 second.
Yeah, we're just checking some other things here. We are looking for some information from Hickman County, waiting to see if we've got it. Any information about damage. We have people who work over there who know what's going on. We just heard from Hickman County. We haven't heard anything yet from EMA. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not happening. The center of the circulation has just come through Centerville, and we're waiting to hear what, if anything, has happened. We are hoping that this tornado is lifted. We don't think that it has, but we're hoping that it has. So we're all just sitting here waiting to see what is going to happen next. Up in Nashville, I know a lot of you are worried. Some of you have said, oh, we hear that there's rotation in Nashville. Everything aloft, every storm today is rotating, or at least this morning is rotating. But it's not necessarily producing tornado. There's no evidence of a tornado in Nashville right now. The only storm we're worried about is this one that has the purple box around it, that is near Centerville, and that is coming into western Williamson County. Andrew?
Yeah, that's right. So just passing through Centerville, we'll hopefully get reports from there. If the tornado is on the ground, we will hear reports from Centerville. It went right through there, and those reports, if that was on the ground, those reports should come quickly from Centerville. So we're going to keep ears open for there. It looks like we've not had any reports from Perry County yet. They are sending folks out to help survey that, but have not heard anything from Perry County to this point. So we're hoping that it has lifted, and it's, you can get rotation signatures like this and there not be a tornado on the ground, but it's we'll just kind of have to see. We will get reports from Centerville pretty quickly, we think, if something has happened there. But yeah, let's go kind of downstream of this thing and give heads up. So if you're just joining us, we're looking at a tornado warning here for Fairview, for Leapers Fork, for Boston, Thompson Station, Spring Hill, Boston, Smarten, Garrison Springs. And if the storm continues moving to the northeast, then it would be in places like Franklin, Cool Springs, eventually Nolensville, and maybe eventually Brentwood as well. So we'll just kind of have to see how it evolves. But this storm has just been slowly meandering our direction, but it has caused damage in the past. We know that it caused significant damage in Selmer, and that's over in West Tennessee. We know it did damage there. It's the exact same storm that came out of Selmer. This is the exact same storm. So that's why we're paying attention to it and keeping an eye on what it may do here. So only reports so far out of Hickman is that they are getting some hail there. Not surprising at all. Up here in the purple areas, they would be getting hail there in Hickman County. So, hey, if that's the worst report we get from Hickman County, that would be great. But they are getting some hail there. But tornado warning continues here for southwestern Williamson County, and that stays in effect until 2:45. And we'll figure out at that point whether they decide to continue the warning to the northeast or how they sort of edit things as it moves out of this warning polygon right here in the middle of Williamson County here in the next half hour. We'll know how they're going to handle the storm.
Andrew, this thing looks to me like it's starting to weaken a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, it looks like it's weakening a little bit. This is typical for supercells. They cycle, they get strong, and then they get weak. It looks like it's going in a little bit of a downward cycle. which is good. And it doesn't look nearly as concerning as it did a few minutes ago, but this is what this thing has been doing. It's been dropping tornado, then looking a little bit suspicious of maybe it's not a tornado, and then wrapping right back up again. I don't see a meteorological reason why it would stop at this point. The lightning on it is frequent, and with this next scan, it looks like the inflow into it is strong, but I don't see any evidence of debris, and I haven't heard any reports yet. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. I hope that continues. We really want that to happen. That it just becomes not, just a regular supercell that's not producing tornado. So, but what'll happen is if you're in Fairview, you're gonna hear the wind. You're gonna see the lightning, and it's gonna rain really hard before the rotation part of the storm gets to you. So this isn't one that's at the leading edge of the storm. It's one that's kind of on the back side of it, and we're just gonna have to keep on watching it. I'm gonna pull up the TBNA radar, and
TBNA's got it. It looks like I can find some 55s in it.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing much greater than that. And it looks like any rotation is kind of broadened out on TBNA.
Yeah, it's definitely spinning.
Messy presentation.
The question is it tornadoing, right? Well, right. But that's a classic supercell.
I do see CC dropping the inflow, but not. Mm-hmm.
But that's common. Yeah.
Not balling.
Right.
So that's good. That's good news. This is.
This right here is not debris.
That's not debris. That's inflow.
Capital N-O-T. That is not.
That's
debris.
correct.
Right. That's stuff getting sucked into the storm. It's like a vacuum cleaner, just sucking in, or
it's pollen.
It's the gas and
pollen.
The pollen.
Yeah.
All the junk that's up in there. And we're just watching and waiting to see if this thing actually can tighten up.
It's little cherry blossom petals. If it's anything like my driveway. But I think we're in a better place now than we were 5 minutes ago with this particular storm. So that's good news.
Have we seen any damage reports in Middle Tennessee from this storm?
That's a great question. No, not
really.
Not really. Of course, it is 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So from Hickman County EMA, they've only reported hail. They haven't reported tornado. I just got a text from them. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, and it looks like they have their EM active in chat. So hopefully we'll hear more. If more.
Yeah, we've got a contact in there as well, Will.
Good.
But that's not to say this thing can't turn bad fast, because it has got everything it needs. People are asking, well, where's this thing going? This thing's heading into Western Williamson County. Looks like it'll get into just area south of Fairview, south of Highway 100. And if it continues on its current path, the area of suspected broad circulation is going to end up, looks like it'll cross Highway 96 near the Natchez Trace Bridge, and then proceed in the general direction of like Fieldstone Farms, Cottonwood, Battlewood Estates, Grassland, Laurel Brook, Temple Hills. And so we're going to watch this very, very closely. But now that we're getting a better look at a lower level as it's getting closer to our radar, we're able to see better what's going on at the ground. And it looks like it's cycling down, which is good. But unfortunately, with the cycle, you get to the other side of the cycle and it can tornado again. So that's where we are. I'm going to go ahead and hit another tweet, guys. Go ahead.
All right. The Weather Service says they are still seeing rotation with that storm in Centerville. They're no longer seeing the radar confirmed tornado signatures. So that's good. And hey, there's a red polygon. We'll take a red polygon over a purple polygon. How about that? So the red polygon means that they are no longer seeing debris in the storm being detected by radar, and so that's a good sign. So this is so they're saying, hey, this is a cell that is rotating. Radar is indicating that the storm is rotating, but we're not seeing confirmation on radar or on the ground that the tornado is on the ground. We are seeing radar indicated rotation. So some subtle differences there that might mean more to us than you, and I completely understand that. But it's an important distinction here at the moment. But I will say that the hail sizes are going up with this cell. The hail sizes are definitely increasing. So radar indicating there could be some over 2-inch diameter hail. So folks up like toward what's that? Bon Aqua, and the Bon Aqua area, that could be some pretty large hail up there.
Yeah, White
And
Bluff.
those hail sizes have come up just in the last little bit. So a couple of things that could mean. It could mean that this cell is starting to get its act together again, where it's starting to get more inflow, starting to get more fuel, starting to just get its act together again. So we're gonna have to watch that. We're gonna have to watch and see if it tries to wrap up again, produce another tornado. We don't know that yet. We're gonna have to watch. But for now, it is definitely producing larger hail. That's pretty certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are questions circulating. Hang on one second. There are questions being circulated about whether that some people are seeing this CC drop, as we call it, this correlation coefficient, this drop right here, asking if that's debris. That is not debris. Capital N. That is not debris. That is inflow into the storm. And now, if it were down here about 2 miles to the southwest and the blue was down here, then yes. But no, it's out here ahead of. It's very, very, very important that you co-locate these pixels and make sure you're looking at the right thing. So this is not debris in this particular storm. So, but these hail sizes are a little bit concerning, guys, because this storm is feeding off of some energy out there. Still 76 degrees at my house. Very warm, juicy evening out there, early morning here, and we're looking at 68 dBz here on the radar returns. This is a lot of hail up in that storm. That's going to come down right on Bon Aqua. So right there at the Bon Aqua Junction, definitely some big hail about to hit there. So this big hail is going to head right into Fairview, it looks like, very close to where that EF0 tornado hit on Sunday night. So that EF0 tornado Sunday night hit right here at the Highway 100 exit. And this hail may go just north of that and may actually go right through Fairview. But maybe pretty close here to where that tornado hit on Sunday night is where that hail core looks to go. So we'll see.
I think that's false. Those blues. I can't correlate that with TBNA.
Rain rate is, this storm isn't going to stay there. It's running at 10 inches an hour. That's how heavy it is. Now, it would rain 10 inches if that supercell stayed there for an hour. It's not, obviously, it's going to move on. But this thing is moving, y'all. It's going to move into eventually northern Williamson County and is going to move into Nashville. Looks like it's going to get close into downtown. near Vanderbilt. Looks like it's going to get near BNA. It looks like it's going to end up near Percy Priest, maybe Hermitage. So we're just going to watch it right now. It looks, there's definitely tornado rotation, but there's no evidence of a tornado on the ground at the moment because we aren't seeing any debris lofted. But yeah, that's some hail. I mean, that's going to be a lot of hail coming into Fairview. And hopefully that's all we get with this thing. I'll take that right now and run.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. And one of the things that we were talking about earlier is if these storms just stop, Andrew, if you want to pan out and you can see all the warnings behind it, you see there's another big tornado warning behind that one. The concern is once these cease to become tornadic storms, they're just going to rain like a train going all the way through there. So from a line down there from north of Corinth up into Nashville, and that's what we're concerned about for flash flooding in the morning. But for the immediate concern, it's the supercell here that has now moved into Williamson County, and it remains tornado warned. But the question is, do we need to extend this warning further into northern Williamson County and into southern Nashville? That is a question that the Weather Service is going to have to answer. But I feel a lot better right now about this storm right now than I did 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the hail size is starting to come down in that thing, which tells me it probably just unloaded a ton of hail right over Bonaqua Junction. David, we might want to check on our friend out there.
Yeah, she just sent me a video, and boy, is it hailing.
Yeah, I can
hold on.
imagine.
This is like back in the old days when I used to point my phone up at the thing. You can't see that, but it's hailing like crazy over there. And that's what's going into Fairview here shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right along that same stretch of Highway 100, Andrew. You're right.
I mean,
I
that's
think
roof replacement hail.
I think it's going to go. Yeah, I have mine being looked at. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks. I took some of that on Sunday night. So yeah, it looks like this is going to go. The major hail core looks like it's going to go north of where the tornado track was, and may go into the western sides of Fairview here shortly. So yeah, that's not going to be a fun hailer. That's definitely a mess your shingles up kind of hail. But it's right here in this purple. Let me zoom in. Yeah, it's right here in this purple. So Liberty Hill, Blakemont Estates, Fairview High School, right in that area. It's not at all what I wanted.
Looks like they updated the severe. So, update to the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Davidson County. The bottom left of that polygon covers parts of downtown, and then it extends up to the northeast out of the county. Main concern there is damaging hail, damaging wind, not a rotating storm to the north.
Yeah, that's just a
regular old severe thunderstorm.
just a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, it could be some hail and some strong wind with that, and that's it's not fun when it hits your house. But yeah, 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail possible up there in the Goodlettsville area, moving over toward Hendersonville into Sumner County shortly. So, of course, our main concern, we're looking down here to the southwest. We're looking for this at this tornado warned storm. Tornado has not been confirmed with this storm. This is radar indicated rotation that is coming into that. The rotation's pretty broad. I'm sitting here looking at some velocities. The the velocity. Let's get different velocity data than
Yeah.
that. Let's look at that. Yeah, and this is kind of messy, and that's okay. We learn how to interpret the mess. But yeah, it's a lot of these real hot velocities here are bad data because they're out here where there's no precipitation. But a weakly rotating storm. This storm is sort of these are winds going away from the radar, but not very strongly. One thing we're going to have to watch is a place like this right here, right around, again, the Highway 100 exit, where things could tighten up again. So if things tightened up, it might be right in here. But we're going to have to watch that. So, but it doesn't appear, we're not seeing debris signatures.
We have a camera there.
No,
Um,
we do not.
I'm going to switch to traffic camera.
I don't know that there's any on 840. I think the nearest one, 840, is up in Dixon.
Let me look.
Yeah, I don't think this is going into Spring Hill, y'all. That doesn't mean that Spring Hill is safe for the evening. If you look downstream, there are still some more tornado. There's actually a tornado warning storm behind this one that we're going to have to watch as well. So at some point, the atmosphere will wear itself out, and this will transition into a flash flooding concern. But
Sounds like a toddler.
Yeah, for the moment, what looked to be a tornado approaching Centerville on radar as it got closer to us when we got a better view of it, looks like the supercell has lost the type tornadic circulation and is currently hailing in Fairview. For the rest of us, there's a severe thunderstorm warning up in Nashville. That does not look like it's tornadic. It's got a lot of lightning. You might see some small hail in there, but that's probably not what's going to happen. The main concern is the storm over in Fairview, where that deep purple is, kind of in the middle of your screen above Andrew's head. It's going to get into Nashville, and we'll probably get some hail into South Nashville, is what I'm going to guess. I'd love it if the thing would just collapse. But I don't think that that's going to happen. My main concern is that this does not turn into a tornado again, that this thing does not cycle and drop a tornado right on top of us. So I'm really that's my only worry. But as the storm is about to exit, you see it's about to exit that red part of that polygon. The Weather Service is going to have to make a decision whether to go tornado warning with it or to severe thunderstorm. So we're in their chat right now where we're looking in there. Obviously, we're not going to bother them. They know that they need to do that. But that is a classic supercell that has a history of producing tornadoes, and they're going to make the decision on what to do. And
they're going to have to do that pretty quick here.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a decision pretty quick. So stay with us. If they do decide severe thunderstorm, a tornado will still be possible in this environment. So we are watching every single scan and looking to see if there's any evidence of this tornado redeveloping on this cycling supercell. Andrew?
There you go.
There it is.
And
And
then we
gracious
tornado
alive.
warning.
I'm looking at they are going with another tornado warning?
Yeah, they just issued it.
All right, new tornado warning now for Davidson County and Williamson County.
All right,
And-
guys, let's remember to reset because we're about to get probably 100,000 people logging onto this thing. So everybody, if you're with us, let us catch everyone else up. Andrew, go ahead and take the lead.
Yeah, new tornado warning for Davidson County and Williamson County. This is for a supercell storm that we've been watching for quite a while now. And so for those of you joining us, we have a new tornado warning now. And this is going to be until 3 o'clock in the morning. So about another 20 minutes here for a supercell storm that's coming through Fairview now, dropping hail that is in Fairview. They are calling it tennis ball size hail. Good gracious. They're in Fairview.
That would be a
And,
record for Fairview.
The Weather Service is noting that the rotation in the storm that the tornado warning has been issued for, the rotation has weakened quite a bit, but they are still somewhat concerned with the storm, which is why they've gone ahead and issued this new tornado warning. It will include Nashville. It does include Nashville. And let me switch over here and you can see a little bit better who all this includes. All right. So this is for a cell that is currently in Fairview and is moving to the northeast. Can you guys mute, please? Would you mind? Thanks. So this cell is coming through western Williamson County, moving to the northeast, and it will go through areas like Belmead, Bellevue, downtown Nashville, and off to the northeast. Brentwood, Franklin, you guys are included in this, all the way down to Nolensville and the Burke Hollow area there. Antioch, Percy Priest, a good chunk of Davidson County included in this tornado warning now for this storm coming up through Fairview. So this is a serious situation, but at the same time, we are encouraged that the rotation has weakened ever since this storm has come from West Tennessee. For those of you that are just waking up and joining us on here, which has been a significant number just in the past little bit, you should know that this actual storm, the same storm in West Tennessee, produced a tornado that did quite a bit of damage, we understand, in Selmer, Tennessee. And this is the exact same storm that has moved northeast and has eventually gotten to us. So let's talk about what to do. We are under a tornado warning now for Davidson and Williamson counties. So we want you to go to the lowest level of your home. We want you to go to an interior room, closet, bathroom, somewhere like that has as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to put helmets on the kiddos, helmets on yourself if you can, and just kind of hunker down and get ready for this thing. There is no indication at this moment that it's on the ground. This is a radar indicated rotation. Radar indicated rotation. Excuse me. With this storm, we don't have an indication at the moment that it is actively on the ground, but it is radar indicated rotation. And they decided to go ahead and extend this warning up into a good chunk of Davidson County right now. So this warning's in effect for about another 20 minutes. And I got to tell you, we back out of this a little bit and we look down to the southwest. What's happening now is these storms are starting to train over the same areas. And so once this thing sort of stalls out and this front, these storms kind of quit pushing through and they start training over us, we could kind of be looking at these storms back to back for a while. So we have this one coming up through Williamson and Davidson. We have another severe thunderstorm down in Hitman County and Perry County. And then over in West Tennessee, across the Tennessee River, we have another tornado warning, and that one appears to be on the ground back there northeast of Selmer. So these storms are just kind of on a train track here, and they're going to be riding up through here for a good part of the morning. So we may not be done with this. It might not be a one and done situation. So that's what we have going on right now. And a lot of folks have joined as their phones and the sirens and all that stuff's going off to let you know about this tornado warning for a vast majority of our population here in Davidson and Williamson counties. And so let's sort of reset, all right? We need to do this a couple of times while all this is going on because there's a lot of information to take in. So the basic information that you need to know at this moment is that there's a tornado warning in effect for most of you, if you're in Davidson and Williamson counties, and that includes everybody inside this polygon. And so pretty much everybody, Fairview, Franklin, Brentwood, Belmead, all the way over to Percy Priest Lake, downtown Nashville, all the way up toward Goodlettsville. Everybody's in this thing. So the only folks that aren't is like Page High School, Arrington, Triune, and Eagleville and College Grove. Everybody else is pretty much in. And this is for a storm that has done a lot of damage down to our southwest. The rotation continues in this storm. We don't believe that it... let's see here. The Weather Service saying about, I'm reading one of their notes here. They say that this storm has a history of producing tennis ball size hail. It's come down some, and at the moment likely isn't producing hail that large, but still up to golf ball possible. So yeah, there's kind of multiple facets to this storm as it comes through, and one of those is the hail. Back over Fairview, it produced tennis ball size hail. Back there, that wouldn't surprise me. That was a very impressive hail signature there a little bit earlier. All right, so this is the storm we're most concerned about. Is this one coming into Bellevue now, and we're gonna watch it through. So, guys, have y'all seen any reports or anything? Anything we need to?
Tons of reports of sirens. Report of hail in Fairview. Looks like pretty easily quarter size hail in Fairview via reports. That is less than the radar is estimating, but the radar usually overdoes that a little bit. Lots of reports of sirens going off. Of course, we expect that. No damage reports at the moment, so that's good news, but that may change as the sun comes up here in a few hours.
Like we were saying, there a report here from amateur radio of tennis ball size hail back there around west of Fairview. That would be a problem. So that's bad news if that occurred. Appears it did. So let's reset again. Sort of explain what's going on. Tornado warning was issued for Williamson County and up into Davidson County, a big chunk of our population. All right, most of us under a tornado warning at this moment, and it's for this supercell storm right here. And this storm has had a history of very large hail. It's had a history of a damaging tornado, potentially multiple damaging tornadoes. And it has arrived here. It has arrived here having the velocities have weakened somewhat, have broadened a little bit, and so we're not seeing the signatures that we saw earlier, where we were very confident that this tornado was on the ground. And I'll tell you, there was a pretty strong tornado back around the Selmer area, and I'll be totally honest with you, it would not surprise me if some of you didn't find things in your yard from Selmer. And I really mean that. It is not uncommon if a storm picks up pictures, documents, stuff like that from a place that was hit, and actually transports those hundreds of miles inside a storm. So it would, if some of you posted tomorrow and said that you found a photograph or a document in your yard, it probably came from Selmer, Tennessee, because this exact storm produced a tornado that went right through town back there in Selmer. So keep an eye out for that. It's just one of those things we don't experience very often, but is entirely possible, as this is the same storm that came from that area down there. New radar scan coming in now. We'll get a better idea of the hail sizes, of the rotation, and sort of where we stand here. But what we do want you to do, and as this thing moves into town, into Nashville especially, I know a lot of y'all are in big buildings down there in downtown. Those buildings are made to withstand very strong winds. I mean, downtown has been hit by tornadoes before, and the buildings still stand, but the glass is a no go. All right, so you want to be in the middle part of that building, away from those windows, and you don't want any part of that glass, because it is really a bad deal when the glass in those downtown buildings goes. But at the moment, again, we don't see that a tornado is on the ground, but we're going to watch that very carefully. There is radar indicated rotation. Looks like the hail sizes may come up again. In fact, right there around Bellevue, Horseshoe Bend, Edwin Warner Park, right there around Old Hickory Boulevard, the Warner Parks area, Percy Warner Park. Looks like the hail sizes may be, or hail may be actually falling there. And that looks like it's where the hail core is currently.
Getting a lot of reports, Andrew, of just really, really large hail.
Yeah.
Easily golf ball size hail, some of it larger than golf balls. Also getting a lot of questions about Franklin. This is a classic supercell. It looks like the tip of it is about to cross near West Haven and then pass into Cottonwood, Legends Ridge, Battlewood Estates, and Grassland, as the body of the supercell is north of there near Otter Creek. Andrew, if you pull up a little bit, you'll be able to see that hailstorm in Forest Hills, Bellevue, Horseshoe Bend, Eagle Ridge is going to start going into Vanderbilt, inside the 440 loop. And so what's going to happen is you're going to hear, you see a lot of lightning flashes, you're going to hear a lot of thunder, but you're also going to hear that hail pelting on the side. But we still do not see any evidence of a tornado on the ground. But this supercell has been producing tornadoes all night, and it has been doing exactly this, which is not produce tornadoes, produce a bunch of hail, and then spin a tornado right up. And what we would need to do is you need to be in your safe space now. If you're in Brentwood, Creve Hall, BNA, anywhere downtown, anywhere out east, the warning goes all the way up to Hermitage and up into Madison. Again, this is not March 3rd, 2020 right now. It's not. That one, we could see the tornado on the ground. We don't see it on the ground right now. But this supercell that we're getting tonight, right now, has produced tornadoes. In fact, violent tornadoes. And we're hoping that this thing is finally going to peter out, but we don't know if or when that's going to happen. And with this, in an environment that is as conducive to tornadoes as we have right now, with a supercell with a history of producing tornadoes, a tornado warning is absolutely the right thing to do. And those of you who lived through 2020 know that. So let's take this threat seriously. It's very likely you're going to spend 30 to 45 minutes in your safe space and then get out and everything will be fine. If and when that changes, we will certainly let you know. But I don't trust it. This thing is rotating very rapidly, and we're just waiting for radar evidence or a report of a tornado, which we have not gotten yet. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just looking at a few different parameters here and other radar products, and we do see that rotation. The rotation is sort of down in that Forest Hills, West Brentwood area, coming up through South Brentwood. It's hard to make out exactly where the strongest rotation is, because some of it gets outside of the precip area, and that's getting down in the weeds a little bit. But we don't see evidence of anything on the ground right now. We're not seeing debris signatures. At the moment, the big story. At the moment, the story is the hail. We're continuing to get reports of tennis ball size hail out in like the West Fairview area. Just some giant hail out there. So that's tennis balls for us here in Middle Tennessee is a big deal. That's a big deal. So out in the plains, that's still a big deal, but they've seen bigger out there. tennis balls for us is a big hailstorm for sure.
I also don't want to say that this is the only event we're going to have tonight. If you go
Yeah,
back
that's right.
to our southwest, there's another supercell behind it.
Yep.
It's out over there in near Centerville. Again, that's another supercell. Over near Nunnally, there's a little bit of broad rotation, maybe trying to start to happen there. That cell has also been tornado warned a couple times, and there's even one behind that one and behind that one.
Yep.
So I'm not telling you there's going to be 4 tornado warnings early in the morning, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're on this thing until the sun comes up.
Yeah.
And at some point, we're going to have to stop talking about tornadoes and start talking about flash flooding, because I think that's going to be our problem tomorrow, y'all. That all of these supercells, which are producing exceptional rainfall rates, are going to come plowing through the city and flood parts of the city out. So this is developing into not only a serious hailstorm, potential tornado at any moment coming into downtown, near Creve Hall, Oak Hill, Berry Hill, somewhere in there, but also a flash flood event tomorrow. I guess today, later this morning. So this is an historic event on a broader scale, and it's just now starting here for us. So I think we'll be okay.
Saw somebody mention here throwing this phrase around about confirmed tornadoes being around Nashville. We're not seeing any confirmed tornadoes, nor have we heard of reports of a confirmed tornado anywhere around Davidson County. So I know that's something that I think's been thrown around in our chat a little bit. Just to let you know, we have not seen any reports of that. It looks like the Weather Service is going to issue another tornado warning for this cell moving into Nashville. So they're going to extend it on off to the northeast. So that'll include Wilson and Sumner counties. So it looks like they're going to keep the tornado warnings going. There's a new warning, and it'll pop up here, and
There it is. Yeah.
yeah. So there's a new polygon there. Overlaps a lot, actually. So this is for. So basically, what this does is it's the same area. It just moves it on up into Sumner and Wilson counties as well. Gives them a heads up, wakes them up, and just gives them a heads up. But nothing's really changed about the area for us that this tornado warning covers. So tornado warning remains in effect, and this is until I think it'll probably be out of here in the next half hour, I think.
Yeah, guys, this idea that a tornado has touched down 3 miles east of downtown Nashville, I don't see any evidence of that.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. It's somebody's trying to become famous on social media. There's just no radar evidence of it. The last thing I want to do is report a tornado, and the last thing I want to do is report one that's not there.
Yeah.
So we're looking and seeing. Looks like that cell that's just to the west of Fairview is also rotating, and it might need a warning soon. So it's going to continue to be a long morning, y'all, for this. And
it's like another hail core really trying to get going there right around Belmead. So they're coming into the Highway 70, right up Highway 70 into Belmead.
Mm-hmm.
And coming up on White Bridge Road and Thompson or Woodmont Boulevard. So that's going to be a pretty big hail core there. Looks like another hail core there. Hail falling in Oak Hill over toward Lipscomb University, over toward 100 Oaks, Tyne Boulevard, Radnor Lake. over to the Glencliff area. So that hail will move up into the 440 corridor here pretty soon. Let me show you one thing. This is just kind of one of those things where you can tell the strength of the storm. You kind of see how there's a V here. You can almost make out a little V in the strongest parts of that storm. That is a pretty good indication that that there's a really strong updraft there. And
Yeah.
so anytime you see that V shape, gracious, another.
What just came through here was wild.
So the core that went over, Will, what'd you see? Did you see a tornado?
I did not see a tornado. I did not see hail, but I did see absolutely ferocious downpour.
Yeah. Yeah. The rainfall rates on it have hit a couple personal, like private weather stations, and they were running 10 plus inches an hour, which is a wildly high rate. Which is an indication of how powerful these storms are. I mean, for us to get hail that big is a proxy for how strong these suckers are. So again, I know we're under tornado warnings. I don't see evidence of tornado on the ground, but what we have here is a supercell that has been producing tornadoes all night, and they're doing them snap like that. At some point, this line is going to stall out, and we're going to switch from a severe event to a flooding event. I don't know when that transition is going to occur, but it looks like it's going to happen. It's
Flash
not
flood
happening
warning's
anytime
coming
soon.
on out, so we're
We're going to need a flash flood warning for sure.
We've got one here, Williamson County and southwestern Davidson County, new flash flood warning for there. Looks like they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the cell coming out of Decatur County. The rotation has weakened, and Memphis has not gotten any recent reports with it. So the good thing is we've not gotten reports of damage from the storms that have been rotating in Middle Tennessee. And that's an encouraging sign, because honestly, we probably would have heard about them by now. And that's good that we have not heard of damage in Middle Tennessee. West Tennessee is a different story, but they looks like that storm. Let me look and see what storm that is. Decatur County, yeah, that's this one down. Okay, that's this purple polygon. So they're going to transition this from a purple polygon tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning here in just a second. So that's good for us. That means that storm is weakening somewhat. And hopefully we won't have any more tornado warnings behind this one. But we'll have to see. So, man, we've had a lot of folks join the past few minutes. We've kind of gotten a double. Yeah, let's reset. We've got kind of a double. We took a double whammy on tornado warnings there. So if you weren't awake before, you're probably awake now. So let's reset a little bit. We've got a supercell storm. We got a supercell storm coming through Davidson County right now, right through the heart of Davidson County. So right inside the 440 corridor, we have probably pretty large hail coming down along Woodmont Boulevard up into the Vanderbilt area, inside the 440 corridor, Berry Hill. Up into downtown. So pretty large hail with that. A lot of rain and some rotation with it. And the rotation, the radar indicated rotation, is why there's a tornado warning for this storm. The other reason there's a tornado warning on this storm is because it has a history of doing damage and having a big tornado with it. This exact same storm went through towns like Selmer, Tennessee, and went dropped large tornado that went right through town in Selmer. So this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and that sort of, if it can produce a tornado once, it can produce it again, especially in this environment we're in, where it's 75 to 80 degrees outside at 3 o'clock in the morning. So there's a lot of moisture with it, and so tornado warning with this storm coming through Nashville. We don't see anything on the ground obvious. We're not seeing debris signatures. We are not seeing extremely strong rotation. There is rotation with it, but I wouldn't call that especially strong at the moment. and it's right over around the Glencliff area, the Creve Hall area, Southern Hills Hospital, right around the zoo. That's kind of where this rotation is in the storm, moving right up toward the airport. So that's kind of where the rotation is, but it's not incredibly strong. And certainly not seeing any debris signatures right now. So we're feeling optimistic about this storm from a rotation standpoint at the moment. So what we have to watch out for is if this thing wraps up again. Now, the good thing is it's been quite some time, we think, since it was actively producing a tornado. So that's encouraging that hopefully it won't again. But if it does it once, we have to watch out. And this is a gnarly looking supercell. And it's dropping a lot of hail right around 12 South. Still have Greer Stadium on here on my radar over here on the left. But Trevecca right up into downtown. All right, large hail falling all the way up from Belmont, 12 South, Melrose, Trevecca, right up into South Nashville there. So that's going to be going through downtown, maybe just south of downtown, but definitely Shelby Park, Shelby Bottoms, over into Donaldson, and on up into the Peeler Park and Hermitage area with time. But that's a gnarly looking supercell, okay? It has got to be respected. It has to be respected. All right, so that's what the tornado warning is for. So those of you that are awake and rubbing your eyes, figuring out what in the world's going on, that's what all the fuss is about, is this storm coming through Davidson County right now. And Williamson County has now been removed from that tornado warning. So tornado warning has gone away for Williamson County. So it's kind of a weird term here. I'm going to say all clear for Williamson County on the tornado part of this particular storm. Okay, so
There may be another one later. We can rule that out.
So down here to the southwest, there are more storms lined up. So, but that particular storm that's now well into Davidson County, Williamson County is clear from that one. All right, so you're not currently under a tornado warning any longer in Williamson County. But pay attention to these back down to the southwest. All right, so let's look at where this one is going up here in Davidson County. Again, it looks like the strongest part of that storm right now is the hail, and the hail is right around Shelby Park, Trevecca, Berry Hill, headed over toward Donaldson in the next couple of minutes, Hermitage, and up toward Pennington Bend, maybe that far north, and over into Lakewood and Hermitage, Tulip Grove. All right, so that looks like where the hail is going. And then sort of on the southern part of this storm is where we look for the rotation. So right around Antioch, right there around Southern Hills Hospital, those places we mentioned just a moment ago, over toward the Una community, Nashboro Golf Club, those areas like that. That's where we look for the rotation to be. Now I'm looking on a different radar software here, and it's the rotation is not all that impressive at the moment.
But boy, that hail's suspended.
Yeah, there's a lot of hail in it. Yep. It's got a good hail core with it. Very solid.
Y'all, we know that there are tornado sirens out there. The sirens are an outdoor warning system. We are aware of that. And I know for a lot of you, like I grew up and that's how we found out about them. And that was until my dad bought us a weather radio when I was like 10 years old. And we used to, I totally get it. But that was a long time ago. We got really good radar indications that the rotation is still occurring, but we don't see any proof of a tornado on the ground at this time. We were saying before that at some point this morning, this is going to stop being a severe event and start becoming a flooding event. I'm hoping that transition is occurring now, but there are still rotating supercells to come through here. Just because something's rotating or you have an app that has a little spinny thing on it doesn't mean there's tornado. Things spin all the time in the atmosphere and don't produce tornado. Tornado requires a unique confluence of ingredients. And we can, when they're this close, we've got several radars on them. We can see them if it's happening. This is a dangerous storm. It is moving very quickly. It's currently over in east with lots of those positive lightning strikes. I know a lot of y'all lived through 2020. You remember what that was like. This is not that right now. Okay, that could change. If it changes, we'll let you know right away. But this is not that. This is still a very dangerous storm. The last thing we need you is to get on your porch to try to go look at it because the lightning is frequent and it's that very powerful positive lightning strikes that are dropping as the storm goes into Hermitage towards Mount Juliet. So we've got all sorts of winds that can come through. You might hear a lot of wind coming through. You should expect to hear the wind coming through. That doesn't necessarily mean it's tornado. It might be straight line wind, and those winds can be very strong. They can knock trees down. They can take down your power lines. But at the moment, by the way, if anybody's on Percy Priest Lake, God help you, because this thing is going to rock your world. But it looks like we're going to have several more severe thunderstorm warnings coming as everything trains. Andrew, can you kind of put that in motion and kind of explain what that training is?
Yeah, we got a lot of warnings on here, so it's going to be a little bit convoluted. But yeah, you see how the storms are just kind of moving, kind of one after another here, and it's like train cars on a train track. All right, so you got, you got your locomotive up here, the caboose on the back, and all the train cars in the middle, and they're just training up from southwest to northeast, right? So it looks like some of the heaviest rain is going to set up, and right here from Nashville down through Hickman County down into Perry County. So it's just we definitely have a flooding threat with this. As these storms, one after another, just kind of continue dumping on the same areas. Now, this place is going to shift and evolve as the morning goes along. So it may shift a little bit back to the northwest again. It may shift a little bit to the southeast. But for example, we haven't had any rain at my house. So it's just there are going to be places that just aren't having any rain right now. So. Let's see here. Taking a look at TBNA here, see if we see anything on it. Not seeing anything there. Let's go back to. Let's zoom back down here on East Nashville.
Our intern was, as you see here on the screen, with the Morgan Wall and the mustache. He was chatting us, wanting us to look at a particular feature on here. So that's what we always, whenever the intern tells us to do something, we do it.
Of course we do. Absolutely.
It's annoying being that he's the best looking and smartest guy in the group. So annoying. And he's younger than all of us. Let's see. Yeah, man. This. So people were asking, what does it mean by rotation? Lots of things in the atmosphere spin, but for tornado, you need more than that. You need an updraft. You need all sorts of stuff. We don't need to get into that tonight. I do want to again. We're getting flash flood warnings that have come out.
A new one just in the past couple.
Yep,
minutes.
We got a brand new one for Nashville all the way kind of through East Nashville up to Lakewood and over to Goodlettsville. Pretty much, Andrew can show it to you there.
Yeah, let me turn off some other other warnings here, just so we can sort of get an idea of what that whole flash flood situation is. All right, so I've turned everything off here except flash flood warnings. So basically, here from Franklin, This is kind of weird. Basically, from Franklin to Fairview to Nashville, Hendersonville, Gallatin. So you can see here where the Weather Service has issued these flash flood warnings because these storms are training from southwest to northeast, right? So I'm going to turn radar back on here and put it in motion, and you can just see how they're just continually going over the same areas. And that's going to be that's our concern with the flooding potential, is that that's that would create a problem here for us once you're you just keep having rain going over the same areas. It just overflows the drainage systems in your local area, and that's, you get some flash flooding. So that's the concern here. So once the storm moves out of Nashville, there's another 2, 3, 4 storms behind it. That could be a problem as far as a flood threat. Even if there's no severe weather threat, wind, hail, anything like that, regardless of that, there could be a flooding issue. Let's go look at this storm down here in Hermitage again. Looks like the hail core pretty strong now, right there around Peeler Park, crossing Old Hickory Boulevard. They're going up to Lakewood, from Hermitage to Lakewood, crossing there. Excuse me. That's a pretty big hail core. There's going to be a lot of hail in there. That's for sure. Like downtown Nashville, the tornado threat from this particular storm is now east of you.
Big positive strike in Bellevue. Biggest one of the night.
I'm looking at back here. Let me switch over to TBNA. Looks like an area of strong wind again. Could get some enhanced winds here in an area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning currently, and that's going to be over here around Fairview. And this is an area that, no kidding, if you're just joining us, no joke, there have been 2 reports, I believe now, of tennis ball size hail in this very area out here. And you see these bright blues. These are strong winds, so could be winds up in the 65 mile per hour range there. That's at about 1,500 feet off the ground, so could be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds there, no doubt. Right there around Crowcut Road and Elrod Road, so could be some strong winds there, maybe even north of 60 miles per hour. So definitely some strong winds possible there in Fairview. That's aside from the tornado warning we have up at Davidson County. That's separate. This is some strong wind over in Fairview as part of that severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like it's just going to kind of be this type of stuff for a while.
Yeah, Andrew, the supercell that caused the tornado warning is out of East Nashville. It's out of downtown Nashville. It's out of Vanderbilt, Belmont, Melrose, Rosedale, Trevecca, Greer, RIP Greer Stadium. It's out of Green Hills. It's out of Brentwood. It's out of Franklin. It's out of Bellevue. It's out of Riverwalk. There's another storm coming into Western Williamson County that's going to take the same path the supercell took, but that one's not tornado warned. It does have, as Andrew just described, those strong straight line winds that are running probably 50 miles an hour or so near Blakemont Estates, right where the big hail came. And this is going to be the line of storms that we think are going to cause flash flooding in the morning. Because according to the models, that the way that those things are oriented from kind of North Mississippi up through downtown Nashville up until like Macon County and Lafayette are going to be, Andrew, if you can zoom out, it looks like all of those little boxes, it looks like it's all going to get stuck there as a stationary front. and rain. The HRRR was showing there are some narrow spots in that area that can get 5-6 inches of rain by tomorrow morning. So we are hopefully transitioning out of the tornado warning part of this and into the flash flood, straight line wind, hail, lightning part of it. But there are still rotating storms that could produce tornadoes. But I will say, an hour and a half ago, I was very concerned. And if this is all we're getting, it's been a big blessing because those to our southwest were not as fortunate as we are. As far as getting sleep, the tornado warned supercell is in Hermitage, in Tulip Grove, and going into Mount Juliet and out into Wilson County. There may still be warnings, tornado warnings. So if you're downtown and you've got a NOAA weather radio and a way to wake up if there's another tornado warning for you, go ahead and go to bed. If you're in East and you want to go ahead and go to bed, you can do that, but you need to have a way to wake up if another tornado warning is issued. I cannot promise you there will not be another tornado warning. This is not a usual event where the storms come through and then we send everybody to bed. This front is stalling and sitting right on top of us. The Sunday night, the front came through. There was a little bit of wind after it came through, and we were all done. This one, the front is coming, being a jerk, sitting here, scaring everybody, with history of producing violent tornadoes and then stopping, causing wind, lightning, hail, and tomorrow flash flooding. So let's. I don't want to give you a false confidence. I just won't. So yeah, that's my rant for this.
Quite a few reports have come into the Weather Service of a pretty established wall cloud with this storm that produced this tornado warning. So a wall cloud just means that the storm's rotating. There's perhaps a lowering on the southern side of that storm. And not unusual. We would expect that with this kind of storm. It does not mean that there was any kind of tornado touchdown or anything like that. It just means that the wall cloud is just sort of a lowering on the south side of that storm. So we'll see. Hopefully this tornado warning goes away pretty quickly as the storm pushes into Wilson County, and that would be great if that happened. So that storm is starting to move over into Wilson County, and we start turning our attention back here to Fairview again, and where we are seeing these 60-mile-per-hour winds pushing through Fairview in the very same areas, right along CCC Road and Brush Creek Road, same areas that got this tennis ball size hail earlier. That's a mess. And now they're getting 60-mile-per-hour winds from the next storm behind it. So they're really taking a beating there in Fairview, just really rough. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that there in Fairview and see where that wind gets to. They may have to extend a severe thunderstorm warning to the north into Nashville to account for that wind, or maybe I guess it would go into Nashville a little bit, at least southern Davidson County. So we'll see what they do with that if they extend a severe thunderstorm warning into that area. Otherwise, let's kind of continue going down the line here and look. Looks like we had another storm down there in Perry County that's trying to rotate again. So we're going to watch that one there. It's rotating aloft. So this is kind of what that one did earlier. Actually, right in just about the same place. The storm that's
Right
now
there,
over. I'm sorry?
Right there by Linden, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the storm that's now moving out of Nashville, back when it was over Linden, it sort of looked like this. So has a little bit of rotation with it there. So we'll keep watching that. It almost looked identical, actually. So we hope that doesn't develop into anything. But we'll keep an eye on it. Looks like a tornado warning for Hickman Lewis Perry is coming out, and that is for that same storm.
Yeah, it's that couplet right there. Yeah.
Yep. So identical situation now where we have a storm down in Linden that is showing those signs of rotation aloft, and you see that right there. And that's where the Weather Service is concerned about that rotation. So that's pushing off to the northeast. And again, if that were to make it here, let's put some ETAs on that. So that would get to the edge of Williamson County about 4 o'clock, 4:10 in the morning. Maybe Fairview
Andrew, let
about
me say
4:15.
we're getting a lot of questions about is the tornado threat in Nashville over? The storm that prompted the warning that woke you up and that sent you all to your safe space is now in Mount Juliet and in Wilson County. It is no longer in Hermitage. It's gone from East. It's gone from Madison. It's gone from BNA, Antioch, Grieve Hall, Percy Priest. That storm is gone, and it's a Wilson County issue. You want to go back to bed, do it, but only if you have a way to wake up. Because as we just talked about, we just got a new tornado warning that's going to be approaching Williamson County by 4 a.m. So it's very, very possible that you will get another warning and you'll need to get back up. If you're in Williamson County, we may get another tornado warning here in the next ever so often. And now we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Nashville. So as far as tornadoes going, I don't see anything happening in Williamson County right now for tornado. And I don't see anything happening in Davidson County right now for tornado. But we got severe thunderstorm warnings for straight line winds and large hail. The lightning is going to be continuing. And we think it's going to continue to follow the same path where it just barely goes north of or scrapes Franklin, where it gets into Fairview, it gets into Bellevue, it gets into Vanderbilt, it gets into East, and it's going to be just continuous thunderstorms. Eventually, this could sink into the Franklin part of Williamson County, into Nolensville, Page High School, Bethesda, those areas later this morning. So, yeah, go ahead and go back to bed if you want, but you need to have a way to wake up. This is not your typical severe weather setup. This threat's going to keep going. So we will filibuster this thing for as long as we have to here.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, so new severe thunderstorm warning here for, I tell you what, I'm going to, just to simplify things a little bit, I'm going to turn off the flash flood warnings just for a little bit. And then we'll go through the flash flood threat separately here in just a minute. So the tornado warning is now over for Davidson County. The particular tornado warning that we had a few minutes ago that woke all y'all up, that tornado warning is now gone. That's in Wilson County. It's gone. So, however, a new severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for Davidson County for that storm we were just talking about earlier that is producing potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds right around Riverwalk. So that storm is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds around Riverwalk, is moving northeast, and will come right up I-40 into Nashville over the next half hour or so, and Bells Bend. All right, so that's what that is right there. It's an area of 60-mile-per-hour winds that could be larger than this, but this is just what the radar is seeing there from TBNA and Nolensville. But an area of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe some 1-inch hail there, which would be about quarter size. We're becoming experts on hail tonight, and those would be that would be what's falling around Riverwalk and the winds that are blowing there in Riverwalk, moving to the northeast. So severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County there. Then we move further down to the southwest. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that will expire in 18 minutes, it says. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. And then we go even a little bit further down the line, and it's a repeat of what we just had happen. So we've got, in Perry County, we've got a storm that is rotating at least to some degree and has earned itself a tornado warning there around Linden. This was literally the same placement as the storm that we had come through earlier down there that moved up in Nashville. Went through Linden and then went through Centerville and then came up into Williamson County. So this is another tornado warning down there. and we'll see how they treat it as it moves to the northeast toward us. But again, we got a little time on that one. But we want to, as David said, if you want to go to bed, great. Just have a way to wake up. Have a way to wake up again in case we get yet another tornado warning up our direction. All right. I've lived here almost 40 years, and I remember nights like this. This is not the first time this has happened. We've had nights like this. It's been a while. But we've had this before, and we've made it through it. So this is one we haven't had in a little while. Still strong winds coming through Riverwalk there. TBNA showing, and potentially some 1-inch hail there as well. But strong winds around Riverwalk. Excuse me. Am I allowed to do that?
Yep.
3:30.
No, you're fined. $100. I'm gonna go get some more coffee.
Well, and when you get back, I'm going to trade with you. I will. I'll go get my coffee here in a minute. So yeah, this is right there around where Highway 70 and 70S come together. That's Charlotte Pike, where Charlotte Pike and 70S come together. That's right where some winds are really kicking up, coming into the Oak Haven neighborhood, the Oak Haven area up there. So this is TBNA radar looking at it from Nolensville, getting some reports there of hail and winds in Riverwalk. Yeah, some people are talking about how they just haven't had rain, and I've not had a drop at my house. We've not had any rain whatsoever at my house, and that's the way this storm is. We've been saying today there's going to be a really sharp gradient between the high rain totals and some people that may not get any rain at all until later in the day. It's just when these fronts stall out like this, you get these sharp gradients, and some people just get dumped on for hours and hours, and then and some people don't get much of anything. So that looks like what we're going to be in for again this morning. So you're looking at there on radar area of pretty strong winds there around Riverwalk. That's moving into the Oak Haven area and eventually up to the Charlotte Pike exit of I-40, and maybe up into Hillwood and White Bridge and Urbandale Nations perhaps, but it'll become right up I-40. Area some pretty strong winds.
Seeing some reports of hail in the Fairview and Bellevue area. Looks like nickel to dime size.
All right, thanks for that. Yeah, nickel to dimes in the Fairview area. Wouldn't surprise me at all. That's a good call. Yeah, that could certainly be true. So nickel to dime size in Fairview once again. And
All right, I'm back. Oh, wait, let me turn on my camera. All right.
cool. You mind if I go get some coffee?
I mean, aren't the rules of filibuster that you have to you have to stand,
Can't leave the lectern.
you can't eat or drink.
Well, that's going to be a problem. I do have some water.
You had a cup right there. No, go ahead and go. We can handle it. There aren't any tornado warnings ongoing. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee in the kitchen. I will be right back.
So, just looking at some questions on there. We've got, man, that's a big storm. I go to get some coffee and a big freaking storm comes in. So this is what the HRRR model expected, y'all. Which, no model is right, but all models are useful. And we got another big storm coming in with, it looks super cellular as well. Looks like it's rotating a little bit, but it's got a lot of lightning. But it looks mostly like a straight line wind producer. You don't see really any evidence of tornado. I mean, there's so much lightning out here that I feel like I need to turn it off just to see what's going on the radar itself.
For real.
It's just incredible how much lightning it is. But yeah, big storm about to bowl right into Belmead here. And another big rain event is coming into East Nashville. We've already got a flash flood warning for downtown Nashville, East Nashville. And it looks like flash flooding, that particular warning will last until 9:15 this morning, which is 5 hours from now or so. And it looks like small creeks and streams will go up. You'll get that ponding on the places on the roadway that always seem to pond. So the commute in the morning, for those who are actually going to make it, if you're still
There's
up
a
with us.
new tornado warning for downtown Nashville.
All right, we got a new tornado warning coming in. All right, let's do that one. These things rotate and very, very quickly. Let's see. Let me put it on. Can somebody text Andrew and tell him he needs to get on back because they issued a tornado warning? Here it is. This is for the cell near Belmead. So if you're near Belmead, that's what the National Weather Service has issued the tornado warning for. It looks like the rotation has tightened up right there, and they want to go ahead and get ahead of it and warn everybody. So that's a new tornado warning. So remember about 20 minutes ago when I said y'all go to bed as long as you had a way to wake up? Okay, so there's no tornado warning. Well, here it is. This is a tornado warning for Belmead. It's going to move into Green Hills very quickly. It'll go across Woodmont Boulevard over by St. Thomas, and then very soon it'll be into inside the 440 loop, which is where Belmont Vanderbilt is. So if you're at Belmont Vanderbilt, go ahead and let's get away from the windows, lowest level interior rooms. This will then go into downtown, and then it will cross into East Nashville. This is because we've got rotation that has tightened up, and the National Weather Service issued it, let's see, just a minute ago. So the sirens are going to come back on. Y'all, this is not for the old warning. This is for a new one. And I believe it might be for this area of rotation that's actually closer to Westmead, over by the Charlotte Pike exit. And that would take the suspected area where the tornado would be right over St. Thomas Hospital here very shortly, almost immediately.
Yeah, so I know that area really well. Hillwood Boulevard, Davidson Drive, White Bridge Road, that area near Lions Head. That is all in the path. Then into Sylvan Park, West End, Elmington, and then into Vanderbilt. So, David, that's a really good call. Anybody in that Belmead, Green Hills, West End area really does need to shelter right now.
Yeah, so it looks like it's right between Westmead and Hillwood, right near the country club over there.
Mm-hmm.
right across over the hospital, over by where Chef Yang's used to be. And then it'll come across I-440. Looks like we just got a new radar scan in. So it looks like it's going to cross over by Whitebridge Road. Yep. Right over and come very close to Sylvan Park. So if you're in Sylvan Park, let's go ahead and shelter up. If you're in Vanderbilt, go ahead and shelter up. Elon, can you send a tweet on that tornado warning, please?
Yes.
It'll be into Vanderbilt soon. It doesn't look super impressive on radar, but I do see what the Weather Service is talking about. I do see this low level of rotation coming in. I don't see evidence of debris at this time, but that doesn't mean it isn't happening. Usually the debris signature comes after the tornado's already hit, right? So we can't really say for sure what's happened, and we wouldn't know for sure. And this is one of those tornado warnings where the tornado would be embedded on the very leading edge. So as soon as you're hearing that rain hit your window, that's where the area of circulation should be. So if you're in Sylvan Park, if you're at Vanderbilt, if you live near Vanderbilt, looks like it might go close to Fisk before it gets into downtown Nashville, frankly. Looks like it'll kind of run right down West End Avenue into downtown, this area of circulation that has prompted a brand new tornado warning from the National Weather Service. It doesn't look super obvious on radar at the moment.
Yeah,
But
I was going to say, I'm new to the. Help me find. I mean, I see these pixels of.
Yeah, if you go
just
back,
got another.
Andrew, to Westmead, Charlotte Pike, right in there is what they warned.
Okay.
So that's where the warning is, and there was an area
Now we
of
have a
tightening
second
rotation.
tornado warning now.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Okay, what's this for? Let's see.
let's look at the Andrew. Go ahead and catch up, and we'll talk about that one. This second
I
one.
see it here. I see this one down here. Okay, this. Is
Yeah.
for-
Why don't you lead us off with the second tornado warning, Andrew?
Yeah, so this second tornado warning now, this is for Williamson County and southern Davidson County, and this is going to be for areas like Brentwood, Cool Springs, over to Antioch. And,
Grassland.
yeah, let's go down and look at velocities here. So this area right around the Natchez Trace Bridge area is showing a little bit of rotation.
Sorry, we're when we stop talking, it's not because we have nothing to say. It's because we're looking for something intelligent to say rather than just diarrhea of the mouth. We also have people that we're talking to with the Weather Service, and we're talking to meteorologists as well. From what I can tell, it looks like there's at least an area of enhanced wind that's right now going into near TSU, near Fisk,
Yeah.
and going into Germantown, and even probably in like the southern part of Metro Center, kind of over off Rosa Parks. So down by Germantown. Looks like that's going to be, so if you live there, let's go ahead and take some shelter. You are tornado warned, and then there's a second tornado warning further to the south. Let's see. Yeah. But this is just
Oh,
the
yeah,
minus
really-
cells.
Really concerned about that area just south of Natchez Trace Bridge, Temple Hills, Grassland, Legends, Cottonwood, all those areas right now of greatest concern from what I can see.
Yeah, I see some rotation there. It's hard.
smudge.
It's hard. This is all messy. This is not in precipitation. These velocity signatures are so messy. But yeah, I see this area south of Temple Hills and east of the Natchez Trace Bridge area. So that would be headed toward. It would be headed toward areas like Grassland, Bell Reeve, Otter Creek. So once again, it's tough. You're right. you're right in the meat of this thing up in Forest Hills right now. As far as the supercell goes, you're up there where you're getting some hail and high winds and all that kind of stuff. The circulation would be down here. If there's a tornado concern, it would be down here on the southeast or southwestern side of the supercell. So it'd be like from Natchez Trace Bridge over to Legends Ridge, Grassland, Sunnyside, Laurelbrook, Belle Reve, and kind of move up toward Brentwood. So that's where the area of concern would be in a supercell of this structure. And then up to the north, I'm not really seeing that thing anymore up there. Are you guys?
Yeah. So
That thing up
I'm
there
not.
to the north is kind of.
Yeah, not seeing rotation necessarily there, but certainly some heavy wind. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some hail coming through,
It's
small
like
hail coming
another
through
tornado
Germantown.
warning now. Another tornado warning now for far southwestern Williamson County. This is going to be for the cell over Linden earlier that moved through there, and once again, it's just these areas of broad rotation there, moving into Centerville and moving up to the northeast. So, so that would affect southwestern Williamson County. All right, so we got a lot going on here. But let me just let's just back out here just a little bit. There's a lot of people that have been woken up here in the past few minutes. Just look at this, okay? A lot of people are jumping back on here. Let me just explain what's going on. We've got some small areas of circulation that have popped up, and one in Williamson County, one up in western Davidson County, and one down here way down to the southwest in Perry County. So these areas of circulation, some of them don't last very long. This one up here in Nashville sort of got going, and then it we're not seeing it as much anymore. It was a strong area of wind here. That's about all that's left of it. It looks like right around Talbot's Corner, going into Inglewood and Metro Center. And so that's an area of enhanced wind there. And then down to the south, this I'll show you where the area of concern here. It's going to be east of the Natchez Trace Bridge, really toward Grassland. That's kind of where we're looking at as the area of concern there, right there around Grassland, moving to the northeast, and then back down to the southwest. We're looking at this cell right around Centerville that has a little bit of rotation with it aloft. It doesn't look particularly tight. It looks kind of broad there, southwest of Centerville. But that's aimed up toward the southwestern part of Williamson County. So a lot going on there. We know it affects a lot of you because you're awake now, and a lot of loud storms coming through. Some of you if you're awake and you're in the southeastern part of Williamson County, you're like, I don't have any idea what's going on. It literally has not rained a drop, and that's exactly right. It hasn't at my house either. But these storms are just training. They're just training from southwest to northeast, straight up through Nashville. And so, it's hard to get any sleep when these storms just keep going one after another. Will, are we getting any reports out of these things?
I can report that here near Warner Park, dime-sized hail just fell. Seeing other reports of nickel hail or smaller as these are coming through. I'm waiting to see whether we get any reports of damage. Of course, it's dark in the middle of the night, so we might not know that right now. But the hail reports are coming in, and absolutely think that those pixels of 60 dBz that are going through Bellevue, about to go over the hill down into Westmead and Belmead, is probably dropping some pretty good size hail.
Yeah, I'm looking at this storm in Centerville that
Yeah.
prompted the southwestern Williamson County tornado warning that was just issued. And it looks kind of like the last one we had, where the area of rotation is really not classic tornadic rotation. It's just very close to being tornadic rotation. As these storms just continue to just plow right down the same area, and it's just I like this one down in Centerville that Andrew's showing you. I mean, that storm has had what, 2 or 3 supercells go over that same area in the last couple of hours.
Yeah.
How on earth does it have enough energy to keep doing this? And it's because the front has stopped, and it has parked right across, from Fairview up into Bellevue, up into Vanderbilt, into Nashville, into East, and it's going to cause flash flooding. But because nothing south of it is stopping the inflow, it's continuing to rotate, and we still have upper level support for it to rotate, and it's a huge mess. It's a huge mess.
Yeah, so seeing lots of reports come in, Belmead, Westmead, hail. So I'm going to send a tweet out asking for more reports to be sent in using hashtag T-Spotter. Really is the best way to get reports to us. Those reports go straight to the Weather Service, and that helps them make better warning decisions as this storm moves to the northeast.
If anything, the storm up here in northeastern Davidson County is anticyclonic. Look at the velocity on that thing. I mean, the red here is wind going away from the radar, and this is wind going toward the radar.
Yeah. There's a good bit of wind that's going through East Nashville right now. I just got a text from somebody who lives up there, and they're like, it's rocking. But we're not saying these are weak storms. These are beast storms that we don't very often get. And the ones we get, we usually just get one of them, and then we all go to bed. It's because this front has stopped, and we're just getting wrecked here. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen connecting tornado warning polygons from Gallatin all the way to almost Hohenwald. That's insane. So, but again, I don't see any evidence of a large tornado with debris signatures anywhere in this presentation. But these storms have been rotating all night. They can produce brief tornadoes very quickly, and they can produce them in between radar scans. So this radar is awesome, and it works well, but it has its limitations. But I mean, I can see why some of these warnings are issued, and a lot of times then the storm will do something different, and then the rotation that would prompt a tornado warning may broaden out or do something messy.
That looks like what's happened down here in Hickman County. Even just in the past 10 minutes, this has really broadened out. I mean, that's a very unimpressive velocity signature as far as rotation goes, which is good. And that's happened just in the past 10 minutes or so. What we're hoping happens here is that every storm like this is going to rotate. Every supercell storm is going to rotate. But not every supercell storm is tornadic. And so what we're hoping here is that these supercells are transitioning to a state where they rotate, but not every one of them is going to be producing a tornado. So that's what we hope is going to happen. We're waiting on that to really happen in a way that where we can, rest on these tornado warnings a little bit. We're not there yet, but hopefully these storms will broaden out and the rotation will relax at least to a point where we can not be getting tornado
Constant
warnings on
tornado
those.
warnings.
Yeah, that would be helpful, really.
Yeah, I mean this is definitely the filibuster stream.
Yeah.
And obviously, like at the end of the day, we're all losing sleep, and we all remember what happened here 5 years ago, and we're here so that we can all wake up in the morning. So if we've woken some people up and you got out of bed and you lost some sleep, I hate it. This forecasting isn't perfect. The warning process isn't perfect, but it's done with no small measure of understanding that a lot of people are getting woken up, and one life is more important than a lot of people's sleep. So that's why it's done this way, and it's done very well, and it's not done lightly. Meanwhile, our chat is just flying by. But just to reiterate, I don't see anything on the ground. I don't think any of you guys do either. But it is storming big time, especially these velocities as we get close to you're out in Centerville. I'm looking over towards Old Hickory. I'm looking at 49 mile an hour winds at 200 feet.
Yeah,
come
that's a
flying
windy one
in.
right there. Yep.
Yeah, and that's you might be sleeping or hearing it hit your windshields and going, "Is that a tornado?" Straight line winds can do big damage, and they're scary. So, but just let you know, I don't see a large, tight circulation that would suggest that there's a big tornado coming on any of these warnings right now. But that could change very quickly. Good news is, yet to get a report of a tornado doing any damage in Williamson County or Davidson County tonight, which is great news. The flash flooding is going to end up being the concern in the morning. I was just looking at some of the radar data we get from a program called GR Earth, and some of the 1 hour rainfall rates going into Fairview were running at about 2.1 inches an hour, which if that continues for the next several hours, which the HRRR model thinks it will put 4 to 5 inches of water down. And in the city, in Nashville, we can't handle that much water. Rainfall rates that exceed that go that long for 3 hours are going to cause flash flooding. So that's why there's a flash flood warning already out. The last thing we want to read about in the news tomorrow is somebody drove around and lost their car because they drove over a flooded road. If some of y'all are, I know a lot of y'all are nurses and have places to go to get to work early in the morning. You've got early shifts wherever you go. If you're not sure that road is passable, don't try it, because flash flooding is probably happening, and it's very difficult to see it dark, especially in an urban setting. And in the rain, you're very difficult to rescue. The best thing that can happen in those situations is your car stalls out or you lose your car. The worst thing is you end up in a tough spot and you get water in your car and bad things happen. So I remember, Will, when before Andrew came aboard, we had that one rainer. I remember one morning where we got 6 or 7 inches and just the interstate just went to a standstill. And with all the new construction we've got, we're probably even less able to cope with flash flooding. So I would encourage y'all to be very careful as you're going out and about. Hopefully none of y'all are driving in this, but I know some of y'all are probably waking up and having to go to work. So let's just be careful with the flash flooding, because I think it's only going to get worse as we go through the morning.
Brand new tornado warning now for Davidson County. Far far northeastern Davidson County for the storm up around Hendersonville, where we were seeing those 40, 50 mile an hour winds up there going toward Hendersonville. So let's go over here and look. Looks like most of that now is over in Hendersonville, and yeah, it just looks like that's right up there around Old Hickory Lake. So that's pretty safely over there inside Sumner County now. But that warning does clip. That new tornado warning. Look at all those polygons. That new tornado warning does clip northeastern Davidson County there. But that's pretty safely inside Sumner County at this point.
It's like Oprah. We all get tornado warnings. I mean, this is just an incredible system.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything too impressive there around Oak Hill, Radnor Lake. These are messy velocity returns. Don't put too much stock in it. This is just radar junk there. We can go over to TVNA and take a look at that, and yeah, it's still pretty messy. Just some straight line winds there. It looks like not seeing much in the way of rotation there.
No, I'm not either, Andrew.
So it looks like Berry Hill over to Rosedale, Trevecca. Looks like maybe some 40, 50 mile per hour winds, but it's tough to find the rotation in there, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
What's this new warning here we got going? That's
yeah, there's some NROT spikes that are bad data going on. Guys, I think we're going to see the sunrise.
Certainly seems that way.
Yeah.
It really does, doesn't it?
God, I wonder how many tornado warnings have been issued today.
Oh, we'll be able to count them on the IEM bot in the morning and see. And somebody will they like do a little slide that has them all. I think SPC does that as well. I mean, it's going to be over 100, right? Like,
I would think so.
yeah. We're not talking about here. We're talking about just
Yeah.
in the country. Yeah. Yeah, this is. I was going to pull up the HRRR model and see what it says because I haven't looked at the latest run and see how long it thinks this thing is going to be here. So let's see. The 8Z run just started, and I mean it actually just keeps this thing rolling for the next several hours. The 7Z does as well. So y'all, I think we're gonna have flash flooding problems Thursday. I really do.
Yeah, let me turn off the tornado and severes just for a second. Even the radar. Let me turn off the radar here just a second. And switch all over to here. So we did this just a second ago, but let's look at the flash flooding risk right now. Flash flood warnings stretch from basically where the tornado warnings have been because the storms have all been in the same place, but basically stretching from Hickman County, Williamson County up into downtown Nashville all the way up to Gallatin. So you back out here and you can see very clearly where the storms have been training right up kind of I-40 and maybe a little south of I-40, but basically I-40 from southwestern Middle Tennessee or southwest Tennessee and stretching all the way up through Perry County, Hickman County, Dixon County, Williamson County into Nashville. And I mean, to be honest with you, this kind of, I mean, where I live, it just kind of feels like I'm in a different world. I've not heard thunder in hours. We've not had a drop of rain. and it just feels a little bit like a whole different world. But if you're sort of in my situation, be assured that there's a ton of rain. Been some horrible storms up in Nashville and to the northwest. It's just it's one of those situations where we just it's a very sharp cutoff as far as where the rain and storms have been and where they haven't been. And some of you have even been under tornado warnings in the past couple of hours. Like Nolensville, for example, has been under a few different tornado warnings and haven't had as much as a clap of thunder. So it's just there's such a sharp gradient there between where the storms are and where they aren't. And so just understand if you're being woken up, it just it's. There are people just down the road from you, more than likely, that are dealing with the storms, even though you may not. You may be just outside of them. But yeah, this sucker, it looks like this thing has stalled right on top of us, guys.
Yeah, this is completely consistent with the forecast. I just ran the HER, and as far as new rain, looking like another 4 to 5 inches, which would run pretty much from Fairview up through Nashville, up through like Hermitage, and then points north. So I would think that might put us in the 5 or 6 inch range. And at least the model, the latest run of the HRRR model, keeps us running with some downpours, like even through tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
So, it's not like this thing's going to turn off anytime soon. I just ran the 6Z, which runs 48 hours. It's the model run that goes 48 hours out. And it looks like the rain doesn't come off of us until, let's see, maybe early Friday morning. It won't be continuous, be off and on. And then it lifts out, and Friday looks okay. And then Saturday we deal with another freaking storm event. So that's what the concern is going to be for flooding. And we were talking about, people were like, my son's in here, he's like, well, am I going to be able to umpire baseball? Well, it depends on where your field is. If your field is south of where that stationary front is, you might. But if you're like north of that Fairview to downtown to Nashville, up in the east, you won't. And let me also make something else clear. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on the chat that y'all are asking, and I mean, it's really fair questions. You're asking where the tornado is. There's warnings out there for some rotation. I don't see anything definitive on the radar that I can point to and go, there's a tornado on the ground. I just don't see it anywhere on the Nashville, Brentwood, Franklin warning. I don't see that anywhere. I don't see it in the Southwest Williamson County one. That one looks like it's, if you look at the velocity data, it does not co-locate with the reflectivity data, which it has to in order for there to be a tornado in there. What it means is it's just an angry supercell. And could it produce a tornado at any moment? Absolutely, it could. But where exactly is it? I don't know. Like Andrew, even if you go over towards that one in Southwest Williamson County, just outside the county in Murray County, right where the Cheatham border is, a lot of that data is bad, but some of it could be a couplet, could be a tornado couplet in there, and that's why they had to issue the warning. But it's not obvious, and we don't see any debris signatures, and we're not getting any reports of damage anywhere. What we are seeing is evidence of, again, really strong hail, lots of cloud ground lightning, some pretty strong straight line winds. But yeah, that's what we see here. And again, at some point this morning, and I've been saying this for 2 hours now, this thing is going to transition off of a severe thunderstorm tornado event and being exclusively a lightning and heavy rain, and most significantly a flash flooding event where you're going to get the flooding in the usual spots. You're going to see streams come over, and the rain's going to continue into the daylight hours and even into the afternoon hours on Thursday and cause additional problems. So, yeah. And that's all I have to say about that. And the water vapor imagery, by the way, it reminds me of flash. This looks like a flash flooding event to me right now, because the moisture train that's driving all these storms and dumping these high rainfall rates into Nashville and West Williamson County goes all the way back into Arkansas. And you can see as plain as day on water vapor imagery as out of the dry air, these big plumes of moisture come up, and they're just coming right for Nashville. And now we got a new warning here for severe thunderstorm warning for East Nashville, Hermitage, Antioch, Percy Priest, into Mount Juliet. So it looks like what they've decided to do, instead of continue the tornado warning that's in Nashville that Andrew is showing you there, they put that big yellow box on it and said, no, we don't think it's tornado anymore, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We think it's severe thunderstorm warning. And, tornado will be possible in there, but there's no evidence on radar of one right now.
Yeah.
So that's why they've decided to do that. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah. So that's I was just talking with somebody at the Weather Service. That's what they're doing. They're hopefully, we think, going to start transitioning some of these tornado warnings to severe thunderstorm warnings that mention that a tornado could be possible in these, and maybe move away from some of the tornado warning verbiage there. So that's what they've done there with that Nashville storm. So this tornado warning that's currently in effect for Davidson and Williamson counties, they're right around Oak Hill, Creve Hall, places like that. They're going to be moving that language toward a severe thunderstorm warning, and could have a tornado possible with that. So that's a good trend. The fewer red boxes we have on this map, the better. And we hope that it looks like we should get an update on this Williamson County storm. Looks like a brand new tornado warning now for Williamson County, for southwestern Williamson County, and all the way up into Franklin and Brentwood. So we hate to ask you to do it again, guys, but could you please go to your safe place in Franklin and in central Williamson County? So if you're in the area, if you're in Franklin or Brentwood, even down to Keystone, Boston, Leapers Fork area, that's a new tornado warning for Williamson County that is going to be in effect until 4:45. Getting closer to sunrise here, guys. So brand new tornado warning for Williamson County.
I guess the midnight coffee was a good idea after all.
I mean, is it good that I haven't had to pee in a while? Like, what does that mean? Is it just all coming out in stress?
Sunrise at 6:30, so a little over 2 hours away.
Filibuster.
Stackhouse.
Yeah, the Stackhouse filibuster.
All right. All right. Well, let's go in. Let's look at some velocities here.
We need to shout out our intern over here, Elon.
You're doing an excellent job on the socials.
Elon is killing it, and he
Elon,
probably has to
Elon
go
Wallen.
he has to go to class probably in like 12 minutes down at Mississippi State, and it's going to be like physics and like differential equations.
It actually is differential equations.
Yeah, it's going to be differential equations, and he's going to have to. So if you are teaching Elon differential equations, if you'll be sure to call on him tomorrow, that would really please me. But so there is a little bit of circulation, guys, in Williamson County.
Yeah. So what are we thinking on this? This
Now,
thing?
hold on, guys. Is that debris? Southwest
I
Williamson
do
County.
see a CC lowering west of Pinewood Road. It is.
All right.
No,
Correlated.
hold on.
I don't
That's in a hail. That's in a hail core, guys.
Yeah, I don't see.
Is it?
Yes, that's in a high reflectivity area, right in
Yeah.
the hail core.
I don't see it where.
But look at the
Where you-
velocities. Look at storm
s-
relative velocity,
Okay.
and then look at base velocity.
It looks like wind-driven hail to me, but it's a tornado warning, so.
Where's Tom?
So yeah, it looks like crossing 840. There's going to be a high reflectivity area that has traditionally tonight been hail. These high reflectivity areas have been the hail core, and the CC drops here have been hail. The hail marker co-locates with it. And the area of rotation with this in the supercell would be on the southeast side, but let's go over to TBNA and take a look at it.
235.46.
Looks like some strong winds possible there. Greenchapel Road, Oscar Green Road, Shoals Branch. Yeah, some strong winds possible there.
Yeah, I think it looks more like hail core as well as we continue to go down.
Yeah, if you put a marker on, say, the 89 pixel of CC South Craigfield, it co-locates with the highest reflectivity in the cell, it away from the velocity.
This is what we're doing is we're now thinking outside or thinking out loud.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's good. I mean, it's definitely blowing 50 miles an hour, but I don't see a rotational couplet there. At all. Well, anyway, this tornado warning runs. It looks like the area that they warned it for would take it through Fernvale up towards take it right over the Natchez Trace Bridge. It's not like y'all haven't seen any rain or hail tonight. It's not typically where we would see tornado on a supercell.
Mm-mm.
And I also don't see, if we go up the storm a little bit, it also doesn't look that convincing either. The normalized rotation has lost it, and then the little debris thing is not co-located either. So if that was a tornado, it was very brief. And there was a little couplet that doesn't make other sense as well. So, yeah. This is a tough one. All right, I'm going to go back forward.
Looks like some high winds about to cross 840.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're maybe 50.
Yeah.
Let's look at HPX, see if there's anything there.
Yeah, I don't see. So this is not unlike the other warnings we've had, where what prompted the warning doesn't seem to be true anymore. Yeah.
Is this what it was for?
No. I mean, that's side lobe contamination.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I think there was a little weak couplet that prompted it earlier. I mean, that storm's been warned, and we haven't seen any reports or heard anything from emergency management in Hickman County or southwest of there. Yeah, I don't see it either. But it sure has the shape of a supercell. It doesn't do much more than that.
Yeah. That's the thing with shapes of super. I mean, you can have a shape of a supercell. It can have the biggest hook on it. I mean, we see that in the plains a lot. You could have the hook of a lifetime on a storm, but it's not going to produce a tornado.
Yeah, we see it a lot here in the summer as well.
Yeah. We see it around here. You got to have that. Got to have that rotation on it, and it's hard to pick out at the moment. Right here around Leapers Fork.
I tell you what, though, it's going to exacerbate the flooding in those.
Yeah, it is.
Those hollers down there.
Yep.
Near between Leapers Fork and Fairview, it already got a ton of rain. In fact, just got a radar update on the rain event. I mean, the rainfall rates are easily 1.5 to 2 inches per hour. And the flash, I mean, we've already covered up in flash flood warnings. I imagine those warnings will be continued through the morning. And hopefully it'll get worse than that. I mean, I've even had to pull up my post-Waverly color file just to get an idea. Looks like a lot of these areas have already picked up almost 4 inches of rain. And really the rain event is only starting for this area that's going to get trained. Yep. So one of the trends that I noticed in the last couple HRRR model runs is that the updrafts will slowly start to come down, and if you look kind of north where all that that yellow and blue is, where it's just kind of like light rain, that is matching what will happen, and we think that eventually these supercells that are warned right now will start to kind of break up and have the kind of the scattering that you see north of it. And that will indicate the official end of the severe weather threat for us. But that should take a couple hours according to HRRR. It looked like it wouldn't start to break apart till 6 a.m., which, frankly, isn't that far away.
Yeah.
Well,
but there's warnings, so we stay on when there's warnings. We're filibustering.
We're at 4 hours and 7 minutes.
The Titans have had longer broadcasts.
So let's just reset here a little bit. We've got a lot of people that have been up, down, up, down, up, down. And let's just sort of back out a little bit. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Davidson County, over toward B&A, Hermitage, Donaldson, gusty winds, some hail. That should be about it. You'll be all right inside for that storm. Although it's loud, and it's actually very loud, especially with the hail and the wind with it. But the lightning itself is very loud. Tornado warning for Williamson County and southwestern Davidson County, and that is for a circulation that is not standing out on radar currently too much to us. We're going down in here and looking. This is all bad data here. Don't pay attention to that bright blue stuff, but we're looking right in here trying to find some circulation. If it's there, it would be right around that Old Hillsborough Road, Leapers Fork area, but boy, it's hard to find. So we don't see much as far as, we certainly don't see debris or anything like that. In here, we do see hail. I see 2 places of hail. One right up here around Kingfield. Kingfield's probably getting quite a bit of hail right now. Probably pretty good size hail. And then down here around Boston, seeing hail as well.
Boston, Williamson County, not
Williamson
Massachusetts.
County.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I thought it was.
Yeah, we only covered Davidson and Williamson counties. That's in Tennessee, by the way.
Yeah. I think most people have not been to Boston and Williamson County.
It's a beautiful place. You should go.
It is.
Don't
But
all go at once. Trust me, you'll overwhelm them.
It's not like Massachusetts. But man, this is a lot of rain, y'all.
Yeah, it is.
And lightning.
Yeah.
I can tell you what it's not.
What
It's
isn't
not,
it?
it's not a tornado.
No.
Yeah. I'm just having a hard time finding it.
Yeah, it looks sometimes,
I'll tell you what, those hail sizes are going up though. Williamson County is about to get walloped with some more hail.
Yeah.
The hail sizes are going up in this storm. So
If you go up a few scans, you can maybe make the argument for rotation, but I mean, of course, everything is rotating tonight.
that's a supercell. It's gonna,
Yeah.
right there. I mean, that's in the mid levels. That's gonna rotate there. But that's what's going to get these hail sizes up too. So it may not produce a tornado, but that mesocyclone is going to help keep those hail sizes up. And radar's pinging the possibility of 2.71 inch hail here. Now this often overdoes it a little bit. There might be a couple of hailstones that size, But we're looking at the possibility again of potentially golf ball to tennis ball size hail coming through. West Franklin. In fact, that's probably the main story here at the moment. In fact, I really am pretty confident of that. That the main story here at the moment is potentially some very large hail coming through the western and northern parts of Franklin over the next 15, 20 minutes. So it could get very loud up there. It looks like it's kind of gathering that hail because the hail sizes on radar have come up. And that typically means it's gathering that hail, and it could drop all that hail probably around Grassland, Legends Ridge, Fieldstone Farms, Cottonwood up there. So what we've seen is they kind of pulse up, the storms kind of pulse up, and then they'll drop that hail core that they've held up. And in fact, we might be seeing that happening right now, actually. So right here around Parker Branch Road, right here around Waddell Hollow Road, and Old Charlotte Pike. That may be what's happening. So right there on the northern parts of Leapers Fork, the west parts of Franklin, west of West Haven. And so if you live out there in that northwestern areas of Franklin, my bet is that you're going to get some really large hail up there. So it's about to get loud.
Yeah, and
So
some of the straight line winds are pretty good too, Andrew. Near Leapers Fork on TBNA, 50-something plus miles an hour.
Yeah. And what we've said before is the only thing, that makes hail that size worse is when it's wind-driven.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have wind-driven hail of that size, if you have vinyl siding or anything like that, man, I'm telling you, it just wreaks havoc on stuff like that. So,
where it's going is over to West Haven.
Yeah, it's kind of headed toward West Haven. That hail core is. It's going to be really close to West Haven.
If they haven't covered the greens, there's going to be. It's too cheesy of a joke even for me. Sorry, I won't say it. Well, some of the comedy in the chat is entertaining. Something
Always
about a
is.
chicken jockey, which is like I think a Minecraft thing. Yeah.
So, who should be sheltered and who should be out of their safe place? Seeing a lot of those questions come in. Maybe we can go around the horn on that.
Well, technically, a good chunk of Williamson County is under a tornado warning here. So if you are if you are in Franklin, you should be sheltered. If you're southwest of Franklin, like Boston, Kingfield, Greenbrier in Williamson County, the storm has passed you to the northeast. So it looks like there's an update to that warning. They're continuing the tornado warning there for Williamson County. It looks like they've shored the warning up a little bit, but they are continuing it. So Franklin being your safe place, Cool Springs, Grassland. Most of Brentwood is not included in the tornado warning yet. The tornado warning kind of cuts off right there around the Concord Road exit of I-65. So really it's really Franklin, Cool Springs, Grassland. I would be in your safe place. And looks like a new flash flood warning that's going to include Davidson and Williamson as well. So that'll pop up. New flash flood warning. And that covers pretty much Nolensville down to Franklin, Cool Springs, Brentwood, Antioch, Percy Priest Lake. All right. So as far as people that need to be in your safe place, it's a relatively small area. Not a small number of people, but a small area. So basically from West Haven, Franklin, Grassland, Cool Springs, that area right there. That is the area that should be in your safe place. Outside of that, I think you're cool. So, yeah, there's that flash flood warning that just popped up here, this green polygon.
Well, in that storm near Hohenwald, I mean, why not give them a tornado warning?
I was just gonna say the same thing.
I mean,
I'm sure we'll have one here in a minute.
why not? I mean, it's got rotational loft. I mean, if you look aloft, you can kind of make a case for it, but I wouldn't know where to tell you the tornado is. I don't
That's
know
the
where to tell
thing
you
is
it
at the surface, it's hard to tell,
And one of the things I've learned, one of the lessons from the April 27, 2011 outbreak was just because the radar shows the tornado here doesn't mean the thing has gone straight down, because radar has this top down look. And so a lot of times these tornadoes do this or go like that, or they just swirl around. And so it's not necessarily where the reds and the greens are together, right? It can tilt and stretch down. So, oh, hold on, my wife is texting me from the bed.
Telling you to be quiet.
No, she wants
Can
to know
you
if
keep it down?
she wants to know if she needs to get up. Oh, do you mean downtown Franklin? Hold on, let me text her.
Do I need to clarify anything? I get the impression your wife is watching.
Yeah, yeah. She says she likes to watch the stream, but she doesn't want to get on the stream. And sometimes the dog, like when the lightning's loud, likes the only time our watchdog comes to me is when there's lightning, but he's too afraid to go downstairs by himself. He's not much of a watchdog.
My guess is that this storm has unloaded some hail over Highway 96, over toward West Haven. Hail size is starting to come down a little bit in the storm, which is good, but it's bad for the people just a minute ago who probably got a pretty big bucket of hail dropped on them that was probably it was probably golf ball size or better. Right over there, just to the west of West Haven,
I mean,
approaching
yeah, I'm looking
Fieldstone
at it.
Farms.
Yeah, I'm actually getting hail at my house now. The first time I've seen any all the time. Yeah. I mean, this is like a roofer and body shop guy's dream. These supercells that have come through because the hail has just been huge. Stuff at my house hasn't been that big, but I'm not over the big hail core. It looks like the big hail core is over like Fieldstone Farms, Cottonwood.
Yeah,
Legend Bridge,
quarters
yeah.
in West Haven.
Yeah, I'm an OG Cottonwooder, so one of my fear of storms first started. One of the many places. Got a report that Fieldstone Farms has golf ball sized hail.
Not surprising whatsoever.
Yeah. So golf ball sized hailer in Fieldstone Farms from my good buddy Mr. Lee. And it looks like that's moving towards Holly Tree Farms, Fountainhead, over by Granny White, y'all, up into Brentwood. So it looks like another hailer is coming into Brentwood.
Yeah, Cool Springs hail just started.
Mm-hmm.
So tornado warning continues for another 12 minutes on this storm that's moving into Cool Springs. And again, the story with this one is the hail at the moment. We're not seeing a very strong case for tornado being on the ground or anything like that. And I'm starting to get some hydro alerts from some stream gauges. Let's see what this is.
I believe it.
So I'm getting some alerts from Ridgeland Creek at Belmead, Browns Creek around the fairgrounds, and Browns Creek at Glendale Lane. We're going to get into that here in just a second. That's a whole other issue. But if you live along our creeks like Browns, Ridgeland, not so much Mill Creek, at least down in the Nolensville area, maybe further up toward Antioch, but so much of Mill Creek down there relies on what happens down in Nolensville. So not so much Mill Creek yet, but like 7 Mile Creek, Browns Creek, Richland Creek, even Whites Creek up in the northern part of Davidson County, Dry Creek over toward Madison. Those are some of the creeks that commonly have problems when we have situations like this where we just get relentless rain. So if you live along one of those areas, watch out for water coming up. We'll get into those river gauges here in a little bit, but started getting some alerts on my phone from those particular river gauges letting us know they're getting a little high. It looks like the Weather Service says they see that rotation down toward Hohenwald.
I think are they talking about the other storm?
Still seeing rotation with the storm near Franklin, going to issue a downstream tornado warning.
Yeah. And I bet that one in Hohenwald's going to go too.
So we have a new tornado warning that's about to be issued for Davidson County and northern Williamson County.
Please don't DoorDash.
All right, here comes the new tornado warning.
It's gonna go.
There
Wow,
it is,
Ezra,
right
how'd
there.
you know?
Yeah. Here comes
there
my
goes
family.
mine. Let's go.
All right. My family's about to come running in here.
Images of quarters and golf balls in Whitehall Farms.
If you're enjoying our socials, just know that it was a product of a Centennial High School student who's now at Mississippi State University, Mr. Elin, the intern. Another shout out to him. Andrew, do you need to step away here?
Yeah,
handle it.
Let me just step. My family's asking. They're. I can hear them coming right now.
Yeah.
So let me go answer some
Yeah.
questions.
Go handle it. Go ahead and turn off your camera and
Or
we'll take
zoom
it from
out
here.
for a second.
Yeah. So we got a new tornado warning here, guys. and it is for the middle of Williamson County. It includes Brentwood, and it's a great time for my little. Oh, there we go. It includes Franklin, but it looks like the storm itself is trying to run itself out of Franklin. And the Weather Service is concerned about rotation that's near the Cool Springs area. And it's going to run up and kind of in between Brentwood and Nolensville. And then it'll run into like Cane Ridge area.
There's a Hohenwald.
Yeah, go ahead. Who is that?
Sorry, I was just saying the Hohenwald storm is now warned as well.
Oh, and so we got another tornado warning behind that one. It's in Hohenwald, so it'll go into Murray County, and if it makes it all the way, will end up in Spring Hill.
And the Hohenwald storm has co-located reflectivity couplet, or velocity couplet, reflectivity, and an en-route spike.
Does it?
No. Can't see it on the screen there, but yeah.
I'm looking at it on mine. It looks like it's either a BWER or it's a side lobe contamination.
It's probably side lobe, but
anyway, that's not in our county right now. So let's deal with the one that we got. If you're wondering where Andrew is, the newest tornado warning that just came out is in. Let's see. The storm just crossed 65. Looks like it's over by McKay's Mill and is going to move towards Nolensville. I'm going to go ahead and put it in motion on mine. You can't see it on the screen because Andrew's controlling the screen and he had to step away to deal with his family. But it looks like this area of concern that the Weather Service has pointed out will be in Bell Chase Farms here pretty shortly. It'll then be into Nolensville and Nolensville proper. It'll probably go really close to Burke Hollow, close to Trinity, and I'm getting a new scan in. Nothing looks super impressive or concerning about it other than the fact that it's a supercell and it has been rotating for some time. So if you're hearing sirens and you're in Nolensville, let's go ahead and take some shelter. I'll go ahead and rotate it back and forth. So it looks like it's going to come in. It's in McKay's Mill now, and it looks like it's exiting McKay's Mill, and it's going to come across Clovercroft Road. So if you live off Clovercroft Road, between McKay's Mill and Nolensville High School, let's go ahead. You're in the path of a tornado-warned storm. If you live off of Split Log Road, you're in the path of a tornado-warned storm, and those are the roads that go in towards Nolensville, towards Highway 31. There's been a new tornado warning issued for y'all, and it looks like the most likely area of that circulation will be into Bell Chase Farms. Let's say it's probably there now, because our radar image is from 9:38, and it's 4:38, and it's 4:40 now. So it looks like if you're in Nolensville, you're in the path of this newly tornado-warned storm. Let's go ahead and go to the lowest level into your room of your home, and let's take shelter. Let this thing go on by, and you can come back out. Franklin, it looks like the supercell is on top of us, but the rotation part that caused the warning is now gone across 65 into Bell Chase Farms and is now heading towards Nolensville. Andrew, how you doing?
Hello. Well, doing fine. Yeah, so we're looking at TB&A here. TB&A would have a great view of the storm. So looks like some strong wind crossing 65 up there toward Brent Mead, up there toward the Concord Road and Wilson Pike corridors up there. So could be 53 mile per hour winds, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds up there. Again, the red here is winds going away from the radar. Okay, so we got winds going away from the radar here, winds going toward the radar here. So if rotation develops, it would be right in here. We would expect to see winds that are green going toward the radar, so the rotation would be back here somewhere. But the story at the moment looks to be these strong winds on TBNA coming through the Brent Mead subdivision up there, 57 mile per hour winds right now, potentially coming through there in those subdivisions in northern Brentwood. So a lot of tornado warnings remain in effect, and one for northeastern Williamson County, one for the Leapers Fork area, a little bit further back to the southwest, and then a new one now for the storm in Hohenwald that we've been watching that looks like it has some rotation there as well, just like a lot of the others have as they've kind of come out of that area and then moved up to our area. So it looks like we're just kind of in a train, one after another.
Andrew, I do think there is some like real legitimate concern about this one down in Murray
Yeah.
County near Hampshire.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. That one in East. Yeah, that one looks a little different than the other ones have.
It looks much different.
Yeah.
It looks like there's some pretty strong circulation in there. It looks like there might be some debris aloft, although it's difficult to tell. It could be a bounded weak echo region, which is when the rain wraps around the circulation. So it could either just be inflow into it, or it could be debris being lofted by a tornado. It's hard to tell at this point, but y'all, this is not far from where that EF2 tornado hit Sunday night.
Yeah, very, very. That's exactly right. Yeah, right there near the in the Hampshire community.
Yeah, I
It's
was
just to the west of there, and it's moving northeast to. It looks like go west of Columbia, up near the Theta community in northern Murray County, and then eventually into places like Spring Hill.
Yeah, if you're in Spring Hill, I'd stay up for this one.
Yeah, I
Um,
would too.
that could be a pretty big tornado if there is a tornado down. That is the one thing I see on my radar right now with all the warnings going on that has me actually concerned. The rest of them look, they don't look as impressive as this one does. So if you live in Spring Hill, let's stay up. Let's go ahead and get ready to get into our lowest level interior rooms. That includes you, Thompson Station. That includes you, Bethesda. Cross Keys, Arno, College Grove, Paytonsville. Let's be ready in case that tornado warning gets extended into you, because that looks like that is a little concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
Yeah.
does. And this is a part, and to be clear, all these other warnings that we've had have been training over. This cell is now plowing unplowed
yeah, it's
ground.
got new
Little bit east.
green
That's right.
field.
Yeah. So again, reiterate: Spring Hill, Thompson Station, even as far as like Bridgemore Village, over to Bethesda, Cross Keys, Paytonsville, Arno, College Grove, Allisona. Let's be up for this one. I hope this thing doesn't hold together, and it may not. But if it's legit, it's legit, and we want you to be ready for it. We'll continue to monitor it as we look at the other warnings that are currently undergoing here. It's producing a substantial amount of cloud to ground lightning, which is a problem. And let's see about hail. It hasn't. Hail core really hasn't picked up on it either. So yeah, that could be a bounded weak echo region.
yeah, it looks like it is.
No,
Gotta.
Elon
little-
is saying let's look over at TBNA at it. I don't really get a good shot of it here. It could be side low. It's just so hard to know, guys. But this is one of the more impressive circulations we've seen in the last 2-3 hours. Approaching Spring Hill, southeast Williamson County.
Yeah, definitely some good inflow there. That's what that is. That's air that's going toward the radar. If that's what that is, it's decent inflow into the storm, coming right up into here. I hear the first raindrops at my house. It's amazing.
Congratulations, they won't
First
be the
ones
last.
of the. I know.
So what now? I'm just sitting here looking for any evidence of lofted debris in Murray County that would be approaching southeast Williamson County, and I don't see any, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't either.
I see everything else but debris in this thing.
Which has kind of been the story tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's back out just a little bit here. Let's sort of we kind of need to reset every once in a while. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern or eastern Davidson County. Tornado warning for northeastern Williamson County and southeastern Davidson County, and that's going to be for the storm that's currently over Nolensville, Cane Ridge, and Antioch. And looking at velocities there, it's more of a discombobulated mess than anything. Not seeing a defined area of circulation there.
I'm not either,
at the
Andrew.
moment. So, but tornado warning continues for that one. So if you're near Long Hunter State Park or northwestern Rutherford County, northeastern or southeastern Davidson County, just stay in your safe place for a little bit. Let that one pass. The one that we're watching that has us a little bit concerned is this one down here in western Murray County, coming into Murray County now, and that is this cell, this circulation, and you got the blues going toward the radar, the reds going away from the radar, so there's rotation right there. And we're waiting for it to get a little bit closer to see if how that evolves. But definitely looks like a legit circulation there on the west side of Murray County, just about a couple of miles north of where the EF2 tornado was last Sunday. So just a few days ago. So
It just looks like it's popping out an appendage. And I'm wondering if the little space, kind of like it has an arm, and it looks like the little space between the arm and its body is where we're seeing the rotation, which doesn't make any sense to me. If we just have to keep watching it. It's not that far from Spring Hill, y'all. Let's storm track that sucker and get an idea of the time.
there we go.
So there you go, Andrew. Yeah, so that would put it into Spring Hill at 5:19 a.m., which seems slow. But all these have been going slow. Get into Sullivan Farms around 5:30. I don't know if it's going to go that far north, but it would. It would get into Sullivan Farms, which is in South Franklin. So areas around Franklin, get in here around 5:30. Franklin proper, Wilco Fair, Arno, 5:30, 5:34. So we got 40 minutes with this thing. And if it does what a lot of them have been doing, it won't keep its act together. And it still doesn't look super compelling. I would expect that if all the other data is correct, we would be seeing debris come out. But we haven't seen any debris.
Yeah.
Weather Service isn't seeing any debris either.
Yeah.
You know, when I surveyed those tornadoes in Fairview and Hampshire earlier in the week, one thing that caught my attention was obviously no leaves on the trees. Not a lot of leaves on the ground. It has rained through there earlier today. It makes me wonder if it's just having a hard time picking up debris. But I'm not sure.
Well,
Yeah, there's
we
just not a lot to pick up at this point.
yeah, yeah. The storms that have been producing tornadoes have had very, very well defined round tornado debris signatures on it. We've not seen one of those in Middle Tennessee yet, and that's a good thing because you don't want that. That's a bad deal, and we've been fortunate that we haven't seen one of those yet show up on radar. We're not seeing it yet with this one. It doesn't mean it won't happen, but we're seeing this circulation, and the good thing is, I'll shift you over here to the left side. So we see this circulation here, and you switch over to the looking for debris. We would see a big blue dot right here if there were debris under that thing, and we're not seeing that. That's really good news. So, and this radar beam's at about 4,500 feet. I mean, pretty much. I mean, not any size tornado, but any, tornado that's really cranking under a supercell would probably be showing up at 4,500 feet.
Well, especially as strong as these things are.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's
and
really encouraging.
if this was the first storm of the day, I'd be really upset and concerned. But man, we've been seeing this all morning.
Yeah. It's been the same thing
And
one after another.
warning after warning after warning that looks similar to this, but I mean, unless you were in southwestern Tennessee, there wasn't any debris coming up, and so there's something about this system that just isn't right. I've also got, Andrew was talking about you would get the little blue areas. I've got that, and I've got a separate little thing that detects that, and I don't see anything on it at all. So it's as the kids would say, sus, but it has my full attention.
Yeah.
Because something hasn't, there's something called recency bias, that if you think the things that happened recently are going to happen now, it's a logical fallacy. You want to always check yourself for biases. So, my wife's just texted me something very interesting, but she's not allowed. She's not letting me say anything. Everybody's been up all night. This is rough. We're gonna get flash warnings. Okay, so they've kind of trimmed that warning back, but that tornado warning is now. Looks like if this thing keeps going, it looks like it's turning a little left, guys. You think? Maybe it might miss Spring Hill?
Yeah, it could. Hang on one second. I'm responding to a message as well.
Sorry, there's breaking news that we're not allowed to break. It doesn't have anything to do with the tornado on the ground. So, but it looks like, all right, now I might be seeing a little debris in this thing.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's iffy. It's borderline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's debris, but man, it's got my attention now. Y'all, the last thing we need is a tornado to come ripping right through the middle of Williamson County. Yeah.
Fletcher said Williamson County closed.
That's what I'm hearing.
All right, so tornado warning continues for southwestern Williamson County, and looks like western Murray is where that circulation is. Let's go over and look at. Well, yeah, we're already on that radar. Let's go over and look at that here. So yeah, it looks angry. It actually looks like it's decoupling a little bit.
Yeah.
Williamson County schools officially are closed tomorrow.
They'd probably have
Bless
a bunch,
their hearts, they haven't slept in.
I was going to say they'd probably have a bunch of tired people if they.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of wind damage out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hail damage. Tornado sirens have been going all night. The kids have been up and upset. It's been imagine you're 6 years old and you wake up 3 times and told there's a tornado coming. It's hard to educate the kids when that happens. So
Got a picture here in chat.
yeah, what was
Let's
that?
do that.
New severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Williamson County. I'm sorry, southeast Davidson County. For that hailer that's currently over Percy Priest, it's going to quickly be in Wilson County, in Rutherford County here.
All right. Yeah, hail core there. Hail core right around Lakewood Village, right around Hobson Pike, the Hobson Pike Bridge, and Long Hunter State Park. So if you are currently crappie fishing on Couchville Lake,
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
which I am really looking forward to doing sooner rather than later.
Hey, we just got a good question I think we should answer.
Okay.
Question is Nashville proper out of the woods?
Yeah. It's looking
think
pretty
so.
good. Yeah,
I think
so
we're
for
out of
now.
the tornado woods. We are just beginning you might need a boat woods. Because the flash flooding will continue, and please don't drive across a flooded road. It does a couple of things. It ruins your car, it puts your safety at risk, and it's going to cause Metro's finest police officers and fire department, first responders, people to come fish you out of there. So nobody wins when that happens. Let's stay out of the water with our cars. Our cars aren't boats, and let's let our first responders deal with fires and medical emergencies and things that they are serving us to do well. And if you're a doctor or a nurse, God bless you for plowing through all this stuff. Yeah. So that area of rotation down in Murray County looks like it's broadened out to me a little bit, which is good. Broadened is good.
Yes. Yeah, it is definitely broadened. So the pixels, the blue pixels and the red pixels are not touching. That's especially helpful on a morning like this, 5 a.m. We're about to see the sun come up for too long.
It's 5 a.m., boys.
How did that happen?
Woo.
How long has this one been going?
4 hours, 47 minutes. Will, it's about your bedtime, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Will's
Just
our
hitting that 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah. It's not Will's bedtime. This is when Will usually wakes up.
that's exactly right. This is
right.
actually what Will. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. All right, so we got one severe thunderstorm warning and one tornado warning that we're watching. All right, severe thunderstorm warning is the strongest part of that storm is pushed into Wilson and Rutherford counties, don't you think? So the strongest part of that, the strongest winds, and probably the strongest hail has pushed right inside Wilson and Rutherford counties. And then
Can you show that on radar?
Oh, I've been looking at a different screen. Sorry.
yeah.
Here it is. Yep. Here we go.
And so we had a tornado warning on that. It was dropped, replaced with a severe, but
Yeah.
it's mostly moving out of the county.
Yeah. The worst part of that storm is clearly inside Wilson and Rutherford now, by about 5 minutes or so. So that's moving east. That's moving into Wilson and Rutherford. Moving down to the southwest. No big deal. No big deal. And we have this tornado warning down here in western Murray that has been showing some encouraging signs over the last 10 minutes. Much
New
more
update
encouraging now.
from the Weather Service here, Andrew.
Okay.
A surface boundary remains stalled over Middle Tennessee, which is why these supercells are training over the same areas with favorable shear and instability persisting. The tornado and severe thunderstorm threat could persist for a few more hours.
Yay.
I mean, at this point,
Yeah. I'm not going to bed. We might as well just stay up, right?
why not?
Yeah.
I mean, if you say you're going to filibuster, you got to filibuster.
Absolutely getting rocked in Antioch by lightning, numerous positive strikes.
What?
Okay. It's just the chat amuses me sometimes.
Oh,
Oh,
Yes, no, the YouTube live chat. It's
Uh-huh.
like as the more tired you get, the lower your standard for humor goes.
that is a true statement. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, I know specifically that there are people in Murray County. I've got family down there. Hey guys, and they're under their stairs currently. So I feel like I should talk about the storm
Good idea.
for their sake, as it heads towards Spring Hill Thompson Station. So guys, this is the circulation we're watching here. It's northwest of Columbia. Pretty defined circulation. Looks like it might be tightening up just a little bit again, but again, they've been doing this the whole night. And we have not yet, to our knowledge, seen a confirmed tornado. And again, some of this data is kind of messy. But this is that circulation we're watching. It seems kind of broad right now. So now, if these blues were right up in these reds, then we would be a little, quite a bit more concerned. Right now, it looks a little bit broad. It'd be kind of difficult to get a tornado out of that at this moment. All right, so that's what we're looking at out of that storm. It's a pretty classic supercell shape. Everything kind of looks right about this storm as far as creating severe weather. And we'll just kind of have to see how that evolves over the next little bit. Let's go over to TBNA and look at that. Here's TBNA here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much side lobe contamination here with this, and all of these technical terms we're throwing out, broad, contamination, messy, those are all good things, y'all. Broad circulation is always good. It's tight circulation we worry about. Messy means that it's not telling a consistent story. And when we want a consistent story, when we want to tell people that there's definitely a tornado, and that's one of the reasons why we've been a little casual the last several hours, Have yet to receive a report of any tornado damage, but the hail has been incredible, and the flash flood warnings are ongoing. The flash flood warnings are running from pretty much Franklin to Leapers Fork to Nolensville and points north. You are under a flash flood warning, which is to say that water can quickly rise and float your car away. If you're in a low-lying area, it can get into your home. And we want to avoid floodwaters. Floodwaters hurt and kill people.
Yeah,
So
we're
we
going to
wanna
go in here
avoid
and
that.
look at. We're going to go in here and look at some flood gauges. How about it?
Yeah.
Let's go check that out and see what we're dealing with. Because I know some of these places have gotten up pretty high. So I'm just kind of viewing these live here. So let me go pull up another one here where I can get action stage levels. So we're just kind of going to jump in here. So this is Browns Creek at Glendale. Action stage is 7 feet. And right now it is at 8. All right, so it's not flood stage yet. But let's see, flood stage is 9 feet there at Browns Creek at Glendale. And it's still rising. So you may get there, but it's not quite to flood stage yet. But that's getting on up there pretty high. Browns Creek at the fairgrounds. This is up in Nashville. Let's see here. Action stage is 6, so flood stage is 8 feet. And it looks like it's just kind of been bouncing around 5, 6, 7 feet. So still could get some more water out of that, but not yet hitting flood stage there. That's good news. Let's do Richland and Belmead. Looks like that's getting up close to 10 feet. Yeah, flood stage is 7 feet. Moderate stage is 9 feet. Major stage is 12 feet. And that's at 979. We got a big problem there at Richland Creek in Belmead.
Always. It's
So
a bad
this is getting
spot.
up. This is getting up close to 10 feet, and that would be over moderate stage. That's going to be just a couple of feet under major stage.
Elon, can
So-
you get that out?
On it.
Let's look at that just a second here, because that's going to be a problem. So at 10 feet, the parking area near the creek in Harding Place begins to be flooded. So backwater effects begin from the bridge on Harding Place, and water floods the low-lying areas of the parking lot near the creek in Harding Place. Residential areas near Percy Warner Boulevard, portions of the Belmead Country Club golf course are flooded. And we get up to 11 feet, the parking lot of Belmead Terrace condominiums begin to flood. And at 11 and a half feet, water begins to flood Harding Place near Highway 100 and US 70S. All right, so we're not that far away from that. So
And it's only going to
Belmead-
get worse.
Yeah, Belmead and 70 could be an issue, okay? Well, it is an issue. It's an issue now. So we have flooding issues going on along Richland Creek, and that's from Belmead on up into Charlotte Avenue eventually, once that water gets downstream. So that's something to watch. Looks like another tornado warning coming for Murray.
Yeah, it's going to jump into Williamson, right?
It's going to have to,
Yeah. So new tornado warning coming for...
unless they're doing a different circulation. We'll have to wait and see what it is.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
it's got to be
it would have to be. That's the only one I see.
the one northwest of Columbia.
Yeah. So new tornado warning coming for northern Murray County, southern Williamson County. Probably we'll have to see where it's drawn.
So explain this to me. Why would I put a marker on the convergence couplet in reflectivity? Is that BWER? I I mean, I would expect it to be where that green hail marker is.
The B words are always inside the rotation. They're never.
Right.
I mean, they're bounded. That's what they are. They have to be
Right.
bounded. They can't be U or V shaped.
All right, so those of you in Spring Hill, Thompson Station, you're going to get another tornado warning here in a minute, and probably those of you in Franklin, Triune, Bethesda, potentially on up into Nolensville, are going to get another tornado warning here in just a minute. Again, this is a circulation. We have no indication yet that it's produced a tornado, but it's rotation that is strong enough at the lowest levels that the Weather Service wants to go ahead and continue to warn it because there's a possibility that it could produce a tornado. So we'll expect that to come out right now, actually. So let's see where it appears.
Yeah, it's going to be in Wilco here.
Yeah, gotta be. And as you go up in those scans, rotate, similar to what Alyssa said in NWS chat, it is persisting. And, if you go up a few scans.
Yeah, there's our new tornado warning there. Goes all the way over to Triune, Arrington, and Page High School, Arno, Bethesda. So y'all have not had a tornado warning yet, I don't believe, down in southeastern Williamson County. So wakey, wakey.
Yeah. It's 5
Time for y'all to
a.m.
wake up.
Good morning.
So time for y'all to join the party. So yeah, if you're in Bethesda, Page High School area, Spring Hill, Thompson Station, go ahead and take cover. The storm back to the southwest coming out of the Columbia area. Still showing some signs of rotation, and although it doesn't look at the moment, it certainly doesn't look coupled up. Still looks decoupled there. So it's broad rotation, which is good. Broad rotation is good. So we want to see rotation that's not connected. So these reds and blues, we don't want them connected together. We want a mile or two between those. So it doesn't look like it's coupled at the moment, and in fact, there it looks even a little bit less coupled. But we'll have to watch that and see how that evolves over the next little bit. It's got a good shape to it.
Man, we're dodging them left and right. Let's dodge this one.
Why not? We can do another one.
Starting to see faces in these things.
Everybody's doing it. Come on, man. This is the sound of us thinking really hard about what's happening and organizing our thoughts. I wouldn't stayed up this long. I wouldn't stayed up this long for a final in college. So this area of rotation is going into, let's see, it looks like it's going to cruise right on into Spring Hill, Thompson Station here in the next couple minutes. Y'all are going to hear a lot of wind and rain. I don't see any evidence of debris occurring. But there is rotation with this thing aloft, and that's the reason for the warning. But I don't see anything in here that is causing the hair on the back of my head to stand up. Other than the fact that it's a rotating supercell, probably the 12th one that's come through Williamson County tonight or this morning.
See, what I should have done was sleep and then get up at like 4 or 5 so I could relieve you, since we're still going to get warnings.
I mean,
I'm afraid to look back to the southwest. I've got this radar view up. Can I just keep it here? I'm afraid to look back, but here we go. You ready? Here we go. Oh, no tornado warnings down there. Good.
That's nice.
That is good.
I mean, but man, it's got the classic supercell shape to it.
Yeah, and so for the first time in 12 hours, there is but one tornado warning in the southeast, and it is for Columbia.
And Spring Hill,
Spring
Hill
Station,
Station,
you know
Bethesda.
South Franklin. Now, I don't think that area of rotation is going to get into South Franklin. Looks like it's more of like a Buckner Road,
South
Thompson
of Page.
Station Road, Bridgemore Village, like 65-840 interchange, like Paytonsville Page High route. But it does look like South Franklin will end up with the heavy rain part of this thing and maybe a little bit of hail, because that would be original. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so if you're around Page High School, especially I would say especially the rural areas of Bethesda, Arno, Kirkland, which is that 31A 41A split right there, Triune even, south of 840 especially. Yeah, you want to kind of watch out for this this little area back here to southwest of Spring Hill. This is kind of where we're seeing some issues potentially. So here's some ETAs for you. And that would put this thing near Spring Hill here in the next few minutes. Bethesda around 5:35 to 5:40. Arno about 5:40. Page High School around 5:45. Allisona Arrington around 5:45 as well. Triune 5:50.
all times AM.
AM. Very, very AM.
Looks like the hail core is kind of picking up south of Spring Hill.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the couplet's tightening up there too.
Man, it just looks like side lobe to me.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, and to be fair, Weather Service says there is side lobe contamination. Side lobe contamination, y'all, is when your buddy, who in this analogy is the radar,
I can't wait to hear this.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Misrepresents the attractiveness of his or her friend.
Really?
There really is a person and a friend there, but the radar, in this case the buddy, may have misrepresented some features and would have suggested that the friend may be more desirable as a someone to date, whether it be personality or whatever. And it's called side lobe contamination. So it's you like, hey, I've got this girl you should meet. And they go, what's she like? And your buddy knows that you like hockey. And they goes, well, she likes hockey too. And then you meet her and you find out she doesn't She doesn't like hockey. She likes soccer. And that's your buddy giving you side lobe contamination. So that's what side lobe contamination is. It's a
Bravo, my friend.
misrepresentation of an actual thing. There you go.
We are down to one storm warning in our 2 counties, and it is this tornado warning that covers southern Williamson County, and it's this one coming into Spring Hill. It's this area of rotation here. Wind's going away from the radar. Wind's supposedly going toward the radar there. And I mean, it's pretty tight. I hope you guys in Spring Hill are sheltered. Please be sheltered. This thing does look, it's interacting with a boundary down there. I mean, there's a few reasons why this thing needs to be paid attention to. There are absolutely,
Yeah, it's an area of rotation near Spring Hill
yeah.
Thompson Station.
there definitely is a reason to pay attention to it and to be sheltered from it. So so all these neighborhoods here from Thompson Station to Spring Hill, please be sheltered. And then moving up toward the 840 65 junction there, and then moving east toward Page High School in Arno.
Yeah, I mean,
That is an absolute mess. That new
mess
radar.
meaning it's telling a disorganized story, right?
It's just, the radar is just having to reconcile some velocities that are outside of precipitation. It
Yeah.
just has a hard time doing that.
And look, at any minute, this thing could like turn crazy legit really quickly, which is why
Yeah.
we want y'all in Thompson Station to be sheltered. Which is why I want you near Independence High School, Bridgemore Village, sheltered. If you live near 840 and 65 or out in Paytonsville, let's go ahead and get sheltered. This storm is just wild. I don't think it's coming into Franklin proper, but I think it's going to get close to maybe where the fair is, like Ladd Park and Point South, maybe over by Page High School, Paytonsville.
And I'm going to get another hailstorm, Arno.
Sure, your truck needs it.
Hey,
But
my
that said-
truck handled it like a boss. I got one dent on the trunk of my Civic, but honestly, who doesn't want just one dent on the back of their Civic? I'll take it.
Look over by Buckner Road. It looks like there's some wild stuff happening over there near Cherry
Velocity-wise?
Grove, Buckner Road. That might be tornado there.
I don't see it on TBNA, but let me go.
No, I'm not on TBNA. I just got some reflectivity and some debris suggestion.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it looks like there might be a tornado on the ground, potentially, not for sure.
Doesn't match up with a couplet, though.
No, it just went away. But it was very briefly there, and it could have just been a radar artifact. But that's why that tornado warning was issued, and it looks like it's heading towards Bridgemore Village. Looks like that area is about to cross right over I-65 near 840, and then move on out towards Page High School. That's what I see. Don't have any reports so far. Will, do you see any?
No. I do see. Well, hold on. Let me see this video here. Hold on. I got a video with a wall cloud. It doesn't appear to be rotating at the low level. No lowering either. A little bit of hail. But several videos coming in from Spring Hill.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there's a wall cloud. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado, but it could be a precursor to a tornado.
Mm-hmm.
And this area has not been worked over, so this is a little bit concerning for those of you in eastern Williamson County. It looks like it's trying very hard to tornado as it crosses I-65 near the 840-65 intersection. Looks like it'll pass south of Franklin proper and get over towards Page High School. So if you're over there, let's go ahead, lowest level, interior room. The kids don't have school today, so let's get them up and let's get them sheltered.
And for those of you in the chat asking, right, the only people that should be concerned, sheltering, etc., are in southeastern Williamson County, south of Franklin, east of 65. Davidson County, northern Williamson County, go to bed. We're done. Except for flash flooding.
Yeah, the flash flooding is going to be the issue. But yeah, we're increasingly concerned about this supercell that's now along I-65 in South Williamson County. It looks like it's interacting with the boundary and could be already producing a tornado. So if you're near Independence High School, if you're near, let's call it Keystone, Ladd Park, Page High School, Paytonsville, and Nestledown Farms, up near Trinity, Arrington, Hillman Estates, and Triune. Let's be ready to, let's go ahead and already be in our safe place. This tornado warning does not include downtown Franklin or most of Franklin, but it could come into parts of far south of Franklin. But again, this looks like more of a East Williamson County storm, kind of approaching Highway 96 from the southeast, so kind of from Spring Hill towards Page High School. Andrew's got some times up there. Looks like it'll be to Bethesda by 5:36, Paytonsville by 5:40, Page High School by 5:43 a.m., Allisona by 5:45, Triune 5:51, and then it'll get off into Murfreesboro after 6 a.m. And that's there's not definitive evidence of tornado here, but there's enough here going on in this storm that hasn't been going on in the others. That's concerning. I see a few questionable couplets in Thompson Station now crossing I-65. Yeah. And this is the only warning going on. Looks like Nashville proper is in the clear. Looks like Fairview's in the clear. The only part of Davidson County I'd be worried about would be from like Antioch down 24 towards the borough.
Just heard my wife's alarm go off for school.
Yeah, teacher time.
Well,
Wait, she doesn't have school today.
She doesn't have school.
Forgot about
She'll
that.
find out here in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, did you text her?
No,
No, I
school
just
back
imagine
now.
she wakes up, looks at her phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
pretty
is
big hail coming in
so-
too.
Look at TBNA here. Looking at the velocities here, and kind of messy. The greens are going to be wind going toward the radar, red's going away. So a little bit of what we call convergence here near Bridgemore Village. Could be something to watch. And we see it here on the Weather Service radar too, actually.
Getting
Metro.
reports here that people from Buckner Road, which is right where that circulation was,
Yeah.
did not see evidence of tornado.
Yeah.
That obviously we can't know what's going on around, but that's good to hear. Y'all, again, I want to reemphasize it. Some of y'all just need to go to bed if you're in Nashville, but please, this is a flash flood event that's going to be developing through the day today. Really mostly concerned about that. Let's get through this supercell down in Williamson County, though.
For those of you new to the chat, we don't cover Wilson County. No matter how many exclamation points you put after it, it's just not a county that we cover. Sorry.
Yeah, we would love to. At some point, though, we have to go to bed.
Yeah. And no, Nolansville, not time to go to bed yet.
Yeah, Nolansville, let's stay up. I don't see anything that looks debris, like it's sucking up any debris like a tornado would. But that doesn't mean we can't get a tornado in this environment. This area has not been worked over, and this storm is rotating aloft, as all the storms have been tonight. But so far, we don't have confirmation of a tornado on this thing.
Yeah, so let's back out just a bit, look at a bigger picture here.
Yeah,
so,
it looks like, hey, let me get in on this. A lot of people asking about Spring Hill, Andrew. I'm comfortable saying Spring Hill is probably no longer at risk. Although
I think that's true.
They're still in the warning. That warning will probably be trimmed up here in the next little bit. But considering the time, you don't need to be sheltered in Spring Hill.
Yeah.
You should have been, but you no longer anymore. Yeah, there's still no tornado debris signature on this storm. And by the way, once we see the tornado debris signature, it's too late. But it is confirming what we suspected in the past, which is this radar data is telling an inconsistent story. But the rotation aloft has been consistent, which is the reason for the warning. So when it rotates like this in this tough environment, we need to be taking shelter. And I hope y'all are taking this to heart. Remember, no school in Williamson County today. They called it
Metro.
off. Are you sure? Where'd you get that from?
Our timeline.
Okay, from MNPS.
Metro schools 3 minutes ago due to inclement weather. Public schools will be closed today, April 3rd.
Okay, that's great because the flash flooding is going to be a real problem there. So public schools in Williamson County and in metropolitan Nashville are closed for good reason. So you can get into yourself safe space in Williamson County and then sleep the rest of the day off.
Tornado watch, which we haven't talked about in a while. The tornado watch has been extended for us for both counties until 8. So
AM or PM?
I don't even know anymore.
I think it's AM.
AM. It is AM. It is AM. Until 8 a.m. And the Weather Service believes this round of severe weather will start to taper off by then. Hallelujah. So that's great news. So that the tornado watch will now expire at 8 a.m.
So let's talk about through the day today. I'm looking at the 6Z HRRR, and at noon, we still get a pretty convective sounding.
And explain what that means.
Well, we have a pretty decent lapse rate at the 850 millibar.
What does that mean?
Is that helping or making it more complicated?
We will have lift. We will have Shear. We won't have a lot of Cape. So some of the ingredients needed for severe weather will be here midday today. Still see possible has type severe at the in the 8Z HRRR for noon. Hodo has a big, nice arc to it. I don't know. What are y'all thoughts?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, I know that, but
So what this means is the
Let's
ingredients for
translate all
bad
that.
storms are going to linger because this front is just sitting here, and all this
Yeah.
moisture is rushing to the middle of this front. And as it's getting there, it's spinning around and slanting up and then falling down. And
so you're so much better at making it real than I
we
am.
can get well, but you set me up. I just
Yeah.
hit it off the tee. So we got plenty of storm fuel here. We'll have plenty of shear. We'll have all the ingredients you need to make an omelet. If an omelet is a bad storm, we're gonna have eggs. We're gonna have a pan. We're gonna have a chef, and we're gonna have moisture convergence where all the moisture comes in and then falls down on top of us. This is what happens when a front stalls. Bad things happen, and it's usually flash flooding. So I can't tell you that we can hit the off button here anytime soon. We're gonna need to watch this thing all freaking day. And we're happy to do that. That's the poor choice we made a long time ago. But you're gonna need to pay attention and don't turn off your stuff. I don't think this stream will end. I think as soon as the severe and tornado warnings end.
Lord willing.
But we'll still be on social media, and if there's another big warning, we'll get back on here.
So the tornado warning here for southeastern Williamson County. So people waking up, maybe wondering what's going on down here. There's kind of a strong storm down there. The rotation would be south of 840.
Yep.
That's a mess. Let's go back to this. But this is a discombobulated mess, is what this is, velocity wise. It's hard to pick out where the rotation is at the low levels. What I can tell you is that you see these areas of purple here. This is going to be areas of hail. And right now, it doesn't look incredibly large, not nearly as large as what we saw in Fairview. I'll tell you, if you're just now waking up, I just took a power hit. I don't know if my power's
No, you're still with us.
off or on. Okay, well, I heard all my batteries kick in. We're getting under a really heavy lightning barrage here in the next couple of minutes where I live. There's another one. Took another power hit. So this is going to be a fun 15, 20 minutes here. But the hail back to around Fairview was like tennis ball size earlier. But those hail sizes have come down. And so now we're looking at maybe half-inch size hail at the moment. So let's hope that's all it is.
Yeah, it looks pretty disorganized at this point.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I remember one time in like the 80s having a storm that went all night like this and ended up flooding the next day. Ended up flooding the Harpeth River. And that's what I'm really concerned about here is the flooding. New flash flood
warning for Williamson County. So that covers...
it covers just the rest of us. So if you're in Davidson County or Williamson County, you're under a flash flood warning right now.
Yeah, exactly. So they just filled in.
There's no spot uncovered. Yeah. Yep, that's right. All right, so let's look and see if the Weather Service has got anything else going on.
They're replacing the
Hey, we have a new
tornado
warning.
warning storm
Yeah.
with a severe thunderstorm with a tornado
Yeah.
possible tag.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Williamson County. So, this covers the storm that is currently, we've been having this tornado warning with. They're going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So, those of you in Nolensville are probably about to get some hail. It doesn't look very large right now, but it's probably less than severe size at the moment. But we've seen these things tick up pretty quickly with hail sizes. So if it catches a little wind here and kicks up the hail size, it could do it pretty quickly. So Nolensville probably going to get some hail soon. And then as the storm pushes east, it'll move over into Rutherford and Wilson counties. But the severe thunderstorm warning stretches from Williamson all the way up to Rutherford and Wilson. But that's going to replace the tornado warning that expires in 2 minutes.
Yep.
So can Brentwood go to bed? Yes. Yes. But have a way to get warnings.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot more heavy rain and thunderstorms that's going to come through the remainder of the morning, y'all.
Yeah.
The end of when we finally end this stream here, hopefully in about half hour or so, there's still going to be flash flood warnings that are going to continue to be issued and probably reissued. And because we're going to get more and more thunderstorms that come through over the same area that have been getting hit with hail and heavy rain all night. I was just looking over here off screen at some of the software, and it looks like there's a swath of heaviest rain. It's in the 3+ inch rain, extending from like BNA through South Nashville, Forest Hills over to Fairview. That's where the heaviest rain has fallen over the last 12 hours. And that axis isn't shifted down towards Franklin. Franklin looks like got almost 2 inches in the last hour. Same is true for like Cane Ridge up near Nolensville, north of Nolensville. I'm sorry, not near Nolensville. And so the streams are going to continue to fill up. And if you live near one of these, like over at Richland Creek, right, like these things are going to come over their banks and spill out, and you don't want to try to drive your car through them because that water is sneaky powerful. And that's going to be the concern going forward. Williamson County, as a general rule, can handle more water than Nashville can. But there are parts of Williamson County that can't. Like, and Andrew knows this better than anybody because he lives where he drives over in Mill Creek all the time.
Say, like where Andrew lives.
Yeah, like Mill Creek is constantly going over in Nolensville. There's parts of South Nashville that don't handle a little bit of rain well, and here is coming a lot of rain. And then once those get full, the water has nowhere else to go, and it fills somewhere else up. So the flash flood concern is going to continue, but I still think we might have some more warnings later today. As this front stops, wobbles a little bit, and the south side of that front is going to be where a lot of moisture converges, and we're going to get more. We might get some more hail today, get all sorts of bad stuff. So I will say the worst of the weather was expected to come through tonight in terms of like tornadoes and stuff. But if you go through and just look at like the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks,
as in this past night, the one we're coming
out
of.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
What we just finished.
The one we just finished. There's a severe threat developing over Arkansas coming for Friday, right? There's all sorts of weather that still has to come through here. So I'm looking at the day one because we're pretty much already to day one, and we're under an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms, which includes
Is that through 7
a
a.m.?
no. This is
the day one.
yeah.
About
I
to
mean,
be
we're
in
still
Ballard.
there. Yeah. So there's going to be a new day one, but it
In
just looks
2
it
hours.
just looks like we're going to have another low end uh, severe thunderstorm risk today. So this
Yeah.
doesn't look like one of those, oh, it's raining, let's go play in the puddles thing. It looks like we're going to get a bunch of lightning and other stuff with it. So currently there are no tornado warnings active in Williamson County or Davidson County.
Yay.
It's been a hot minute since we've been able to say that.
Yeah.
A lot of green on the map here. These are all flash flood warnings. That covers the the northwest half of Middle Tennessee is all flash flood warnings, and well deserved. So, hey, let's talk about getting a lot of questions. Let's do safe to go to beds. David, do you want to run through some safe to go to beds? Of course, pretty much all of Nashville.
Yeah, if you're in well, let's be careful. Let me think about it. So if you're in Metro Nashville, safe to go to bed. BNA, Madison, Fontenelle, Jolton, Bellevue, Riverwalk, Creve Hall, all safe to go to bed. My only reservation about Davidson County would be like far southeastern Davidson County, and I think it's very unlikely there'll be an issue. Kind of like over by Burkett Road on the Davidson County side, maybe not quite safe, but if you win, I wouldn't fight you. That just looks like a hailstorm coming at you. It's not tornado warned. If you live in Fairview, if you live in anywhere in western Williamson County, I think you're good. Spring Hill, I don't know if it's safe to go to bed. But if you live anywhere in Williamson County and you have a way to get woken up if there's another tornado warning, it's fine. Go ahead. There are no tornadoes warned in Middle Tennessee right now. There are no tornado warnings up. There's only.
I'm directly smack under that cell in eastern Williamson County right now. I hear a lot of rain on the roof. I don't hear any hail.
And that makes a lot of sense.
It makes. I mean, radar is indicating that too. That the hail core has really come down in that thing. It's just a big rain blob right now. So thunder and lightning. It sounds like a kind of a garden variety storm out there, as we call them.
We're getting another big question, which is it safe to drive from here and there? And I wouldn't call it safe because everywhere that we cover, which is Davidson County and Williamson County, is under a flash flood warning at this time, and there's no indication that the rain's going to stop anytime soon. So, I'm not your dad, but is it safe? No, there's flash flooding going on. Is flash flooding going on everywhere in both counties? No, of course not. What we mean by that is if you encounter a flooded road, just don't try to drive your car through it. A lot of times, especially, the sun's not up yet. So, you don't know if what's underneath the water is road that's been washed away. It's been raining all night very hard. You also don't know if that water is moving, and if so, how fast is it moving? It doesn't have to move very fast to move your car away. And then also, if you're going down the interstate, don't be that guy. Speed is what causes a lot of those hydroplaning issues. If you're worried about a long commute, this commute's going to be awful. It just is. There's going to be road ponding everywhere. Everybody's going to be trying to get to work. The good news is public schools are out, and so there won't be that school traffic on the road. That'll reduce the amount of traffic, but speed is when you add speed to this amount of rain on the interstates, on Ellington, on Briley, wherever you're going, that's what usually causes what we call the flooding or the water related crashes. So
good question from Joel here.
Yeah. What's that question?
Can I swim to Franklin?
I mean, yeah, if you get in the river. I don't think you should do that. That'd be the worst idea. Um, so yeah, it's just flash flooding. And look, flash flooding is what happens to the other guy, right? Says the guy it happened to. It's always I never thought it would happen to me until it happens to me. So I've had a beloved member of my family think that he could get his car through a flash flood. And failed.
Question here asking about North Nolensville, Davidson County. So we're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning here. It's pretty loud in Nolensville. Somebody was asking about the north side of Nolensville. Yeah, pretty loud. Maybe a little bit of hail in there mixed in. Some thunder and lightning. That's about it out of this one. Look at velocities here. Let's see if that looks kind of funky. Let's go over to the other one. Let's look at velocities and see what is going on. A little bit of what we call convergence. This is kind of helps keep this storm going. All right, wind's going toward the radar, wind's going away, and that's kind of your updraft pushing the storm up. So right there, but nothing. I don't see anything particularly worrisome there.
Andrew, we got a report of from Katie over at Channel 17 Fox that Browns Creek over in Green Hills has got homes underwater.
Lipscomb Academy football field. That's across the street from the creek.
The football field's underwater.
That is a low area. I used to live off Battlefield over there.
Yeah.
On the east side, the Belmont Lipscomb side of Green Hills, and it's low elevation. That doesn't surprise me.
Gracious, I grew up at Lipscomb Academy. I never ever saw the football field underwater. Ever. That's clear across.
That's a lot of water.
That's a lot of water. Right there on Caldwell Lane. I'm assuming she's talking about right there, Caldwell Lane, where the football field is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
man, let's
by
pull
Gray
up
Bar.
some.
And y'all, this is only going to get worse. There's just way more rain coming in, and it's not light rain; it's heavy rain.
Let's go look at some flood gauges again. Let's see here. We're going to get some flood gauges up. Give me just a second.
Yeah. A lot of people are wondering what they're going to wake up to with having all these tornado warnings. And it looks like there's going to be a lot of hail damage. There's going to be some wind damage. But the major story in Tennessee is going to be the supercell that actually came over us, but didn't produce a tornado. But when it was back in West Tennessee, it did. It looked like it went through Selmer and some other towns there. It might have taken a pretty substantial smack from a tornado. So we are doing fine relative to what some of our fellow Tennesseans are dealing with out in West Tennessee, and certainly those others out in Arkansas. Yeah.
Yeah, so looking here at the Browns Creek Glendale Lane, so this is right there in that same neighborhood. Looks like it got up a little over 8 feet.
Wow.
As of 5:40 a.m., just a minute ago, it was down to 6 feet. So it looks like it's decreasing. That was 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. So if that's true, an encouraging trend that's going down, and they are out of the heaviest rain. The heaviest rain has been away from there for a little while. So hopefully the trend is that Glendale Lane crested just below flood stage.
You can see La Rosa posted that the map in chat that might help Andrew.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
a little flood inundation map. Yeah.
Hopefully, if the gauge is correct, it crested about half a foot below flood stage. But
For now, I mean,
now. For
yeah,
now, that's exactly right.
there's more rain coming.
Weather Service says that, let's go back to radar here. Weather Service says that the boundary that's been causing all this has been slowly sinking south. So there's still some favorable ingredients for severe weather. A little bit of storm food. Wind shear's good. Helicity's good. So severe and tornado threat will continue over the next couple of hours. Currently no active tornado warnings. But we continue to monitor closely storms across the Northeast and the one in Williamson and Rutherford counties. There are also additional storms moving in from the west, and this added rain will only exacerbate ongoing flooding. Unfortunately, though, they also say due to lightning, their morning weather balloon will likely be canceled. So we may not get data from that. Of course, that's going to be behind the boundary anyway, where that weather balloon's going to be coming from. So they may not be able to get their morning weather balloon up out there in Old Hickory. But it looks like hopefully once this storm moves out of Williamson County, we might get a break from the severe part, maybe even just briefly. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I think Nashville as a whole is going to be a little sleepy tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're just waking up, Williams County Schools closed, Metro Nashville Public Schools closed for today. Certainly last thing we need right now are buses getting ready to go and out and all this with the flash flooding that's going on, and that will continue. So that's good. But there's probably also trees down on some roads, some places. People are going to wake up to some significant hail damage, especially near Fairview, running up through towards South Nashville. But there are no tornado warnings. I think if you want to go to sleep, that's fine. And we'll just make sure that you have a way to wake up if there's another warning. The storm threat is not ending, but this is shifting more towards a flood threat, and another storm threat may develop later today. So we'll have to watch it. This is a stalling front like this is among my least favorite weather, as one of the worst things that can happen because it causes flooding. The only thing I can think of other than like a direct hit of a big tornado would be like an ice storm or something like that pulverizes a community. But this flooding is not going to be a joke, and everybody needs to take it seriously today.
I wonder if they'll have to issue a severe on that northern Murray storm just for the hail.
Yeah.
Lightning's picking up in it. It's just kind of one of those. We may get one after another here for a little while.
Mm-hmm. The one south of Spring Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So lightning picking up in it, and hail size is getting up pretty close to an inch on radar. But hail's really picked up just in the past few minutes on it. Not that I'm making a suggestion that we warn it.
Yeah. Well,
Hopefully we don't have to.
I mean, it's a pretty nice little hail core.
It is, yeah.
And this is unusual for us. Usually when you get a storm that can drop giant hail on us, it sucks all the energy out of the atmosphere, and then what caused the storm to begin with is a cold front that has drier air, and it sweeps it all away. And then it's cooler for the next couple of days until the next system gets here. In this system, instead of the front coming and sweeping it all away, the front is just stopped, and we're still on the moist. Sorry, I said moist, but the warm side of it, and we can't ever get the cool, dry air to push through, and that's the nefarious nature of the stationary front. Is it just sits on top of us and continues to do its thing without any relief.
Somebody asked in the chat, appreciate you asking, how you can donate to what we do. I'm going to drop a link here in the chat. We appreciate that. And
Yeah, this keeps it free for everybody.
Yeah.
We do not we don't take ad dollars from people because we don't want to work for the people who are paying us ad money. We want to do we want to be the customer, the people we serve to be you. And y'all have been very generous in making sure that all this data and all these streaming and all these computers we got up and all these subscriptions we've got and the hardware that we need and balloons that we can launch can be paid for. Because it used to be that we used to fund this out of our pockets until that became unsustainable. So thanks for that. But currently no tornado warnings, but everywhere in Williamson-Davis County has a flash flood warning.
Hold on, wait for it. Watch this polygon.
No, don't.
Yes.
Oh, we missed it.
No, I'm saying they just trimmed us out of it. We currently have
Oh,
zero.
no warnings?
Mm-mm.
We have
No
zero.
severe thunderstorm warnings.
That is the first time in 5 hours and 50 minutes
Oh my god.
that we have not had a warning for Davidson or Williamson counties.
Are we
Yay.
warning free?
But last time I said that, within 15 seconds, a new one was issued.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's going to happen down here in Spring Hill.
Well, I mean, yeah.
By the way, Graham, they've been telling you to stop hogging the conversation here.
I saw that, and I think I was told to smile or something.
I think they said, "Don't smile, Graham."
Don't you dare smile.
They're just
I
messing
won't.
with you at this point.
You can't tell Graham what to do. Come on now.
That's right.
He does what he wants.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Yeah, you really don't.
Somebody asked if they can buy me a coffee, or buy us a coffee. That'd be really sweet. I actually went into, since we have no warnings here, went in the kitchen to get my cup of coffee a minute ago, and my wife and I drank 2 completely different kinds of coffee. Could not be more different. So I like kind of the light roast, the breakfast blend kind of deal. She's like syrup, like it's like so black and thick and just
Motor oil.
like motor oil, exactly. And so I just realized I was out when I went in there. So I had to, this last cup of coffee I drank was one of hers. And I sort of feel mildly ill at the moment. So that's the way it goes.
All right. Hold on.
But if you would like to buy us a cup of coffee, the easiest way to do that is to head to our website. There's a button that says donate. You can donate one time using PayPal. You can set up monthly donations using Patreon. We are completely community funded. It does take a pretty good chunk of change to keep this machine running. So if you feel like you want to donate to support our mission, we'll put it to good use.
All right. Look, there are no more warnings. Do you want to wait and see what they do with the Spring Hill thing?
It's going off. Here we go. There it is.
Dang it.
There it is.
No!
Polygon.
New warning.
I knew it would. I knew it would. New severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson County.
I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back.
I'm going to need a bowl of cereal here shortly. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Williamson County. And this is... I don't know why I'm just laughing at this point. This is for 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. And not surprising at all. This storm has been picking up down here in Spring Hill. So good possibility of some hail there in Spring Hill. And let's see if we can get some ETAs on that. There we go. So some ETAs for you here. I know they kind of all run together with the other storms we've had, but Arno about 620, Page High School 620, 625, Triune looking at about 630, about 645 to Smyrna over there in Rutherford County. So there's some ETAs for you. Looks like similar storm to what we had just a little bit ago, where we had some hail. Looks like hail sizes are coming up in that storm. That's a good warning. Hail sizes coming up. And it looks like that's going to track to the northeast and encounter areas like the Ag Center, Page High School, and eventually up to maybe the south sides of Nolensville, between Triune and Nolensville, areas like Burke Hollow and Arrington. So could encounter areas like that, and it could be fairly decent hailer. So we're just going to...
Yeah, so flooding.
good?
Yeah, I just got a photo in to T-Spotter with some vehicle flooding and maybe even some residence flooding in Belle Meade. I'm going to effort some more info on that.
That's going to be those. That's probably those condos that we were talking about on Richland Creek.
Yeah.
That's probably those condos there. Looks like townhouses or condos. Excuse me. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. Looks like the hail core is picking up a little bit aloft. But it's kind of dropped off. It may have dropped its hail core right over Spring Hill there for a little bit. Do some ETAs on this again. Looks like Arrington about 630, 625, 630. Same for Triune. And this is more of a southeastern Williamson County thing, and then it'll be bugging over into Rutherford County. But again, severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning currently.
So it looks like, the flood threat is really, I think, what we're going to be focusing on the most. Seen reports of the Green Hills Y flooding. There's a little creek that runs in front of that alongside, I think that's Abbott Martin. No, that wouldn't be Abbott. Yeah, trying to remember. That would be near the corner of Abbott Martin and Bandywood, right across from Milam Optical. Looks like Harding Pike, stretching from the split at Highway 70, Highway 100 in Belle Meade, all the way through to Cherokee and towards 440 on Harding Road. Weather Service thinks a large portion of that could be underwater. So if you do see street flooding, make sure you let us know using hashtag T-Spotter. Don't drive across flooded roads. As you can see from Andrew's current picture, lots of flash flooding warnings all over Middle Tennessee, So keep that in mind as you start your commute.
I want to show y'all some pictures that I've seen on social media from Selmer. This is if you're just kind of waking up in the morning with us. This is actually a storm that this was kind of the first tornado warning, I believe. Thinking back of the many we had, I'm thinking I think this was one of the first tornado warnings we had in Davidson County. It was from a storm that previously had hit Selmer. And these are some pictures from Selmer, Tennessee, where I guess you'd be helpful if you saw it, right? These are pictures from Selmer, Tennessee, where that tornado went through before that storm got to Davidson County. So one of the reasons we were concerned about those storms as they came up through here was that they had done damage, and we saw that on radar. We saw that they had produced damage and lofted debris into the air, and it was from the storm that did that damage. So just to give you a couple of pictures, as daylight comes up, we'll be getting more information about what happened down there. But Selmer appears to have taken a pretty direct hit down there in McNairy County. And that was a supercell that came directly over us. And it honestly, sometimes we get weird things. It would not surprise me entirely if you were to find something from Selmer in your yard, like a piece of paper or a photograph or a note or something like that. That's entirely possible with a strong tornado like that.
Yeah, somebody's gas station receipt or something has been picked up and thrown. Seeing small hail, penny to dime size hail in Spring Hill.
Oh yeah, we getting reports of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
I mean, it's just one supercell after another out of this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that image that you're seeing right now from Thompson Station, Spring Hill, you turned off
Wait a
your
minute. Let
radar.
me get back to.
Yeah.
There we go.
That structure is usually terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
But we've been so worked over that that's just a severe thunderstorm tonight.
This morning.
Oh yeah, this morning. The Weather Prediction Center put out it's probably going to flood a lot picture. So it's using technical terms for what we've been saying all morning.
Let me back out just a little bit. We got a question here. Somebody just woke up and wanted to know sort of a general overview of what's going on. So let's sort of put this in motion here. This is going to be a big mess. If you just woke up and you haven't woken up over the past 6 hours or so, you've missed quite the evening. And so this is just the last hour or two. But we have had tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning after severe thunderstorm warning for the past 6 hours. And these storms have clearly started training. In fact, they haven't started training. They've been training for a while. I think
it's not like they're getting ready to play a game.
Yeah.
Not like training. Explain to that.
Yeah,
TRAN.
So it's just like it's like a train on a train track, right? So you see these supercell storms out here at the the front of this line, and you got the locomotive up here in the in the northeastern part of your picture, and the caboose at the back down here, and train cars in the middle, and it's just a train going up a train track, and you just keep getting hit by these train cars that are just coming over these rails, right? And so it just keeps coming. And so that happens enough times, and you get these really, really heavy downpours for 15, 20 minutes. And then the next one comes, and the next one comes, and you start ending up with 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in a hurry. That's where this idea of training rain really becomes a problem, is when that happens. And that's what we're seeing now in Nashville. And back to the southwest, we see even more showers coming up through Hickman County, really downpours. They're not showers. So big downpours coming up through Hickman County. And that's going to come right up into Nashville, where we're seeing flooding now on Browns Creek, Richland Creek, some other small creeks and tributaries there. That's where we're getting flooding. Yeah, David's exactly right. Over here, looking at the severe thunderstorm for Williamson County, normally this structure would be, we'd be waving our arms and telling everybody to get in their basements and all that. I mean, this is a classic supercell structure, but it just doesn't really have the twist. It doesn't have the, it's kind of behind the boundary. There's a boundary out ahead of it. It's kind of behind that boundary, I think. And there's just not a lot for it to work with at the surface. Now, a loft, there's a little bit of rotation aloft with it, just kind of keep the organization together. But other than that, maybe some small hail and some gusty winds with it. But that's about it. The last one that came over my house was this one that's now over Wilson and northern Rutherford County, and it was really, at my house, was no big deal. Some thunder and lightning. We've had much stronger storms in the past couple of weeks than that one over my house. So it was, hopefully this one, well, it looks kind of ugly. Hopefully it won't be too ugly. In fact, it doesn't even look quite as impressive as it did 10 minutes ago. So that was it. You see the purples in there. So, and now that has sort of come out of it. So maybe it's even starting to lose some steam.
Elon points out that there's a tornado possible tag on that thing, which in this environment is fair. We just don't see any evidence of tornado right now.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to continue that warning till 6:30, so no 10 minutes on it.
So I guess we can answer questions. It looks like if you're in Nashville, you're fine. There's no tornado warnings currently, but we're all under a flash flood warning. Yep, not much happening in Thompson Station. Agree. The stream, are we at 6 hours yet?
Let's see. Yes, 6 hours, 7 minutes.
6 hours, 7 minutes. We're under a tornado watch for another 100 minutes. Expires at 8 a.m. So we're just waiting to see what this supercell that's now over Page High School does. If you're just waking up, Metro Nashville schools are closed. Williamson County schools are closed for today, Thursday, April 3rd. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning, supercell over at Page High School, moving kind of towards Burke Hollow, kind of towards Nolensville, and then out the east side into Rutherford County. And then I was looking over at Memphis Weather One, our Memphis counterpart, and you can see just the rain streaming our way from like Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff, Stuttgart.
I know exactly where that is. That's a long way away
Memphis.
from here.
Yeah. Um, I once drove the family to Houston, and I felt like I was never getting off I-40. But that's a long way, and I'm over here looking at the satellite. Um, Andrew, if I drop this link in, this might be a good image to share. I'm going to put it into our private chat here, but
Okay.
it's what it is a water vapor image where the blue is dry and the green is wet, and you can see all this moisture all the way back from Texas connecting in Arkansas into West Tennessee and fixing to start streaming into Middle Tennessee and Western Tennessee for the next day. You see that?
Yeah.
So it might be kind of hard to see on your screen because the boundaries
States
are
and
drawn in
everything.
blue. Yeah, but
Yeah, here's Tennessee,
yeah, there's the Mississippi
Arkansas.
River there. There's Arkansas, and all of that green stuff is the moisture. What's happening is it's on a stationary front, and it's just going to sit in that thick green area and just continue to move northeast into our area. Some of the other data suggested that it might be more of a problem northwest of Nashville in terms of the heaviest rain. And I think that's true. But my main concern is going to be the urban flooding in Nashville itself. We've already got a ton of rain there. So a lot of y'all are asking about, is it too dangerous to go with in terms of flooding? Honestly, usually the best indicator of where the flooding is to put on Waze or Google Maps or something and just take a look and see where all the slowdowns are. That's usually a pretty good proxy for where my flooding is occurring.
Yeah.
That's
Good
what I
point.
would do. And Karen wrote it in the chat. The if you Google T-Dot Smartway, TDOT SMARTWAY, there's traffic cameras all over the city.
Yeah.
And you can see it, but it's just like a one-directional restricted view. I would, schools are closed, or the public schools are closed. So that'll help with traffic, but there's lots of reports of ponding and lanes underwater, etc. Yeah, Will needs a minute. So, that cell, the supercell that's severe warned over by Page High School right now, is just kind of draped on 840 on the east side, on the Murfreesboro side of I-65. And there's just a ton of side lobe contamination with the velocity data.
It's just doing the same thing all the others have.
Yeah, this has been happening since 2 a.m. And what that means is the radar is telling a false story. It's exaggerating what's really happening. It's putting more features on a storm than are actually there. So I don't see any indication of tornado at the time. I don't expect a tornado to develop, but we are still under a tornado watch until 8 a.m. So, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these interstates, especially on 24, where y'all know if y'all drive 24 every day, where the water just sits there, that's definitely going to be a problem this morning. But just take it easy. It's so wet and it's so easy to hydroplane, and once you start hydroplaning, it's all you're toast. So let's just take it easy out there, and just everybody's trying to get somewhere. So let's make sure we all get where we need to go today.
Storm's noisy over Page High School. I'm in the south side of Nolensville, and definitely loud, but not seeing a whole lot that's too concerning with it really at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That bright blue area just south of 840 there. That's often severe winds, and when it's up next to the reds, it can indicate like some sort of rotation tornado. But what's happening is all those blues are outside of where the actual storm is, and so to the untrained eye, can make it appear like something's rotating there when it's not. But a lot of times the software that y'all have on y'all's free apps or whatever apps you're using will put those little spinny markers, and they'll say, hey, there might be a tornado here, but actually the data is bad and it's leading you astray. So it's called side lobe contamination, and it is the bane of radar interpreter's existence. But if you know what you're looking for, it's kind of easy to detect. So that's a supercell that you're looking at there. Severe thunderstorm warned over eastern Williamson County. It's probably got some strong winds in there, but it doesn't look too misbehaving, and it's certainly not producing tornado at the moment. So
yeah, that's good news. We'll take it after the night we've had. We'll take that storm exactly the way it is.
I would say this is official. In the 15 years I've been doing this, this is officially the most epic night in terms of just length. It's not by a long shot the worst night, not even close. But in terms of just sheer incredible storm structures that coming through, and we've dodged them all, with the exception of some large hail. Certainly could have been much worse. If you were on the stream, 20 minutes ago, Andrew was showing pictures of the tornado destruction in Selmer, which we were watching in real time overnight. And that supercell actually came over into Williamson County and up and through Nashville and did not produce tornado.
I'll have to say it's we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way.
Why not?
I don't know at this point. For Davidson and Williamson, for that cell that's currently over eastern Williamson County. So new warning for that. So but yeah, I gotta say, if all of the storms produced tornadoes that we had warnings for overnight, it would have been a catastrophic night.
Yeah.
We would have had. We were very fortunate. Very fortunate. If all of those supercells had created tornadoes, we would have been in a really big heap of trouble this morning. So yeah, we were fortunate overnight. If I had to choose between getting a lot of warnings and not one of them touching down, and getting a bunch of warnings and they all produce tornadoes, I would take what we got every day.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
Yeah. And look, we're just like y'all. We have work tomorrow too, so it's or we have work today.
Here in a couple hours.
Yeah. A lot of questions about, is it safe to drive? There's not anything significant in terms of like thunderstorm being especially bad. There is one severe thunderstorm that's in eastern Williamson County that probably has some small hail in it and some strong straight line winds. But the main concern at this point is flash flooding. Every square inch of Williamson and Davidson County right now is under a flash flood warning, and we think that will continue on through the morning and into the afternoon as we get additional heavy downpours along a stalled stationary front. It's kind of like somebody laid down railroad tracks right over most of Nashville and kind of the northwestern part of Williamson County, and it's just putting buckets of water in each train and just sending them down right over the same spot. And that is a classic Mid-South, Middle Tennessee setup for flash flooding. There's a lot of concern that we're going to get a lot of rain today into tonight, it looks like we'll have some sort of break on Friday, and then another system comes in on Saturday. All right, let me check the new data on that, Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, David's going to check some new data on the forecast over the next few days. This is a marathon, not a sprint, as they say. This is going to be a multi-day event as this boundary sort of wobbles back and forth. It is right now kind of draped across southeastern Williamson County. Could shift back up to the north, could shift further southeast. And the whole time we're going to get these showers and storms that sort of ride along that boundary, and we get heavy rain up and down the boundary. So yeah, that's something we're going to have to watch very carefully and see how that pans out. So severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson County till 7 a.m. And but hopefully the storm will be out of here before that.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good lull on Friday. And it will be so saturated when we get this next system in on Saturday. We'll probably have to deal with a little bit more residual flooding. Keep in mind, there's two types of flooding. There's the flash flood, the flood that comes up really quickly and almost surprises you about how quickly it fills up. And then there's like the basic river flooding. It's a little bit more of a slow trickle down. I think both things can be in play here. I think Elon, did you write about that earlier today?
The upcoming threats.
Yeah, there's just like the river flooding that was coming.
Yes.
Coming in. Yeah, so if you go to our blog, nashspherewx.com, and look at the latest blog on there, you'll see some of the data that Elon wrote about with respect to what the rivers might be doing over the weekend in terms of rising towards flood stage, etc. The 6Z Euro is coming in. I mean, yeah, we know. And it looks like the flooding threat is still going to be more substantial in West
Oh boy, watch
Tennessee.
this.
What do we got
New tornado warning coming for the storm in Hohenwald.
for the Hohenwald storm? Yeah, okay.
So, new tornado warning will come out for this in Lewis County. It's a circulation there in Lewis County.
All right,
over-
let's just talk about that now.
Right over Hohenwald right now. So we'll see how far that tornado warning polygon goes. And
Yeah, it's a good warning.
let's see. Yeah, it's a decent looking storm there. So let's go over here. Now, for just a minute, I'm going to turn off the flash flood warnings, okay? I'm going to turn those off for just a minute because it's going to get kind of messy here, and I want to talk about this tornado warning when it comes out. So they're drawing it up right now, getting ready to issue it, and we'll see exactly what it includes. And if it gets up in here into Williamson County, it's going to be close. So probably, if it doesn't include us, it'll come right up to us. So if you happen to be watching from Murray County, heads up, get ready to head to your safe place.
Yeah, all public schools in Metro Nashville and Williamson County are closed. I haven't heard of it. The only school districts I've heard about are Williamson County schools and Metro Nashville public schools. Both are closed today, April 3rd. We'll see how far up that warning. I doubt that warning is going to get to Williamson County on its first issuance.
There it is. It does include
Nope,
Williamson.
it did make it to Williamson County. So we got a new tornado warning for Williamson County. All right.
Rock and roll. All right. New tornado warning for Williamson County. This is going to be southwestern Williamson County. And no, YouTube is not broken. You're actually hearing this live. Another tornado warning for southwestern Williamson County. So this is for a storm near Hohenwald. And let me switch over here to different radar here. We're going to look at the velocities. This is coming out of Hohenwald, Lewis County. Some decent velocity signatures there. So we got winds going inbound there. Velocity weakness on the backside of that. Your rotation's going to be right there. And that's going to be pushing to the northeast toward Duck River and into Murray County, and then eventually into Williamson County. So let's put a storm track on that. And that would put it up into the Williamson County line at about 7:09. So about 30 minutes from now. About 30 minutes from now to Williamson County. That would be around Franklin in about 45 minutes from now, about 7:23. It'd be over toward Nolensville at about 7:30 if it holds together. The warning doesn't go that far, but it could make it over to Nolensville if it holds together. So that's for the storm over near Hohenwald. So new tornado warning for that storm, and we'll see how it evolves. If it evolves like the rest, or if it, not sure I had that up. Let's do it again. There we go. There's some ETAs for you. So about 7 o'clock, 5 after 7. Franklin about 7:20, 7:25. And Nolensville about 7:30, 7:35 or so. So that's if it holds together. So the warning only includes places southwest of 840. So Greenbrier, Smarden, some of the communities down there in the hills and hollers of southwestern Williamson County. That's where this tornado warning covers right now. So Franklin, you're not included right now, but that could change. Spring Hill, you're not included yet, but that could change. Boston, same thing. Leapers Fork, same thing. And Brentwood and Nolensville, same thing for you guys. So you're not included yet, but we got to watch it. We got to see how it develops. Still some energy available for these storms, clearly, and still some wind energy with them as well.
I gotcha. Yeah, I don't see any evidence of debris at the moment, but that may be premature to say.
You pause long enough and your mouth just opens in a deep breath. It's like involuntary yawn.
Yeah. So update for Antioch. The storm's pretty far away. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, but nothing too concerning. The main concern at the moment is yet another tornado warning here for this storm that you're looking at, kind of where the greens and the blues meet, right where Andrew's got his cursor. I know somebody in the chat was asking about Brentwood. They're trying to contact relatives in Brentwood. There has not been any evidence of a big tornado going through anywhere in Williamson County, so they're probably fine and just sleeping.
In fact, I don't believe we've had any damage reports from.
No, we haven't had any
county.
damage
So
reports.
I think, so far as we know, unless everybody kind of wakes up and sees damage, I doubt. We had a lot of people awake a little bit ago. So I think that if there were to have been damage, probably we would have heard about it. So that's encouraging that we haven't.
Yeah, but we got a little bit. We definitely have a circulation. The problem here, the radar can only shoot about 5,700 feet up into the storm. That's the lowest sampling we can get from the big radar. And the TBNA radar is just out of range. to tell or to get its sampling, and it would have a slightly lower sampling of these winds here. But this is looking like a lot of the warnings we've had,
Yeah,
and
it does.
it looks very much like tornado once we're looking up in the storm, and then as you get closer to the radar, you can look further down, and it doesn't look quite as organized. But based on the information we have, there's enough rotation and there's enough shear in the atmosphere to suggest that that supercell can rotate and cause a tornado to touch down. So it's a radar indicated tornado. It is not confirmed, but that doesn't mean it's not there. The act of observing a tornado does not change its characteristics. Although I don't think that's true of human behavior. So,
Whoa, that just blew my mind, man.
well, they say that the act of observing something changes it. I think that applies to people, not to tornadoes. I think tornadoes occur whether we observe them or not. Right?
Maybe.
I will agree with anything you say at this point.
Oh, excellent. TBNA stands for the Terminal Radar operated by the Federal Aviation Administration.
Sure.
It does. Oh, we got a question in the chat.
I'm just agreeing with everything you say.
Is
No,
Spring Hill
that is
safe?
that is actually correct.
For now, Spring Hill is safe. Maybe not later, but Spring Hill does have a flash flood warning. Yeah, and it's still lightning out there.
Yeah, still pretty electric on the west side of Williamson County. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. Jeez. I was counting 201 lightning strikes just inside the 60 by 60 grid we've got there. I turned off the other big lightning thing. Jeez, it's everywhere. So yeah, the lightning is still going strong. So yeah, we're just going to continue to watch this tornado warned supercell and see what, if anything, it does. Currently, it is rotating like a boss, but there is no evidence that it is pulling up any debris. And the circulation is rather broad, but that's what we would expect when the radar is sampling it at this distance. So as far as Columbia, no, this is going north of Columbia, y'all. This one should take it into near Duck River, close by Hampshire. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to need all the caffeine. That's for sure. Let's see. Yep. Broad level of rotation going on. Looks like it's just to the west of Hampshire, and it is moving, according to the Weather Service, northeast at 55 miles an hour. And that would put it into Williamson County if it makes it that far while still rotating, about 7:10 or so. Yeah. Will has gone and got some flooding photos at Richland Creek, Andrew, if you want to pull those up.
Okay.
They're in
where are
NWS
they?
chat.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull those up.
Yeah, it looks like Richland Creek flooding over by the. If you're familiar with Bell Mead over by the Kroger, that's what's going on right now. I guess the sun's coming up.
Oh yeah.
Well, he also has. I mean, we got capabilities on iPhones there where
Yeah,
you can really take advantage of some light. But yeah, it looks
that's right.
like that water clearly came over the road and over the bridge.
Yep.
You can see stuff on the top of the bridge. So
Yeah, we think Davidson County is generally safe at this time from tornadoes, y'all. Yeah, the rotation. So when this tornado warn storm was initially warned, um, the rotation was inside the storm. Now here we are, 10 minutes later. Now the rotation has moved outside of the storm, which is an indication that if there was tornado there, it might not be there still. However, aloft in the storm at the higher levels, the whole thing's still rotating everywhere, just like every other storm has been today or this morning. Yeah, but it looks like it's what we call side lobing, which is, if you missed my earlier explanation, and I pray that you did, side lobing is when you oversell the qualities of something, give it characteristics it doesn't have. So side lobing and radar
it's exaggerating.
It's saying that its
definitely
muscles,
there. Look at that.
yeah, it's saying its muscles
Absolutely.
are bigger than they really are. Is what it's saying. Only to get to it and go, wait a minute. No wonder you wear your shirt in the pool. Get it? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just some humor. There's no, I'm not meaning to make light of the situation, but I don't see anything to panic over. I don't see any evidence of a tornado debris signature. I'm in communication here with the Weather Service. They're agreeing that the rotation that was legitimate a few minutes ago is starting to look less legitimate. So that's a good sign, but it's a tornado warning, and it is going to reach all the way up into southwest Williamson County, but really just the extreme part of southwest Williamson County, which is like Greenbrier over by, let's see, what's the big road? What is it? Southlet Creek? Was that what it's called?
You talking about on the southwest
yeah,
side?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Lick
southwest
Creek- Lick
side.
Creek's
Over by
over there.
Greenbrier.
Mhm.
Yeah, Greenbrier Road, Green Chapel Road out there. I've gotten lost out there on my bicycle before, over by the Trace as well. So, yeah. What's up, Mel? Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's rotating like it was when the warning was initially issued, which is
It's like the severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson got canceled, so that's good.
excellent.
It's one
Well, we're
more
still
off
under just this little sliver of a tornado warning for Greenbrier in southwest Wilco.
and it's for 10 more minutes. 10 more
10
minutes.
more minutes, and we'll watch it. And I mean,
Yeah.
these storms, there's certainly fewer tornado warnings than there were 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
That's good.
We have the only one left.
Yeah. The filibuster stream continues. What are we at, Andrew?
We were at 6 hours, 37 minutes.
Whew.
6 hour, 37-minute stream. That's nothing. All right.
And that's the second stream we did for this event.
Yeah, we had an earlier stream yesterday evening. So this has just been the consecutive one. Cliff is asking if, please, is this the last one? We thought that about an hour and a half ago. It was not. But the atmosphere does what it wants. And We Americans are just trying to outrun it at this point. West Wing reference. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, so the latest scan is in just between Hampshire and Duck River. And again, that looks like fake rotation. The storm that was legitimately rotating at the upper levels is now side lobing, which is faking its features and does not look like it's a deal. So we'll see if that continues. The weather certainly doesn't do what I think it should do. But yeah, so far so good. We've had so many tornado warnings in Williamson, Davidson counties overnight, and have yet to hear of a tornado having touched down in any of them, which is good news. Do we think Smyrna is good? Yeah, probably. But will y'all get another warning? You might. Yeah, you might. You very well might. I mean, yeah. This is mid, as the kids say.
It's what?
It's mid. It's
mid
kind of
what?
like, well, it's meh. It's mid. It's
Oh.
like it's not great, but it's not.
It's not low key.
Bruh, come on. Low key is even Elon's laughing. He knows what's up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, it's just mid. It's not good. Mid means it's not good.
Not good as in bad, or not good as impressive.
Not good as in bad. It's just it's almost worse to be apathetic about it than it is to say that it's bad. That's what mid is. So
I'll take your word for that.
well, I mean, my children are 20 and 17, and yours are not. So,
But my wife teaches high school.
That's true. And to be fair, I only hear out of one ear. So who knows what good information is getting filtered out of the bad ear. But still checking for rotation here while we're discussing the etymology of mid. Not sigma. Yeah, I don't even think I think I understand what sigma means. I do understand it, but I cannot pull it off. Not that I'm pulling off mid, but I definitely can't pull off sigma. Skibidi. Skibidi, that's right. Elon's laughing, which means I got it wrong.
No cap.
I do play Fortnite, but I'm pretty bad at it. I dad strat it. A third party the last team. It's rough. So this
5 minutes left
over
on this
Duck
thing.
River.
Yeah.
And if you actually
5
point the radar up, that
minutes.
sucker is rotating.
Yeah.
But what isn't these days? But the question is it rotating at the lowest levels, which is what would alarm us for a tornado? And I do not see evidence of that.
I feel like if these storms were coming at the radar from a different angle, we would have a very different read on them.
Yep.
Like all of them last night.
Well, and the thing is, living in Nashville, we're blessed to have the Hopkinsville radar as close as it is. Obviously, the OHX at Old Hickory radar, just having it off to our northeast of metropolitan Nashville is an ideal spot for it. And then we got TBNA.
Yeah.
So we're well covered. We got plenty of radars. But, the best thing would be have like a Doppler on wheels where you can just wheel the thing up there and pull it up. So this storm has no Riz. Yes, Sir Henry. See, Andrew, they're teaching you slang.
I get frequent lessons.
Yeah, well.
And you see how well I'm listening.
Well, somebody in this stream has to be mature, so obviously it has to be you, Elon, and Graham.
Clearly.
Yeah, we are all
Okay, the
sussing
Weather
out.
Service is typing in the chat room.
Oh,
and
Lord.
I can't wait to see what they say because this warning expires in 4 minutes.
They're gonna say skidity or skibidi.
Here
Is
we
it
go.
skibidi?
Let's see. Let's see what they're going to do with it.
The storm is so Ohio. What does that mean? Don't worry, I got plenty of brain watt. I've been nursing a Twitter account for 15 years. You gotta do a lobotomy on me and not find anything. Oh yeah, tornadoes are dog water. Yes, good call, Angelina.
All right. They are currently leaning toward not reissuing the tornado warning.
Let's go.
So they acknowledge there's still a lot of side lobing and things aren't lining up well. That's a good thing, by the way, that things aren't lining up well. So they're leaning toward not reissuing it.
I would also lean that way.
Yeah,
But
I
let's
would
be
too.
honest, this is another big freaking storm
Yeah,
with a lot of super heavy rain and cloud to ground lightning strikes. It's going to come it's already in western Williamson County. It's going to come flying into Franklin, Brentwood, downtown Nashville, BNA, Percy Priest, Hermitage, and exacerbate, that means make worse, the flash flood warnings that are already on the way or that are ongoing. And that should continue to go on. Will just sent in, we were talking earlier about some photos he sent in of some water over a bridge, and that is not good. So I wonder if they're going to replace it with the severe thunderstorm warning.
that's
We can make side lobing a new slang term.
maybe it needs to be on some merch.
I don't know. I have to be inspired. Will has to approve my merch senses.
That's
Jeez.
same here, exactly. Same
He's
here.
got he knows what's up. I think so. I drank one of those Celsius things, and I had 3 cups of coffee, and I think there might actually be a hole in my stomach at this point.
Well, you might want to get that checked out sometime today. That sounds terrible.
What else is new? So one of the common features of these storms, Andrew, if you zoom in on the just below Duck River and put on the reflectivity,
Okay.
you see like the little appendage.
Yep.
That little, of course, I'm putting my mouse over it as if you can see it, but the little blue thing that kind of is cutting into the middle of the storm, we've been seeing that all night long.
Yep.
Yeah, that area in there all night long, and that's usually where the radar thinks there's rotation. And what it is the inflow from
there's the warning.
Southerly winds. What'd they do?
It's gone.
Oh, gone.
Oh, let's go. Dude, are there no warnings other than flash flood
No
warnings?
warnings.
Hold on, we got to pull the flash flood warnings. I left those off more than I
Yeah, let's
meant
put
to.
those on
Let me
because
put
those
the
are
flash flood warning.
important. This is...
Yeah, these are all the flash flood warnings.
Remember what we were saying at some point this is going to transition to a flash flooding event? Well, here we are. All right, so it's 7 o'clock. If your alarm woke you up, you don't have to go to school today if you're a Williamson County school student because the bird has sung. Metro Nashville Public Schools are also off today. There's flash flood warnings everywhere in Williamson and Davidson counties and elsewhere across Middle Tennessee. Flash flooding will continue. Local teens, this does not mean, and I'm speaking to my local teens, this does not mean it's a time for you to go driving around like an idiot in these floodwaters. The reason you're out of school is because they want you off the road. So let's not drive through a water-covered road. Please don't follow the car in front of you just because some adult is going to do his or her shift at the hospital doesn't mean that you can travel in the wake and make it. As a dear member of my family once thought, oh, I'll just get in the wake of this guy, and he lost his car. It flooded, stalled out, and was totaled out. So, whew.
Well,
All right, what do we think? Do you think they're going to reissue something?
I'm not seeing it at the moment.
I'm not either, Graham. Elon, what do you think?
Negative. I'm not really seeing anything except heavy rain.
The only thing you're seeing is differential equation class.
Yep. T minus 2 hours.
Oh, it's a 9 o'clocker?
It is.
Bro.
The good news is my professor did cancel my afternoon class, so this makes it way better.
Okay. Oh, I was somebody's baseball coach. God bless you. Awesome. Okay, hold on. One of my coworkers has texted. There are pockets of flooding on 40 East. And anyone trying to go from the downtown junction on 24 through the borough is going to be up for a while because it's basically at a standstill. So if you're commuting, check the T-Dot Smartway cameras. Just Google T-Dot Smartway, and you can click on those cameras. It's a pretty cool site. Or man, just look at like Google Maps or whatever, and just see where all the stopped cars is. It's either a wreck or it's not. And here we are. Andrew's got it up, and that's what you find. Let's do a traffic tour. Yeah, that is where was that? I-24.
That's 440 and the weird Murfreesboro Road exit 440 intersection
On the Murfreesboro side.
Yeah. So.
And you
right
click
there.
around this map. You just click on those little camera thingies. It's much easier to do on a desktop or a laptop computer than it is on your phone. But yeah, let's traffic jam Sam this thing.
So yeah, coming in 24, coming in 65 is very slow too. Let's see. Let's look up here at Armory Drive. Oh boy, that.
People say Americans are lazy. Look at everybody going to work. Let's go.
Oh man. Yeah. Looks like
Law-abiding citizens unite. And by the way, bad times are coming because another big old downpour with lightning is incoming to those places. It's moving up from Franklin, and it'll be in Nashville here soon.
Is this showing? That's not showing 65 is closed, is it? No, surely not.
No, there's no way. No, we don't cover high-speed chases. We cover low speed, those jammed interstates when it's snowing or flooding. Ooh, what's that?
Looks like part of Old Hickory Boulevard closed.
Yeah.
Going toward Brentwood.
Yeah, whatever some of those creeks are. Yeah.
I think it's just safe to say that there's going to be some really bad parts of a commute this morning.
To be fair, that could be just a normal day.
It honestly, it's 24 going into town, so you know.
Yeah, and schools are canceled, or public schools are canceled today.
Yeah.
Look at 65 North near 440. Somebody just thought that they heard it was closed.
Well, that's what I was looking at right here at 440. Yeah. Oh, it sure is.
Oh.
It is.
It sure
there's
is.
no cars going across.
65 is closed, going north, and they're being diverted onto 440.
Yep.
Which means,
Due to
see, if
flooding.
they're going 440 east, then that's sending everybody right up into this mess.
Yep. That's why 24 is.
That's why
busted up.
24 is a mess.
Oh,
So going up 65 north is being diverted onto 440 East, which then has to get in this mess. And so 40, 24, and 65's traffic are all coming together. Right
And by
here
the
at-
way, and then here comes this big thunderstorm coming straight at it.
yeah, it's
not a
gonna
quick
be
hitter either. It's going to be lots of cloud to ground lightning strikes. Many of them positive strikes. I'm looking at it, I see about 24 that have hit in the last 5 minutes.
yeah.
I'm counting, maybe not that many, maybe just 20. So that looks like bad times. But I'm gonna search at the hail markers and see if we see anything haily that looks. So Andrew, one thing, since you're the hydrology nerd in the
Yeah.
group, and by the way, to be a nerd in this group, well done.
High honors.
Yes.
High honors.
So we have flash flood warnings, right? Is there any other product that the Weather Service can issue that's like worse than a flash flood warning with respect to flooding?
Yeah, so typically a flash flood warning will cover the widespread creek river flooding that we're seeing this morning. And what they'll transition to after the flash flooding, which sort of covers everything that's going on. So anything that could flood would be covered under a flash flood warning. What they'll transition to over the next couple of days will be, really over the next day. These flash flood warnings will eventually expire over the next few hours and may get extended a little bit. In fact, there's a good possibility of that if the rain keeps up. But eventually these flash flood warnings are going to expire and they'll transition to river flood products. So they'll be looking at the river gauges, such as the Harpeth River in Franklin, or Kingston Springs, or Bellevue, or Whites Creek in northern Davidson County. So they'll be looking at flood gauges, and they'll start issuing flood advisories and flood warnings specifically for some of the larger creeks and rivers. And so that'll take out basically everybody that's not in a flood-prone area, remove them from advisories and warnings, and just apply them to the creeks and rivers. So the water will move down through our creeks and rivers, small rivers, and then eventually it gets to the Cumberland River. If you're in northern Williamson County up through Davidson County, or if you're in southern Williamson County, it goes down to the Duck River. And so once that water gets there, that's where the Corps of Engineers and their water management plans come into play as far as passing that water down. So it's a whole process to get water from the cloud to the river to the ocean, and we all participate in that this morning as we watch the water flow. It's going to go where it's going to go, and we just got to kind of be out of its way.
Wow, whatever will be.
So that answered.
That answered what?
Probably didn't answer your question as far as what.
I was wondering if you were going to talk about like flash flood emergencies or stuff, but I don't know
yeah,
that you
yeah.
get
So,
that.
these are kind of base level flash flood warnings, and so if things get worse, we could see these upgraded to. I think there are 3 levels of flash flood warnings. Right now, we're at the base level. They could
base
go to
and
a
then what, considerable, right?
Yeah, you could go to a level 2 flash flood warning. That's a little worse, and then you could go to flash flood emergencies, kind of like tornado warnings. You go to flash flood emergency, which is, hey, we're pulling people out of high water rescues. It's citywide. We're
that's
having
like a May 2010 thing, right?
Yeah, that's
like,
a major issue.
Now, to be clear, and to contextualize this, if you all were here 15 years ago, that was 18 inches of rain in like 2.5 days. There's no indication we're getting that. But every flood is different, and you get too much rain where your little spot can handle it. Who cares how big the regional event is? It's still a problem for you. Let's see. I'm just looking. I still think we're side lobe contaminated on our formerly warned storm here, Andrew. I don't see.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they're hopefully going to hold off on it.
Yeah. No discussion currently. No
Yeah.
discussion of bringing that back up. But we are 2 minutes away from 7 hours, so we got to stick with it.
I don't know. I don't want to artificially prolong it, but I do think there's a legitimate reason to stay on.
Well, yeah, because we're 2 minutes away from 7 hours.
No, that's not a good reason. It's like trying to run out the clock in soccer. It's not legit. The ref will just add time on and be like, no, we're going to play 92 minutes. But yeah, I mean, there's an NROT spike here, but it's side lobe contamination, consistent with what every other storm has done. And I don't see why this one would suddenly go all tornado on us, while the other 14 of them that we've looked at tonight that were warned haven't, that look the same way. So there's been discussion. Yeah, so this front is stuck here, and it should sit here and just kind of wobble in between in Williamson and Davidson counties here for a while, and we don't think it'll lift probably till late tonight, early tomorrow morning.
Somebody asked about the tornado watch. Yes, we are still under a tornado watch till 8, and then we'll
That's
see
true.
what they do. See what they do with that at 8 o'clock, whether they extend it or let it go.
Oh, man, they have to let it go, right? I mean,
After
have
extending
to.
it once. Yeah.
well, I mean, I get why they extended, but we haven't had a reported confirmed or a warned confirmed tornado in 5-6 hours
There
in middle. In
there
Tennessee.
has not been any damage from any of the tornado warnings that we've seen
in our counties.
in our counties. Yeah.
yeah.
Not the case in West Tennessee, but
Yeah, West Tennessee and of course Eastern Arkansas got blasted.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, they did. Seven hours. Let's give it up.
All right.
But by give it up, I mean let's leave.
So who's going to stay on and manage socials?
Well, I think we all hang around.
We didn't handle this very well. Some of
Okay.
us should have been sleeping.
We don't
But-
just get up and walk away. We'll still be around. We'll be on socials. We'll be where we usually are, and then we'll jump back on if we see something kind of perk back
Elon, how
up.
about
Weather
one
service
more-
is typing.
One more tweet, Elon, about flash flood warning for everybody, encounter floodways, turn around. So
I sent one
Still looking sad.
4 minutes ago.
excellent. Well then, you've anticipated and already done it. What a guy.
What a guy.
Younger, better looking, and knows what we would like him to do before we even ask him to do it. The
right.
storm.
Let's go.
All right, Andrew, it's your stream. You started it. You decide when to cut it off. We've all agreed.
All I can
Yeah,
think
by the
about
way,
right now is
for
Waffle
the record,
House.
Graham runs Instagram. Like the reason Instagram has more than 2 followers is because of Graham over here. Like it's true.
Oh, time for me to wake up.
Yeah, it's true. So don't throw any shade at him.
I'm not even sure. I have not been keeping up with what's going on in this chat, but I have been seeing my name.
That's okay.
There
feel
has
guilty.
been stuff that I don't want my mother to read in this chat.
Oh, my favorite is when my dad calls me after these streams. And my
Yeah.
dad calls me and says, "Did you see what that person said?" And I'm like, Dad, don't even look. It's all right.
Yeah. That's right, Hunter. Graham is the GOAT.
Yes, he is.
Leave him alone. All right. I'm going to shut up. Andrew, you're in charge.
We'll be on socials, guys. Send in reports if you see damage out there. Hashtag T-Spotter on X. Graham will have... Love the graffiti, Graham. Send a DM to Graham over on Instagram with any damage reports, and we'll get that over to the Weather Service. I know they are itching to hear if anything happened. They they really could use some reports just to get an understanding of what we dealt with overnight. Hopefully, not too bad. We think we dodged a bullet multiple times overnight, and we hope that's the case. So.